What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the lifeline of the Imperial Navy, the Altor-class replenishment ship. A giant fuel tanker / mobile dry dock space station may not seem as cool as a warship to some people, but I just love this side of Star Wars lore that shows the logistics of how it all works. We're gonna get into the size, use, armament, complement, and all that good stuff in a second, but to really drive this point home about how important keeping the flow of supplies is to a war effort, I wanted to share 3 quotes from great military minds from our world. General Eisenhower said, "You will not find it difficult to prove that battles, campaigns, and even wars have been won or lost primarily because of logistics." Napoleon perhaps said most famously of all, "The amateurs discuss tactics, the professionals discuss logistics." And one of my favorites is a quote attributed to Alexander the Great, "My logisticians are a humorless lot. They know that if my campaign fails, they are the first ones I will slay." So though this ship wasn't blowing away rebel scum, it was at least equally important. Many would say much more so. But we should start by grasping the sheer scale of this thing, so let's start with a size comparison. The Altor was 4,600 meters or 2.86 miles long. That makes it nearly 3 times the length of the Imperial Star Destroyer and about a quarter the size of the Super Star Destroyers. At a height of 1,150 meters, or 0.71 miles, it was nearly as tall as a Venator is long, or nearly 2.5 ISDs stacked on top of each other. As for its width, it was 1,042 meters, or 0.65 miles across, making it about a Zillow beast wider than an ISD, or nearly 2 Venators. Let's see how all of that would look on Earth. The Altor would be about 10 times longer than the longest ship ever built, the Nock Nevis oil tanker. It would stand as tall as the Burj Khalifa with 3 Statues of Liberty slapped on top, and it would be wider than Central Park. In fact, another way to see this is to think about it being both wider and longer than Central Park, while being the height of 2.5 Empire State Buildings. Just try and grasp all of this space being just one ship. But of course, we have to go ahead and measure the tanks themselves. We get a length of 1,104 meters, a height of 460 meters, and a width of 288 meters. We can use that to figure out the volume of each of these individual tanks. I just did the calculations for a cylinder, so keep in mind it would be a bit larger since these ends aren't flat, but I got 183,474,038 cubic meters for the volume. For some reference, that's equal to 73,390 Olympic-sized swimming pools full of Star Destroyer fuel. And keep in mind that there are 6 of these containers on the Altor, so that's a total of 1,100,844,228 cubic meters of fuel. And please indulge me in just one more comparison here, but I had to crunch the math and this just blew me away. But that means that a single Altor has 3.5 times as much fuel as there is water in all of the swimming pools across the entire United States. Just one of these tanks had more than half of the entire country's pool water. Now surprisingly, and quite disappointingly, the lore surrounding fuel use by nearly any ship is non-existent. There are some lines like the Millennium Falcon can last a day on a kilogram of liquid metal fuel, and that an ISD can cruise around for 9 months before needing refueling, but that doesn't really give us numbers to work with. I tried looking into this as deep as possible, even skimming through the RPG reference book Galaxy Guide 6 Tramp Freighters. This is from 1990, and is still considered one of the most in-depth guides, including everything from the cost to have landing gear inspected and waste removal at starports, and how that differs depending on the quality of the port and the quality of the goods you want replaced. But even this book doesn't say how much fuel ships burn through on average. If I missed that part, definitely put it down in the comments, but I did pick up this important gem. A bit of a side note, but there were devices called solid-state fuel converters that could turn anything into fuel. I mean anything, and so the most efficient use was of course organic waste. Did we just stumble upon why Imperial ships are always overmanned, with numbers like 37,000 crew members on a single ISD? It all makes sense now. Palpatine's empire was ruled by shit-powered ships. But I jokingly digress, back to the lore. Altor-class ships would normally be stationed around highly protected Imperial space stations and planets, like we see over Naval Station Valadusia. When it was to refuel a ship, these arms would extend and hold the ship in place, while one could connect to the ventral side and actually pump the fuel into the Star Destroyer. With these 4 arms, it could actually service many destroyers at once, but was designed to be able to completely refuel 2 Dreadnought-sized ships at the same time. Star Dreadnoughts being things like the Secutor-class. Now there's no stat for its top speed or if it had a hyperdrive, but it does have this massive array of 63 engines, 7 main engines, and 54 auxiliary. But I still think that it would be at most tied with an ISD at around 1,000 km per hour because it has no need for tactical maneuvers. I would expect a hyperdrive though, just to make single jumps straight out to other highly controlled sectors. You wouldn't want to make a series of jumps and risk losing an amount of fuel that could supply a whole fleet of Rebel ships. But just in case, you can see that both the dorsal and ventral sides are lined with what appear to be turbo laser towers similar to those found on the Death Star. But surprisingly, there is only one deflector shield generator, about the same size as those found on the ISD. I would hope that there are others that we just can't see here, because there is a ton of value in just destroying these if you want to cripple the Imperial war machine. Of course the rebels would want that fuel, but the loss of a single Altor might cause the redeployment of whole sector fleets, in effect liberating many worlds as the Empire ensured the protection of more important planets. But what's really interesting is the purpose behind this skeletal appearance. You see all these open spaces? These were dry docks for smaller ships. Remember the size of this thing, and just as the ISD could swallow up a CR-90, these larger openings were around 460 meters long, while these other ones were 90 meters. This means that while refueling 2 Dreadnoughts, it could also be resupplying or even repairing 8 Arquitens-class light cruisers and 16 Gazanti-class cruisers. Because remember, it is mirrored on the ventral side as well. These ships would be attached via these smaller boom arms, and repaired via craft that were stored in the Altor's hangar bays. Now this area could also be used as a dock for ships, but it was usually filled with munitions, foodstuffs, and even reactors for some smaller ships. In this way, it acted a lot like a traveling space station, while returning to be itself refueled at places like Valaducia. You can see here that the Altor's tanks were held in place via these clamps, which along with its open design allowed for an easy exchange of these tanks. The Empire decided to have these fuel tanks refueled at the space station, and just quickly swapped out as the Altors arrived, instead of having them wait around to be refueled. So that's it for its breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. Altor is a Latin word that means nourisher or sustainer, a cool reference to its function as a resupply ship, providing the Star Destroyers with all the fuel and repairs to keep them going. The ship started off as a fan-made creation by Ansel over at Fractal Sponge, but became an official part of the Star Wars universe when Lucas Licensing approached him to provide art for the Essential Guide to Warfare. But that's it for the Altor-class replenishment ship. Remember, whether it be gas or food, it's fuel that keeps you fighting. And the Force will be with you. Always.
That's the most magnificent thing I've ever seen, Uri.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will cover the Eclipse-class Dreadnought. And to get this out of the way early, there is a canon version of this ship, which is incredibly important to the survival of the Imperial Remnant and rise of the First Order. But everything seems to point to that just being your standard Super Star Destroyer of the Secutor-class. I will cover that in a separate video soon, but this video will be a complete breakdown in history of the awesome Legends Eclipse, the super weapon that was one of the most powerful creations in galactic history, and by far the most powerful of the Galactic Civil War era. And we'll even touch on the short life of the Eclipse too. Well, let's start with its purpose. Admiral Conan Antonio Madi tells us that the Eclipse class, and its sister ship class, the Sovereign, were a part of the Emperor's 100-year plan for the galaxy. When these could come to replace your standard Star Destroyers and even Super Star Destroyers, then Palpatine could be certain that there would be no chance of rebellion, or even extragalactic invasion. So these would act as one step below the Death Star, being more mobile and practical for ship-to-ship warfare, while being able to destroy a city in an instant, or even the entire planet if wanted. Like all of the Star Destroyers, this behemoth would be constructed at the orbital shipyards of Kuat Drive Yards, officially starting construction in the same year as the Battle of Yavin. The entire ship would be built around the super laser weapon. By this point, the prototypes of the Death Star hidden in the Maw installation were proving just how powerful this weapon was. This green composite beam had blown apart a Star Destroyer in a single blast, disintegrated a rebel-held Lukrehulk named the Fortessa after only firing the beam at 4%. And in this same year they would see it fired at full power, turning the entire planet of Alderaan into space dust. The idea of placing one of these super lasers inside of a ship came shortly after this, seen in Admiral Victor Strang's flagship, the Conqueror. The midsection of a standard ISD was hollowed out to fire this composite beam, but the problem was that this had even worse defenses against rebel ships than your normal ISD. If Rebels took this thing out, he lost that incredibly expensive superweapon. So in typical Palpatine fashion, he decided that this weapon should be placed in a vessel that would be large enough to act as a mobile space station. I do wonder if Thrawn would have accepted this as a happy medium, as he thought concentrating all of the resources in a single Death Star was foolish. I'm sure he still would have seen this as overkill, but at least making several Eclipses would have been a better way to spend your time in credits, as these could still crack the mantle of planets and leave them in ruins. Not blown to dust, but everything from the seismic to atmospheric activity would turn the world hellish, resulting in the death of nearly every living being on world. So it wouldn't erase it from the map, but I think the psychological effect would be similar, if not worse, as the rebellious worlds would then act as smoldering warning signs to anyone who might have been flirting with the idea of treason. It was determined that the Eclipse would have an incredible length of 17,500 meters, or nearly 11 miles long. That's about 11 Star Destroyers, or an ISD shorter than the Super Star Destroyers of the Executor-class. It's also 117 CR-90s back to back. It would be around 8,510 meters, or 5¼ miles wide, which is nearly 9 times an ISD, or about 3 Lukrehulks across. And at a height of 5,910 meters, or 3.7 miles, it was 12 times the height of the ISD, or equivalent to 61 Zillo Beasts. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about twice the size of Manhattan, and 7 times the Burj Khalifa. Or another way to think of it is that it would be more than half of the way down to the bottom of the ocean. Now, though the super laser was the focus, this gradual sloping of the sides and this sharp bow up front are two features designed to ensure that the Eclipse can dominate in a space battle. There are an incredible 550 heavy laser cannons, 500 turbo lasers, and 75 ion cannons all spread out across the surface of this ship, stacked in layers right above each other to make sure that each of these guns could always get their shot on target. And this would be more than 8 times the guns on a single ISD. So this one ship had the firepower of a large fleet without even counting the super laser. A funny way to think of it is that you had that big Imperial fleet over Endor along with the Death Star, and so the Eclipse by itself is like a mini version of all that packed into one single ship. But wait, there's more. It had 100 tractor beams, 10 times the ISD that could bully around Rebel corvettes, and it had 10 gravity well projectors. These rounded parts not being the bulging reactors like we see on other Star Destroyers, they're actually these that we see on the Interdictor. So keeping with that fleet comparison, it would be like if you added to your fleet 2.5 Interdictor-class destroyers, which had the ability to both rip ships out of hyperspace, or prevent the enemy from making the jump into the safety of the blue void. The bridge would be located in your typical Star Destroyer spot, but would have its own unique shape. It contained the comm tower, the communications array, and the main sensor array, a suite of technology that would have been more advanced than most space stations or busy trading ports, as the sheer number of ships that would launch from the Eclipse was incredible, and its intended role as a single ship that could shut down whole Rebel fleets and even planets meant it had to account for thousands of variables concerning both enemy and civilian craft. This area also contained a large, specialized team of deflector shield operators, as it's the only ship I've seen that actually identifies a separate deflector shield command. What I find hilarious is that they placed it above the bridge, in the most exposed part of the ship, just a little extra incentive to make sure they were on their toes, and the first ones to die if systems were to fail. The charge for the laser would use the full length of the ship to build up a composite beam, and is something that may indicate that this is the bare minimum length possible. Jokes aside about how Sidious always seems to be overcompensating with his ridiculously large ships, perhaps with this weapon system, the ship really did have to be this big. At the rear, we see the 6 enhanced sublight engines, though what enhanced means exactly is still kept an Imperial secret. This is what gives the Eclipse and Super Star Destroyers their red ion glow instead of blue, which helped to give this city-sized ship a maximum acceleration of 940 G, which is 4.5 times slower than a TIE fighter, about 1/3 that of a Venator, and about 76% that of the Executor-class Dreadnaught. And its hyperdrive was on par with most ISDs, rated as a Class 2. So this thing can get across the galaxy quicker than most cargo ships, and even tied with some starfighters. Now as for its complement, there were enough ships here to black out binary star systems. No normal TIE fighters, just specializing in the elite TIE Interceptor for an anti-fighter role, and bombers for an anti-capital ship role. 50 squads of interceptors, totaling 600 individual ships, and 8 squads of bombers, totaling 96 ships. There would also be a vast number of shuttles, not just used to travel from capital ship to capital ship, or even down to a surface, but actually to quickly travel across the Eclipse itself. It also contained 100 AT-ATs and 5 prefabricated bases. You can see that these bases were not simple war tents, but massive fortresses that could lock down a whole city. These craft would be contained in hangars scattered around the ship, and you can see in this one cluster just how many hangars there were and how they were all stacked on top of each other. While the ventral side of the Eclipse contained the larger aft launch bay that could take in things like gunships and corvettes, while this fore launch bay was large enough to take in a Victory-class Star Destroyer. It would have been overkill, but I imagine it wouldn't have been too good for Rebel morale to see this sort of super-duper Star Destroyer give birth to a baby Star Destroyer, when you know that the baby was more powerful than most things in the Rebel fleet. Now, as you might expect, to run all of this, you needed a large crew, which might as well be called a population, as the Eclipse was really a city in its own right. Some reports have the minimum crew as low as 88,500, but fully operational, it would need 708,470 crew members, of which 4,175 were just operating the weapon systems. They would be accompanied by 150,000 troops, and a Royal Guard Legion, a Comp Force Assault Battalion, which was a unique combo of special forces but also bordering religious zealots, and their intense love of the Emperor and the New Order. They were known to be Palpatine's eyes and ears everywhere they went, keeping officers and admirals in check. It also had Imperial Sovereign Protectors, the elite of the elite chosen out of the standard Royal Guards, and they would only answer to the Emperor. To feed all these people, it had storage of 600,000 tons of material, which is the weight equivalent to 750,000 dewbacks, and it was said that there was enough consumables on board to last them all 10 years. Just to give some comparisons for that, the population of the Eclipse gets close to that of the entirety of San Francisco, and around 4 times the total population of Tatooine. It's equivalent to 143 Nimitz-class carriers, and more than the total active duty of both the US Army and US Navy combined. While the cargo would be roughly equivalent to 24 large container ships. It should also be noted that the entire ship was covered in this reinforced black durasteel and quadranium alloy. This of course helped with incoming attacks, but could also be used as a weapon of its own with that bow. It was purpose-made to smash into enemy capital ships and space stations. Think of how ridiculous it would be if you were in your secret rebel base in some remote part of the galaxy, and had the sun eclipsed by this thing as it emerged from hyperspace, and just plowed through your facility without firing a shot. We also have to mention how it could break through planetary shields in a single burst. Though its one-shot sniping of enemy capital ships is impressive, it's the planetary shield breaking that really impressed admirals. Because the orbital bombardments from Star Destroyers work, but they just take a lot longer, giving the enemy time to escape through secret passages, prepare for defense, or call in reinforcements. Or in extreme cases, you have what happened to Thrawn, where rebels had set up a series of shields that could absorb the blast long enough for the other shields to regenerate. This layer creating something that effectively could not be taken out by anything that the ISDs had. So it could shoot your capital ship down, it could blast through your planetary shield and destroy your entire city, or it can just plow through your ships and space stations. So the Eclipse really did have it all covered. Its construction started in 0 BBY, and Palpatine would visit the construction site of the Eclipse often. Located over Kuat drive yards and with a powerful Imperial fleet on constant guard, this was one of the safest locations in the galaxy. Thus, the Emperor would use one of its rooms as an important meeting location and place vaults full of valuable information. It might seem odd to set up in an unfinished ship that is still currently under construction, but we actually saw the same thing with Darth Vader, who was living in the Executor and even training his apprentice Starkiller, all inside of his Super Star Destroyer while it was being built. At the same time, the Eclipse 2 was also being built over the core world of Biss, while the Tarkin superweapon was also being completed. That started out as another prototype Eclipse, but was converted into this platform that still hosts this similarly powerful super laser. One of the most powerful criminals of the Galactic Civil War era was Tiber Zahn, and he had an intricate network of spies that alerted him to this monstrosity being built over Kuat. He kept an eye on it for 4 years, but that planetary defense fleet over the Empire's primary shipyard never showed any signs of weakness. It wasn't until the Emperor's death during the Battle of Endor that some Imperial forces were finally being pulled from Kuat. Without missing a beat, Zahn led an attack to try and raid the Eclipse, drawn by the rumors of the secret vaults of the Emperor himself. As he arrived, he was met with a well-known smuggler turned rebel general.
What is your purpose in this sector?
We heard of the Alliance's glorious victory at Endor, and have come to join.
The rebellion wanted to use the confusion over the death of the Imperial head of state to launch a quick capture of the Imperial shipwright world, and they were willing to take the help of Zahn and his consortium forces. Together they were able to create an opening for the crime boss to board the still unfinished Eclipse. Though much of the hull was still not completed, the super laser was fully operational, showing that the Imperial engineers had created a deadly masterpiece. Its green laser was not only taking out Star Destroyers in a single shot, but it had remarkable accuracy, the targeting system at the bow of the ship allowing it to strike anything within a wide circular arc, hitting ships that are off to its sides, and pinpointing single craft out of a cluster. In Executor-class Dreadnought, the Annihilator would show up, only to be one-shotted as well. In a previous attack on Coruscant, Zahn was able to secure the passkey from the Imperial archives, and with it, he finally had access to these mythical vaults.
There is more wealth in these hidden vaults than even I can imagine.
He may have been tempted by the power, but Zahn knew that the credits were all in information, and that there was no way he could make off with this ship.
I've no need to keep the half-constructed Eclipse, and it presents a target even the rebels couldn't miss.
But you should never underestimate rebel incompetence. The Imps would be able to secure the ship and retain control of Kuat until 8.5 ABY. But more than 4 years after the Battle of Endor, this ship was still not completed, meaning that it took longer than the Death Star project. The New Republic would finally launch a large enough invasion of Kuat that most of the Kuat employees and loyal Kuati had to pack inside of the Eclipse and make the jump to Biss, the core world where Palpatine was still secretly ruling his empire, defying death through his mastery of cloning tech and Sith alchemy. From this new body, he would oversee the completion of the Eclipse in Eclipse 2, and the ship would act as a mobile command post for the Empire, where the Imperial Remnant would plan their war strategies. A year and a half later, in 10 ABY, Palpatine would make his first major offensive against the New Republic, deploying the World Devastators to Mon Cala, which really shows his hatred of the Fishfolk, as Mon Cala was going to be the second target of the first Death Star, and the first target of the DS2. Though this battle would result in an NR victory, the Eclipse went on a terror streak throughout the galaxy. Word spread that this was the personal flagship of the Emperor, and so every time it showed up, everyone was scrambling to just flee. Frustrated at this, the next attack would be on the Republic headquarters at Dasucha 5. Using its vast array of comm systems, the Eclipse was able to flood every frequency with the Emperor's message to Leia. The rebels could not get a distress signal out, and so Leia gave in to his demands. Luke was being pulled by the dark side, and was at the Emperor's side throughout this whole campaign, originally hoping to bring down the Emperor from within his operation. But when Leia came before them, she was able to convince Luke that they could fight him together. To show just how powerful the dark side was, Sidious created a force storm, a ripping torrent of pure dark side energy that was set to consume the NR fleet. But together, the children of Anakin were to focus on the light, creating a wave of power that turned the storm towards the Emperor's prize ship. The two Jedi escaping just moments before the decade-long creation was ripped into space debris. But the Emperor's spirit would incarnate once more. Again leading from Biss, he was able to complete the construction of the Eclipse 2, taking it to the homeworld of the Sith on Korriban, and nearly destroying an NR fleet during the Battle of Onderon. Here, Lando and R2 would work together to take control of the ship's hyperdrive systems, and the galaxy's longest-lived hero would save the day once more, with R2 recalculating the ship's hyperdrive to have it emerge at the exact coordinates of the Galaxy Gun, another one of the revived Emperor's planet-killing superweapons. When it popped into real space, the collision was instant and catastrophic, bringing a final end to the Eclipse line. This would also mean the near extinction of the Royal Guards as well, with those on board being the last alive, though a few, including Kirkanos and Karnor Jax, would carry that legacy forward. And this explosion also sent a Galaxy Gun shell at Biss, destroying the world and killing all of the Emperor's remaining clones. So that's it for the Eclipse, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. A lot of this footage was gameplay from people playing on YouTube with different mods of Empire at War. All of them are linked down in the description, as well as the sources on some of the fan art used. It was originally introduced in Empire at War Forces of Corruption, and I just wanted to point out how absurd it looks on the minimap. The designers based the look of the bow, and how it was used, on the rams of ancient Greek and Roman ships. And there are a ton of discrepancies across different lore books, and even how it's seen, with the Eclipse 2 ending up with more engines, and a lot of those mods had different amounts as well. The length is off from the Dark Empire sourcebook to the complete encyclopedia, but what was presented is what is most consistent. The majority of the works have the same stats, and so those are the official ones listed and what I used. Additional information comes from the Essential Guide to Warfare, Starships of the Galaxy, and the Imperial Handbook. If you liked the video, please hit that like button and leave a comment. It really does help with the YouTube algorithm. And subscribe if you want to see more. But most important of all, remember, there's always a bigger ship, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will break down the rare Secutor-class Star Destroyer, seeing its intended role during the Clone Wars, how it was used by Tarkin's rival, and went on to serve the Reborn Emperor. The Secutor-class was designed by Kuat Drive Yards during the Clone Wars, and was intended to replace the Venator, with the Venator itself being designed at a time when the Clone Wars was still a secret. But once the clone was out of the lab and the galaxy was engulfed in war, Republic military brass would get involved in the process on Kuat, with their engineers learning from battle reports, captured CIS ships, and stolen intel on Separatist craft and tactics. The question we should ask is if the Secutor succeeded in its role. Did it check off all the boxes to make it better than the Venator for war with its particular enemy? A question that was asked by a lot of tax-paying citizens and Republic senators fighting against the increased military budget. Because to start, the cost was nearly 4 times the Venator, 200 million versus 59, and was about half the cost of the supersized Providence variants like the Invincible. The overall length was about twice its predecessor, at 2.2 kilometers, or 1.36 miles, making it 1.3 times the later Imperial Star Destroyer. With a Class 2 hyperdrive, it was tied with the ISD, but slower than the Venator when traveling through hyperspace, which may point to the Republic feeling that the difference in response time for these capital ships wasn't as necessary as they thought it would be, with Republic footholds spread throughout every rim and even in hut space. Or it simply wasn't possible on this larger, more power-hungry ship. And since you can see with the Acclimator here being the smallest and fastest, and they were still able to put a Class 1 in the Victory, but you lose all that in the larger Imperial craft. We do see that the Venator's role as a star cruiser with an emphasis on starfighter complement was something the Republic was trying to keep. The standardized ranking system called the Anaxis War College system gave it another designator, the Battlecruiser, because of its size. But it still had a focus on starfighters with these 2 large ventral hangars, and a much greater complement with curious changes to the firepower, with 15 heavy turbolasers, 15 light turbolasers, 15 battleship ion cannon batteries, 6 medium ion cannons, and 12 tractor beam projectors. This is nearly double the heavy turbolasers, which were more designed for overloading the shields of capital ships and performing orbital bombardments of cities. It drops the odd medium dual turbolaser cannons for a good distribution of light turbolasers for enemy transports, frigates, and corvettes. But the most shocking is the loss of Anti-Starfighter weaponry, having none of the point defense laser cannons, which were crucial for keeping off swarms of vulture droids and hyena bomber runs. While the Secutor also drops the proton torpedoes. These were usually perfect for ripping through vessels once you took down their shields, and since you could fire a variety of specialized torpedoes, you had all sorts of options from flak-like explosions to deep penetrating bunker busters that were useful everywhere from planetary caves to space stations and asteroids. Since the CIS's military philosophy was to field overwhelming numbers of droids, B-1s on the ground or clouds of starfighters blocking out the stars, everyone knew a Republic vessel had to account for this. Which leads me to believe that Darth Sidious was guiding the development of this ship, ensuring that he had a new line ready to go after the threat shifted from droid army to policing your own populations. As this armament was ideal for destroying cities, taking out the odd capital ship that some rebel might steal, or some planetary defense force might be able to turn against him, and with so much focus on ion cannons, it's like what we see with the ISD and other Imperial ships. I mentioned that they want to capture these rebels alive, and use their massive suite of novel and highly effective torture methods. That way you're not just taking out a crew in a single ship, but you might get the intel needed to destroy the entire rebel cell. And I believe you see this same role with the complement, because though it tried to focus on starfighters, the Venator had about 3 times the starfighters of the Secutor. So again, we see that this newer ship was expected to fight less enemy fighters, but still did have a relatively high number, about twice the ISD. So it was still a carrier for the Empire, but not what you would expect during the Clone Wars. At this time, the Empire was the one with the swarms of fighters. Now the 144 TIEs that would come screeching out of the Secutor were there to prevent the escape of rebels trying to flee via shuttles or escape pods. And same goes for the scum trying to squirt out of a hidden base, or even potentially sympathetic citizens trying to escape an Imperial lockdown after rebel activity was detected. None of this ship's details point to it being intended to be a better Venator, but a ship for a different enemy altogether. But since this would have been obvious to anyone involved in its design, I think it's a nice look at how people like Tarkin and Palpatine would get involved in military matters like this. Likely under vague references to top secret intel, or they could just claim that the CIS was about to change their tactics, and most likely of all, no one dared to question the directives coming down from the top. Same goes for the Allegiance class, which was about the same size but with no complement, and aimed at pure destruction, deployed to space stations or paired with larger fleets, where ion stun options and starfighters could be provided by other craft. When that rebel base or troublesome city was detected, we see the aspects of the Secutor that made it more like the Acclimator. Most obvious was the overall shape, which was this more pronounced triangle, but still with the Venator-style double bridge. And unlike any other ship, the towers were moved to be in a more central position. The Acclimator was perhaps the greatest planetary invasion vessel ever produced, with an incredible amount of troops, vehicles, and cargo capacity for war materiel. It is unknown how many vehicles were on board the Secutor, but AT-AT walkers are listed, and likely smaller variants like the ST and DP, with 14,000 clones and later stormtroopers. The ISD also saw a much greater troop complement than the Venator, pointing to another Imperial theme that was the insane jump in crew requirements. 40,000 in the Secutor, 37,000 in the ISD, compared to 700 in the Acclimator and 7,400 in the Venator. It's that tactic of pulling as many citizens onto the Imperial side as possible, and then using those stormtroopers to fill up a city and strike fear into the population. It didn't matter if they were less trained than the clones. Like droids, the sheer number of them could prove deadly, and seeing the shiny white bucket heads everywhere you went helped to make rebellion seem more futile. Of course, having all these crew members sitting around knowing they were doing busy work to make up for the fact that the ship could run on about a quarter of the men did help to breed laziness and complacency, which sometimes helped to prevent rebellion, but would sometimes backfire and give ambitious and persistent rebels an opening, making most imps cowardly, easy to bribe, and even would push some to be drawn to the Rebel Alliance's pitch that they could engage in a fight that would give their lives meaning. At the start, I said to keep in mind that this was pitched to be the replacement of the Venator, and to ask if it achieved this. In a dark way, no matter what you think of its role as a capital ship, it did fit its role better than the Venator. There's no doubt about it, simply by being 4 times the price, fulfilling the true purpose of the Clone Wars, and therefore the true purpose behind every piece of equipment, ship, vehicle, and clone. To take a republic that had no military at all, and turn it into a culture that was willing to give up its rights out of fear, funnel credits to Palpatine's loyalists and building this military-industrialized complex that would work to provide government jobs to the citizens of this future empire, growing the fighting force with the promise of stable jobs and stable star systems, and tying as many citizens' paychecks and quality of life directly back to the Emperor and the crony corporations, cutting down on any chances that they would side with a crazy rebel force trying to shake it all up just for some ideal. The first time the Secutor saw service was in the earliest days of the Empire, at a time before the ISD replaced the Venator. The details of this particular skirmish shown are murky, but do point to it being used against Separatist remnant forces right after Order 66 and the deactivation of the droid army. What's more is that this Quasar carrier was designed for the Empire by Surosub, but one may have been taken by the Separatist or early rebel forces. By 14 BBY, 5 years into the Empire, it may have been on his Secutor-class named Conquest that the Navy Intelligence Agency's Vice Admiral Dodd Rancet came up with a very dangerous gamble at adding blocks to his chest. Rancet was growing resentful watching his career stagnate and the Emperor's old chum Tarkin rise through the ranks. He used the NIA's intel to coordinate the growth of Birch Teller's rebel cell, which was perhaps the largest cell of this time, with certainly the most powerful ship, commanding a Frankensteined Providence-class Dreadnaught. With Rancet's leaks, Teller would be able to get away with a string of attacks that grew to be far more than just frustrating. And to make Tarkin specifically look foolish and impotent, Rancet helped the Teller gang steal the Carrion Spike, Tarkin's pride and joy, and the only Corvette like it, with state-of-the-art cloaking technology, and even the name was special, with the Carrion Spike being the place where Tarkin was formed from a scared little boy to a fighting man. Losing this ship was devastating, as rumors of this failure threatened to make Tarkin the laughingstock of the Moffs. As personal as this loss was to Tarkin, it was also a high enough level threat to the Emperor that Darth Vader was assigned to help Moff end this rebel cell. They did eventually realize Rancet was playing both sides, and by this time the second stage of Rancet's plan was in effect. He was about to betray his rebel friends and become an Imperial hero, telling Birch Teller that the path was clear for an epic strike on Karaida, home to the most prominent Imperial Academy and surrounded by an important shipyard and space station, the repaired and improved descendant of Valor Station from the Clone Wars. Teller was once a Republic intelligence officer, and he sensed the trap. Since he knew that holding on to the Carrion Spike for too long was never really plausible, it was just too hot and hard to maintain. He took a page from the old CIS playbook, sending it on a collision course with Karaida. It would pop out of hyperspace and come barreling towards the world, and Rancet was at the bridge of his Secutor, the lead ship of the Karaida flotilla, and ready to let the conquest save the day, ordering the crew to open fire, only to be cut off by Darth Vader. What was supposed to be the Emperor's personal boogeyman acting as witness to Rancet's victory, ensuring his rise in rank and toppling of Tarkin, quickly turned into the ominous cyborg reading out his death sentence. Vader ordered the crew to scan the Carrion Spike for life forms, and seeing that it was empty, and already having the communications that he was expecting its arrival, Vader was certain that he had the traitor. And since Teller thought he was being played and sent it empty, it made Rancet look like he had no aims at actually killing off the rebel cell, just that he was going to help them fake their death. For this, the Vice Admiral was escorted to an escape pod and fired away from his flagship. Every crew member from his own Secutor to the flotilla, space station, and maybe even some young cadets down below, all watched as Vader made a powerful display of what becomes of traitors, no matter how high-ranking they were. ordering the Secutor to open fire and turn Rancid into space dust. A spectacle that was sure to spread throughout the entire Empire, and likely every cadet that passed through here would hear the tale of how the sharp-minded Tarkin and horrifying Dark Lord would root out any foe, be they Sep, Rebel, or fellow Imp. Over the following years of the Galactic Civil War, the Secutor would continue its service, but never in the numbers that we see with the Victory, Imperial-class, or Super Star Destroyer-class. Some were at Naval Station Valaducia, while others are known to be called in to snuff out Rebel outposts, not being with their own fleets securing solar systems, but attached to other battle groups when the mission saw fit, likely when those ion cannons and troop numbers were needed. What is very interesting is that despite how rare they were, by 10 ABY, 6 years after Endor, a Secutor was seen as part of the fleet that protected the deep core world Biss, the secret location of Emperor Palpatine's resurrection program, and Luke would pass by this fleet on his way to confront the resurrected Emperor. So that's it for its breakdown. As for behind the scenes facts, the ship actually started off as a fan-made ship by Ansel Asio, based on a background ship seen in the Dark Empire 2 comics from 1992. Ansel said he likes the design because it reminds him of the B-2 Flying Wing, and it became canon when approached by Lucas Licensing for use in the Essential Guide to Warfare. It was later used in the Age of Rebellion sourcebook, and then became a major part of the story in the canon Tarkin novel, with more details coming from Ships of the Empire and Rebellion in 2021. Truly one of the most interesting behind-the-scenes arcs for any ship. And in Latin, Secutor means pursuer or gladiator with sword or shield. So that's it for the Secutor-class Star Destroyer. The best way to help me out is to hit that like button, leave a comment on what you thought or future suggestions, subscribe if you want to see more, and if you can, become a member. But most important of all, remember, unless you're the son of the Chosen One, never bet against Tarkin, and the Force will be with you. Always.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the Carrack-class light cruiser, one of the best all-around ships in Star Wars. That's a bit of a bold claim, but we're talking about a ship that's larger than the Arquidens, with far more firepower, and an acceleration that is quicker than most bombers and even some starfighters. Being made in a similar design to the Dreadnaught-class heavy cruiser, the Carrack was designed as a fast attack escort for both larger capital ships and for diplomatic missions. The Dreadnought was introduced around 80 years before the Clone Wars, and although there was no date for the Carrack's introduction, we know it was manufactured by the smaller Demorian Manufacturing Corporation. And although its cost was kept confidential, its length of 350 meters or 1,148 feet was an AT-AT longer than the Arquidens, or about 1/4 of Venator. It's relatively narrow at 1/7 the width of the Venator, at 72 meters or 236 feet. And at a height of 75 meters or 246 feet, it was just under a third of the height of the Venator, or about 2 ATM-6s plus a Wookiee tall. Our slicers were able to access some Demorian files, and so with this schematic, we can start to understand where everything was on this ship. Let's start by looking at this big radar dish right up on top. To ensure a constant line of encrypted communication, whether in real space or hyperspace, this hyperwave receiver was one of the best money could buy. This became even more important when later modifications were made that nearly automized the entire ship. While a standard crew count was 1,092, not including a troop complement that could be as much as 142 persons, the automation upgrades made it so that the entire ship and its impressive armament could be controlled by just 2 people. So you would want to ensure that you were in constant contact with HQ if it was just you and a co-pilot in the middle of nowhere entrusted with a whole star cruiser. This must have included a lot of automated targeting systems, as there are a ton of weapons packed into this thing. The anti-capital ship loadout was 10 heavy turbolasers, 20 ion cannons, and 5 tractor beams. I love this ratio, as I feel the ion cannon is almost always underutilized, and that's definitely true with the tractor beam. Its 5 powerful tractor beams could stall out a ship even larger than it, essentially increasing the gravitational pull on this ship to the point that its engines can't provide enough thrust to overcome it. And so they can be used to hold it in place while you unload your 20 ion cannons into the target. Like the Y-Wings demonstrated expertly during the Battle of Scarif, the disabling effect of ion weapons can really offset enemy advantages. Stalled and now disabled, it was ready to be destroyed, and so the Carrack would safely move in closer and melt through any ship's hull with its 10 heavy turbolasers. No messing around with medium cannons or anything like that, just a series of perfectly specialized weapons to efficiently bring about a deadly result. That being said, I do have some complaints with the Anti-Starfighter variant. That has the same 10 heavy turbolasers, but 20 laser cannons and 5 tractor beams. I just think that this is less optimized for its goal than the anti-capital ship was. heavy turbo lasers are not good at hitting quick starfighters, and even if you were able to grab a starfighter zipping around at full speed with your tractor beam, you're wasting time and energy only being able to capture 5. I would make an Anti-Starfighter Carrack be just 355 meters of point defense laser cannons and flak cannons. Although buzz droids are cool, for practical purposes, I just go with the flak firing tech found on vehicles like the AT-AA. If this part was done right, I could really see it doing some amazing work flying into the middle of a cloud of starfighters and blowing them to bits. Because remember, this thing was fast enough to keep up with most starfighters. Its 16 ion engines could get it up to a top atmospheric speed of 1,050 km per hour or 652 miles per hour, tied with an X-Wing and faster than many bombers and other capital ships. And its mega light speed, roughly their speed in empty space, would be greater than a B-Wing and the Millennium Falcon. To power all that, it needed these enormous ion reactors that bulged out of the sides, but don't worry, those are protected by thick Durasteel plating and a powerful deflector shield. But it goes even further, with reinforced bulkheads that protect it from the crushing forces of enemy tractor beams and absorbs the impacts from enemy bombers. And then believe it or not, it goes another step further. The entire ship was built to have these self-contained sections, each with their own life support, so that if critically damaged, these areas could seal off, and the ship could continue operating with hull damage that would kill most crews. It would even be able to jump to hyperspace under these conditions, crossing the galaxy faster than most with its Class 1 hyperdrive. As for its history, it made a notable appearance during the Battle of Coruscant, where it helped to finish off the Invisible Hand. But sadly, despite their amazing abilities and performance, the Empire relegated them to obscure parts of the galaxy. Most vehicles that were synonymous with the Republic's might had to make way for the Empire's newer line of vessels. Usually teamed up in pairs, the Carrack would just patrol the more quiet sectors, using that radar dish to stay in touch with the Empire. These were retrofitted to carry 4 TIE fighters on these ventral racks. But it still had some moments of glory, and what is truly awesome is that there were reports of Carracks breaking planetary blockades, as just a pair of them would be stronger than most local defense forces. Because of this, many Imperial dignitaries often chose to just ride inside of these while crossing the Imperial backwaters. When they were destroyed, emergency distress signals combined with the sealed-off sectioning of the interior often saved Imperial lives. Carracks blown into several pieces have had crew successfully rescued, and since it had a 3,500 metric ton cargo capacity, up to 4,375 dewbacks could have been safely transported across the stars. In the year 5 ABY, about 500 of them were used to try and blockade and starve out the entire Oswat species. And then some notable Imperial commanders like Zinj and Thrawn often used them as frontline forces with heavier capital ships following up the rear. But even Tarkin utilized them way back in 14 BBY, and one Carrack named the Oculus was captured by the rebels after the Battle of Endor and incorporated into the New Republic fleets. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in the novel Heir to the Empire, and came back into canon via Tarkin and the Aftermath series. Some were believed to be in the Rebels TV show, but this was named the Imperial Support Vessel, and is thought to be the canon version of the Dreadnaught-class heavy cruiser. Additional information comes from the books Imperial Sourcebook, The Essential Guide to Warfare, and the New Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, as well as the Essential Chronology. So that's it for the Carrack-class light cruiser. But most important of all, remember, put some respect on the flak cannons, and the Force will be with you, always.
What's up, meta-nerds? If you always wanted to see ion cannons used expertly, you'll love the Aggressor-class Star Destroyer. Of all the things Star Wars fans like to nitpick, like pronunciation or ship classification, I don't hear people complaining about my biggest pet peeve, the use of ion weapons in Star Wars. We see big capital ships slugging it out and starfighters launching torpedoes, or we see ships being paralyzed by ion weaponry. We see that tech like the massive ion cannon on Hoth exists, and how effective ion torpedoes can be from just a handful of Y-Wings. But we never really see this tech combined. Why not open with something like the V-150 Planetary Defender mounted right on top of your ship, and then fire an all-out volley from your turbo laser batteries? Well, the Empire also had this bright idea during the years leading up to the Battle of Yavin. This concept of combining an ion shot with a plasma bolt is realized in the Aggressor-class Star Destroyer. Prototypes would have been built by Kuat Drive Yards, the same company that manufactured most of the Empire's Star Destroyers. Its length was equal to the Imperial 1 class at 1,600 meters or 0.99 miles, which is more than 10 times the length of the CR-90. At 711 meters or 0.44 miles wide, it was nearly 15 CR-90s across, or nearly 1.5 Venators. And with a height of 400 meters or a quarter mile tall, it was nearly 12 times as tall as the CR-90, or 1.5 times the Venator. 4 main engines and 4 secondary engines all worked to give it a top speed that was similar to the ISD, and it was equipped with a similar Class 2 hyperdrive. Shielding was provided via these generators up top, similar in placement to the ISD, though they were different models. But of course, the real technological difference was the fire-linked ion and plasma cannon. Think of each of these long sections as giant weapon generators, with the bulk of its interior just being dedicated to the weaponry. 2 massive guns the size of a Star Destroyer, with the ion cannon up top and the plasma cannon below. To appreciate just how powerful each of these weapons would be, look at the cross-sections for the V-150 Planetary Defender Ion Cannon and the DBY-827 Heavy Turbolaser Turret. The Hoth Ion Cannon was able to paralyze an ISD, and the DBY-827 is the strongest turbolaser on the Venator, capable of blowing through the thick hull armor on capital ships. So imagine how much more power could be generated when these 2 forms of weaponry are scaled up to this size. The only problem was that it put everything into these 2 guns, with just a single turbolaser battery on each wing, and thus it was incredibly vulnerable to starfighters and bombers. In fact, a squad of skilled bombers could easily dodge those big turbolasers, and just deliver their payloads on the massive generators of the aggressor's weapons. The chain reaction that this would cause would blow the ship into pieces. In this way, it is kind of like a mini super weapon, and that it was incredibly powerful, but highly specialized, and should have some sort of protective fleet around it. The only reason why we didn't see this deployed by the Empire was because of the attack on the first Death Star. The aggressor's plans were being studied by staff on board the DS-1, but when the rebels launched an attack over Yavin, some heroic Imperial made sure to store all of this ship's information onto a data pod. These data pods were like incredibly durable USB drives that had a long history of use by the CIS to ensure that their data wasn't lost during the Clone Wars. But this is where the Aggressor-class's story takes a turn. Instead of being an implement of oppressive order, it became a tool of chaotic lawlessness. The crime lord Tiber Zahn arrived shortly after the Death Star's destruction and came across an interesting find. With his underworld connections, he was able to produce these Star Destroyers per the Imperial blueprints. Seeing just how powerful this 1-2 punch was, Tiber Zahn loved the Aggressor and even modified one to become his flagship. The Merciless added better shielding and a cloaking device, a terrifying combination of stealth and power. Oh, and of course, this badass Crate Dragon artwork on the side. The widespread use of this ship earned it the name the Underworld Star Destroyer, and to address its weakness to bombers, they paired it up with the Keldabeh-class Battleship and Star Vipers. The Consortium quickly found out that a single ion hit could eliminate the shields on an enemy capital ship, and it could even take large space station shields down to half. You can see why this came to be one of the most feared ships in the Galactic Civil War era. The Consortium even learned to turn these guns towards ground targets, and then disintegrate the structures with a plasma round following up just a half-second behind. And even when the ship was defeated, there was a final nasty little secret. Certain models were able to self-destruct when it became obvious that all was lost, and the explosion generated by setting off these massive reactors created a blast radius that could take out tons of starfighters and even capital ships. This unique weapon was one of the Empire's greatest losses, and something that must have driven Thrawn crazy, knowing that things like the Death Star and Super Star Destroyers took priority over the Aggressor. After the destruction of the second Death Star, Zahn's capital ship, the Merciless, led an attack on Kuat Drive Yards in a successful raid that stole the unfinished Eclipse. Its legacy lived on past the fall of the Empire, but how many were still around during the time of the New Republic is still unknown. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. It first appeared in the game Empire at War: Forces of Corruption, and was added into the Star Wars Complete Encyclopedia. Game files refer to these ships by their original name, the Crate-class, and Zahn's flagship was originally named the Peacemaker. Down in the comments below, let me know if you hope this ship returns back into canon. But that's it for the Aggressor-class Star Destroyer. Remember, always be sure to back up your prototype ships onto a data pod, and the Force will be with you, always.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about a fan ship that would serve a very important role in the Imperial Navy. It was crafted by unusual suspects,
and the lore was expanded on by Slingblade87 over on DeviantArt, so be sure to check out all the related links down in the description. But let's break down this massive battle station. Conceived by Admiral Tycon, who saw the need for a mobile space station that could act as both a command post and resupply ship. Seeing this station makes you really appreciate how massive an Imperial Star Destroyer is, as these ships would often act as a command base when policing remote worlds. Your ISD looms in the atmosphere, sending mobile bases to be established on world, and tons of shuttles and TIE fighters that controlled the airspace in cities. This Tycon-class Imperial Battlestation just scaled this up, acting as the central hub for the ISDs, and sending multiple Star Destroyers out to police entire sectors. I use the word police, but remember that when Palpatine took over, half the galaxy hated the centralized authority of the Republic, and thus the new Empire, so this was more a way to act as an Imperial anchor, dropping it in systems that still saw themselves as Confederates. But let's take a look inside of this ship to see how it all worked. First off, let's look at the size. It was 19.6 kilometers or 12 miles across, making the Death Star 1 about 8 times wider. This would make it 1/10 the width of the Death Star 2, and 1/34 that of Starkiller Base. But if we're talking volume, it's about 1,000 times smaller than the DS2. To compare it to Earth, the Tycon was nearly as long as Manhattan, and could almost stretch across the Strait of Gibraltar. Now back inside of this battle station, you can see these enormous elevators that connected each of these platforms, moving the munitions, hypermatter fuel, Tabana gas, foods, and liquids, as well as all the other materials needed to run Star Destroyers, that each had thousands of crew members. This central column would also house the shielding technology, along with its hyperdrive, which was rated as a Class 3. That's not the fastest, but it is really impressive for a battle station of this size. Its most notable feature is the docking areas, which could house either 18 Star Destroyers or 36 smaller vessels like cruisers, freighters, or corvettes. There are these 6 larger dock openings which would double stack Star Destroyers and could accommodate ships up to the size of Allegiance-class Battlecruisers, a 2,200 meter long ship. Then there were these 6 smaller openings that could take up to a Recusant-class, a 1,200 meter vessel. There is a ring of hangars on the top and bottom, making 12 hangars in total, and this area would house things like Gazantes and other shuttles that could bring countless TIE fighters and AT variants into the battlefront. Now the battle station itself was also well defended, with over 1,000 turbolasers, more than 700 laser cannons and ion cannons, 320 missile turrets, and 360 tractor beams. This meant that although destroying a fully packed Tycon with 18 Star Destroyers would make for a tremendous rebel victory, it wasn't very likely. Thrawn may have loved this method of power distribution across the galaxy, but Admiral Tycon grew frustrated as this idea was passed over in favor of intimidating massive single ships like the Assertor, Vengeance, Executor, and of course the Death Stars. In fact, all Tycon production stops around the time the Death Star 1 is nearly completed, but they were never dismantled and served the Empire years after the death of Sidious. Some would continue into the time of the Imperial Remnant, but they did become too difficult to maintain. After all, something has to eventually supply the supply ship, and so the warlords left to rule their fragments of the Empire mostly found it better to command their fleets from their Star Destroyers. So that's it for the Tycon-class Imperial Battlestation. I highly suggest checking out those DeviantArt links to see all the other amazing Star Wars fan creations. I definitely like the idea behind this battle station, and I feel like it could easily fit into Star Wars material. But what do you guys think of the Tycon? Is it necessary, awesome, silly, or anything in between? Let me know what you guys think and how you would use it in the comments down below. But most important of all, remember, always ask yourself, what would Thrawn do? And the Force will be with you. Always.
They're back. Oh. The Empire. They're back.
What's up, meta nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown of the Class 546 cruiser, which is essentially the Imperial successor to the Arquitens-class command cruiser. We'll use everything available to do a complete breakdown of the ship, from its weapons to complement, a tour of the interior, and take a wider look at the role of this ship, and even some speculation on the manufacturers, and some interesting behind-the-scenes facts. The Arquitens had been constructed by Kuat drive yards for use by the Republic during the Clone Wars, and they would continue producing this vessel into the Imperial era. There were some models that were not altered in any way except for the paint job, but most did receive some updates that cost up to 4 to 5 million credits, and included changes to the interior and weaponry. Racks for the new TIE fighters were installed, while the interior was redesigned for the dramatically increased crew, and storage for all the consumables that they would need. And then there were even some special Arquitans that received an even more dramatic overhaul, like the Thunder Wasp that got a larger hangar bay, and was a vessel upon which the then Captain Thrawn served as first officer. This craft was crucial to the Imperial victory over the Battle of Umbara. By the time we see Moff Gideon, circa 9 ABY, Thrawn is believed to be involved with some military presence in the galaxy. I should point out that one of the things Thrawn was known for was critiquing Palpatine's obsession with making ever larger ships, thinking that battle stations like the Death Star and Super Star Destroyers were a waste of resources. Better to have a more nimble fleet of ships in the size from Arquitans to Victory, since they all had more than enough firepower. And just in case someone sprinkled some force magic on their torpedoes, or flies a tiny A-wing into your bridge, you don't have to lose a spaceport-sized asset. It is possible that this is not Moff Gideon's flagship, and perhaps he does have an ISD out there somewhere. But I think Thrawn's philosophy makes even more sense when you are an Imperial remnant force. This vessel, its armament and complement, is more than enough to oppose any opposition they would face, while also being more easily supplied and staffed, as being able to adapt to the abrupt collapse of supply lines after Endor had to be one of the most difficult parts of retaining power from the Imperial into the Remnant era. Almost all Imperial ships artificially increased the crew number from the Republic era, often by ridiculous multipliers, that led most to believe that this wasn't as much a statement of the technological needs of the vessel, but the result of Imperial politics. The Emperor wanted to have as many people as possible in debt to his war machine. So while the Republic Arquitans crew maxed out at 100, the Imperial variant now stated that it needed a crew of 750. This more than 7 times increase cannot be explained by anything else. It's just another example of how Palpatine was willing to kill 3 birds with 1 force choke. With these larger crews, it was a great way to deal with the potentially rowdy young people from the lower economic rungs of society, giving them jobs while also building an allegiance to the military.
You entered this facility as children, and in a few short weeks you will leave as soldiers. By the time you complete your training, you will be prepared to serve your Emperor.
Big Palpy was providing you credits, and the rebels were the ones killing your friends and trying to take away your paycheck. But of course, once those rebels proved victorious over Endor, these bloated crews had to be cut back. And though there are no official numbers for the crew sizes of the Class 546 cruiser, it's safe to say that it would have been a lot closer to that 100-man crew. As for the changes in weaponry, like we saw with the larger capital ships from the Venator to the Imperial Star Destroyer, there was a decrease in pure offensive and destructive capabilities, and an increase in things like tractor beams and ion cannons, reflecting a change in enemy from hordes of powerful droid fighters and CIS capital ships to the sneaky and fleeing rebel hit-and-run vessels. No more heavy port and starboard quad laser cannons, but it did retain the 4 launch tubes for missiles or torpedoes, and the dorsal and ventral pair of twin light turbo lasers, while adding a tractor beam projector for trying to detain rebels. Interestingly though, there was a variant of Republic Arquitans that did have a ventral laser cannon. The shot fired by the Class 546 that took out the Razor Crest could be a turbo laser blast, but every time we see those being fired, it's all 4 of the guns firing at once, never just that one bolt. So perhaps it was a separate weapon like a ventral gun. Though I admit I cannot find it, but if you think you spot something, be sure to comment it down below. And as a side note, we get a very unique look at the ship's heat signature. Note that it's showing that the hottest parts of the ship are the engines and the shields. Interestingly, not the weapon that was just fired, proving just how demanding those hangar shields are. And as for the sublight engines, there are 3 primary engines, while it adds 4 secondary ones for improved maneuverability and acceleration, while likely staying with a Class 2 hyperdrive, as that was what almost all of the Imperial capital ships possessed. Only things like Starfighters and the Venator had faster Class 1 hyperdrives. The most unique tool in Gideon's arsenal are the 3rd generation Dark Troopers. They would deploy from these side hangars, while being stored in their own designated chamber. This was a room along the outside edge, and like many on spacefaring vessels, it could be vented to remove unwanted cargo or dangerous materials. The midsection of this ship is one enormous hangar that has port and starboard openings, while there was also a smaller ventral bay. This may be similar to this area on the Venator, which had a crane that could secure a ship or vehicle, as well as move cargo. So although it's a small space, the compact TIE fighter rack design does make it so that this space could contain a few TIE fighters. And then there was the most impressive part of this ship, that central launch tube. This isn't just an exit, but is described as a launch tube, and notice how the ties accelerate, jolting ahead here faster than their normal acceleration. These blue lights that line the opening are not found in any other ship, and can be reasonably assumed to be making this opening function as a railgun that shoots out TIE fighters, either through magnetic force or a series of repulsors. These 4 exits made for an incredibly rapid deployment of its complement, just another thing that would be right up Thrawn's alley. Having a powerful mid-sized ship that could deploy a swarm of deadly fighters quicker than any other vessel out there. The railgun being perfect for the near-zero resistance environment of space. Official reports say that it held at least 8 TIE fighters, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was 12 or even 24 total, since a squadron is 12 fighters. So it would be weird if it carried less than 12. And remember, these TIE fighter rack designs are a great use of space. These hangars also contained at least 2 Imperial transports, the apparent predecessor to the First Order transport. And so while the Dark Troopers had their jetpacks, these transports were perfect for moving Gideon's wide array of specialized equipment and troopers, having both mortar troopers and E-Web gunners, in addition to the previously shown flame trooper, proving that the Empire retained its strength if it did lose its size. Moving to the exterior, we see the docking tubes on the port and starboard sides for connecting to larger ships and spaceports. Just another way that these main cargo areas could be filled with everything from food, fuel, explosives, and weaponry. And perhaps to carry even more, this section where the body meets the engine array has been extended from its predecessors. Notice how the Arquitens comes to a point at the junction with the engine array. Here the Class 546 adds these modular containers, 8 on each side. 16 massive containers that could make this thing stay out on missions even longer. There's also a slight change in that central rectangular strip along the dorsal side that's been widened a bit more and raised more than its predecessor. But one of the biggest changes is on the bridge. Look at how narrow the bridge was in the original Arquitens, but in the Class 546 the space is now closer to that of the Venator or an ISD. Having multiple terminals being operated by engineers, pilots, shield operators, communication specialists, security officers, and others, while the center of the room contained a large hollow terminal. This allowed Gideon to pull up high-res scans of locations and design battle plans, and we know that this ship has the ability to send long-range encrypted messages.
When we come out of hyperspace, send an encrypted message to Dr. Pershing. Let him know we have got our donor.
That message is possibly going to Kamino, Coruscant, or Biss. My speculation is that cloning researcher would be on the cloner's homeworld, or maybe the capital of the galaxy, hiding in plain sight where he could surely get access to anything he needed, or on Biss, where Palpatine was resurrected in Legends. As for some other details, like most ships of this size, there are elevators that connect each deck, and surveillance cameras that line every hallway and room. It is interesting to wonder if much of this ship is empty. When this ship gets attacked, it's not like they faced off against hundreds of stormtroopers. So since this ship was likely built during the Imperial era, there may have been whole sections for barracks and mess halls that were just completely abandoned. A potentially subtle form of demoralization, as you might have a remnant trooper being driven to avenge those that were lost, but he may also be growing to lose faith in the Imperial propaganda, likely having joined out of financial need, or at most out of a hope to be part of such an incredibly powerful military. Now looking down empty corridors and sitting in cavernous mess halls may have left some troopers feeling like they were holding on to a lost cause. Another thing to keep in mind is that Arquitens production stops in 4 ABY, but pirate groups and security bureaus held on to a few, and in Legends at least were able to hold on to them at least until the year 20 ABY, which would be 11 years after the events of The Mandalorian. And while we've been assuming that this was retained by Gideon throughout the fall of the Empire, it is possible that this was produced after Endor. Gideon, or perhaps even Thrawn, may have requested a ship with certain specifications to be fulfilled by the shipwright. As for which company that was, it could not be Kuat Drive Yards, as they were captured by the Rebels/New Republic forces in 5 ABY. So we can take a clue by the manufacturers that would end up working for the First Order. The company that supplied the capital ships was Kuat and Trala, and the TIE variants and shuttles were from Sinar Jamis. Execs and engineers from Kuat Drive Yards and Sinar Fleet Systems fled after the New Republic takeover and found partners in the smaller but still capable shipwrights on the planets Entrala and Jamis, which were located in the Outer Rim, conveniently being the 2 planets directly flanking Munilist, the homeworld of the Mun banking clan that had funded both sides of the Clone Wars. I have a separate video breaking down this ridiculously obvious clue as to who funded the First Order, so check out the card or description if you want to see that. Whether this ship was an Imperial holdover or something designed by Gideon or Thrawn, I think it is perfect for the Imperial Remnant. So that's it for the breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these behind the scenes facts. Sadly, I had to leave the size breakdown to the end here. This was confusing the bantha poodoo out of me, and then I tried seeing if anybody else was having luck with it, and there were a couple great threads on Reddit and Twitter that I found. Shout out to these guys, as this was way more detailed than what I was doing, and it does focus on the Lambda versus the TIE Fighter size. On Reddit, we see how really the size of the Arquitans has been off from the official stats and what we see on screen. But I really liked user ProPeach's post showing that it could be the 546 cruiser at 650 meters, which is reasonable for what is essentially an Arquitans 2, and the Empire always makes a bigger version of the predecessor, and would make for a cool spot between the Arquitans 1 and Victory. But that doesn't make sense with the launch tube. What the Twitter thread shows is that the only way to have that opening make sense is if this is some sort of mini Lambda variant. Less than half the size, but then that doesn't really make sense either with what we see on screen. So sadly, this may just be one of those ship sizes that we shouldn't think too long about. I still think it's a cool and useful design, and I'm sure there'll be some sort of official size for it in the future, even if, like with the original Arquitans, there's some inconsistency with how that's shown on screen. But what did you guys think of this ship? Did you like the TIE Fighter railgun idea? And do you think a ship like this makes more sense for Remnant forces than something like a bigger Imperial Star Destroyer? And what do you think about this maybe not being Gideon's flagship, that maybe he has a larger fleet hidden somewhere else? Let me know in the comments down below, and leave a like if you like this video, as liking and commenting are the best ways to show your support, since they really do help promote the videos on the YouTube algorithm. But most important of all, remember, cool factor always comes before stats, and the Force will be with you, always.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is going to answer the question, how long did it take to build some of the capital ships that we see in Star Wars? We will cover some ships used by the Republic, the Empire, and the Rebel Alliance. By combining what we see in Legends books and other canon material, we can get a really good estimate on the build time of many Star Wars ships. Let's start with some ships produced on Mon Cala, since those have set time frames. The Rebel Alliance sourcebook states that the Mon Calamari shipyards were able to produce a Star Cruiser in 6 months. Normal production would have been longer than that, but when running full speed around the clock during the build-up to the Battle of Endor, they were able to pump them out at a rate of 2 a year. We also learned that they could produce a CR-90 or Nebulon B frigate in about 1 month. That's amazing not just because of how quick it is, but because those aren't even Mon Calamari designs. They're just that versatile. But let's take that Star Cruiser time of 6 months and combine it with some fragments of lore to get an estimate of how long it took to make a Star Destroyer. Starting with the Venator, we have to work backwards from the canon and Legends numbers of the Imperial-class Star Destroyer, being numbered at 25,000 at the Empire's height. Palpatine horrified most of the pacifists in the galaxy with his dramatic increase in militarization following the end of the Clone Wars, so this must have been magnitudes more than what the Republic had. In order to be such a shocking increase, I'd say it couldn't have just doubled, but more like 4 to even 10 times the Republic's navy. The Revenge of the Sith incredible cross-section tells us that over 1,000 Venators defended the Republic's capital during the Battle of Coruscant. Many Venators would have been lost already during these 3 years of fighting, and not all of them would have been recalled to Coruscant, so you have to think that there were at least 3,000 Venators made during the Clone Wars. This would mean the Empire nearly 10x the Republic, but honestly I think that if Palpatine just quadrupled the size of the Republic Navy, that would have been shocking enough. So I believe the numbers would have been more around 6,250 Venators. Some were made in secret before the Clone Wars even broke out, but a vast majority of them were built after the Battle of Geonosis. So much so that getting loans from the banking clan to support the war effort became a major plot point in the Clone Wars TV show. So 6,250 produced over 3 years gives us about 2,083 produced a year. Of course, that doesn't let us pin down an exact time frame for a Venator build, but given that Kuat had a shipyard big enough to encircle their planet, and there were places like Corellia, Fondor, and countless space stations, I think it is very possible to have 2,083 individual construction docks. This could mean 1 Venator a year, because remember, our fish folk under an oppressive empire were able to pump out a similarly sized and equipped vessel in only 6 months. So take those numbers how you like. I think 6 months to a year is a reasonable figure for a Venator build. But what about the Imperial Star Destroyer? At its max, there were 25,000 of them over the course of 23 years, so 1,087 per year. The Essential Guide to Warfare pointed out, and the Solo movie confirms it in canon, that the Empire would subcontract Star Destroyers to Corellia Engineering Corporation. The lore states that although most were to be built by Kuat, Palpatine's insatiable appetite for military might could not be met quick enough. The Solo movie opens in 13 BBY, so even after 6 years of rapid expanding, the needs were still not being met by just Kuat. Because 1,087 per year is about half the 2,083 of the Venator, we can make some loose deductions that it took about twice as long, a window of 12 months to 2 years. But we can pin this down a little better by looking at an Imperial Star Destroyer named the Errant Venture. It was the only privately owned Imperial Star Destroyer in the entire galaxy, had a ton of personalized upgrades, and took over a year to finish at the Fondor shipyards. Important for us is that it doesn't say over 2 years or even 2 years to build, so I take this to mean that a standardized ISD that was being mass-produced could not have taken 2 years to build. But I lean towards 6 to 12 months for the Venator and 9 to 15 months for the Imperial 1 class. From here, let's talk about the Super Star Destroyers. Vader's flagship, the Executor, was the place a young Galen Merrick trained and called home, living on the ship while it was still being constructed. But it's also said that Vader received the finished Executor half a year before the Battle of Yavin. This means it took 18.5 years to produce the first Super Star Destroyer. But from the Battle of Yavin up to Hoth, the Empire was able to produce several of them, so in a span of less than 3 years. And the Eclipse and Eclipse 2 would be operational in 4 years, and supposed to be completely finished around 5 years. Both the Executor-class and the Eclipses were more than 10 times the size of an ISD, so this comparably short production time may just reflect the response to the Rebel threat, combined with the economies of scale. And it's not a Star Destroyer, but let's throw in the Death Stars. Death Star 1 is the easiest to figure out. The plans were actually started in 29 BBY, but construction took 19 years. From the end of the Clone Wars in 19 BBY, up to year 0 when it was fully operational. But what about the Death Star 2? It technically starts just moments before the Battle of Yavin. Palpatine was so impressed with the performance on Alderaan that in between the time it took Luke to whine about power converters and then swim with a Dianoga, the Emperor had already ordered the production of a second Death Star. Though not finished by 4 ABY, like the Eclipse, it was operational in that time frame and likely to be finished in another year. So in summary, smaller corvettes and frigates are around 1 month, star cruisers and venators around 6 months to a year, ISDs around 9 to 15 months, SSDs around 3 years, Eclipse at 4, and Death Star at 5. A pretty damn efficient empire if you ask me. But most important of all, remember, Kuat Drive Yards is the true ruler of the galaxy, and the Force will be with you. Always. When the fringes of your galactic empire get out of hand, send in your mini Venator. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is about the Gladiator-class Star Destroyer. We'll do a complete breakdown and behind-the-scenes stuff, but let's start with its history. Initially, it was designed by Rendili Star Drive, the creators of things like the Dreadnaught-class Heavy Cruiser and the Hammerhead-class Cruiser during the Old Republic era. The design came from Wallach Splissix, who would work for both Rendili and Kuat Drive Yards. The Victor Initiative project was a joint venture between these two titans in the shipwright industry. They were tasked with improving the capital ships that were being used since the outset of the Clone Wars, like the Venator and the Acclamator. Trying to improve on the Venator sounds like the definition of an impossible task, and we can debate whether they were successful, but this project produced the Victory-class Star Destroyer. It would only be out for the last few months of the war, but it was envisioned that this Victory fleet would be aided by the Gladiator-class Star Destroyer. You see, the Venator was incredible in that it had plenty of firepower in its turbolasers, point defense cannons, and proton torpedoes, but its enormous and efficient hangar is what really made it so great. It could carry either 192 V-Wings or V-19s, along with 36 ARC-170s, and 192 ETA-2 interceptors, and then 30 LAAT gunships thrown in on top of that. The Victory could only carry 24 starfighters. Some of its space was used to carry an unknown amount of dropships and AT-AT walkers, but that's true for many other capital ships as well. So with this dramatic decrease in ship complement from the Venator to the Victory, they solved this problem by having a dedicated ship act as a large hangar. Now the official stats say that only 26 starfighters were aboard the Gladiator class, but I feel like that is just one of those stats that was created without a lot of thought put into it, so don't worry, we can figure out a much more accurate number. Let's start with its overall size. At 600 meters or 1,969 feet long, it was about half the size of the Venator, 2/3 the Victory, and about 38% the length of the Imperial-class Star Destroyers. With a height of 126 meters or 413 feet, It was about half the height of the Venator and about a quarter the ISD. Being 329 meters or 1,079 feet wide, it was more than half the Venator and about 1/3 the ISD. If it ever showed up here on Earth, it would be about 2.5 Yamatos long, still the longest warship ever made, stand taller than the Statue of Liberty, and be about twice as wide as Michigan Stadium, which has the largest capacity of any American football stadium at 107,000. So if we take accounts that the Gladiator was essentially a massive flying hangar, with these 2 hangar exits on the side and the main one up front here, then we can calculate this section as being the hangar. You get 130 meters wide by 217 meters long, equaling 28,210 square meters. A single TIE fighter takes up about 64 square meters, but let's double that to provide enough room to walk around it, and or the room for the machinery if it's being held on racks. Doubled, it is 128 meters, so 28,210 divided by 128 is 220. We didn't include this space on the sides, or consider the fact that the TIE fighter racks are an excellent use of space, freeing up your hangar floor to be used for even more ships. I think this 220 number is actually conservative. It makes a lot more sense if you consider why it was created. Or, just by looking at it. Only 26 fighters seems ridiculously low. I don't say that the Victory Starfighter complement was too low, only because it wasn't intended for that role. If we look at the cross-section for an Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer, you can see that only a relatively small section was dedicated to fighters. The ISD was almost 3 times the size of the Gladiator, and only had 72 TIEs, usually split up into 48 TIE fighters, 12 TIE bombers, and 12 TIE interceptors. Remember, the Empire was moving towards specialization, having specific craft carry out specific roles. You can see the ISD as being the most broad in its abilities, but if you think about it, it still had a very specific role as acting as a flying Imperial city. A sort of mobile Imperial castle that you could plop down where you want, with all your citizens behind the Durasteel wall that made up its hull. There were enough supplies and living quarters inside to wage a long war, and enough defensive measures to protect your command staff located inside. All of this allowing you to lord over the lands within their star system. The Victory would do the same, just on a smaller scale, but for both Star Destroyers, the bulk of their fighter complement came from other ships like the Gladiator that was essentially a flying hangar, while things like extra firepower came from the Broadside class, which was essentially a flying pack of missiles. That being said, the Gladiator still packed enough weaponry to fend for itself, with 12 light dual turbo laser turrets, 10 point defense medium laser cannon turrets, and an impressive 10 torpedo or missile tubes, with a total payload of 300 missiles. So you can see that it lacks the ion cannons and heavy turbo lasers that you would want to break a shield and start ripping an enemy apart. But the theory is that if it was separated from a Victory or ISD, its starfighters could single out the shield generator, and those 300 missiles could finish him off. The problem for the Gladiator was that the Clone Wars came to an end just as it was being produced, and they were no longer up against a seemingly endless swarm of droid starfighters. It was more hit-and-run rebel tactics, and the Tarkin Doctrine said that the best way to stop this was through fear, hence the plopping down of intimidating castle-like Imperial Star Destroyers that housed a whole bureaucracy that could rule over rebellious planets, and enough turbolasers for a planetary bombardment if need be. So Kuat Drive Yards reworked the newer generation of Gladiators to also carry a large complement of troops, 2 battalions of stormtroopers, 1,200 total to be exact. When the Empire got word of some annoying new pirate gang, or a small planet flirting with rebellion, this reworked Gladiator would often be sent in on its own in order to lay down the law. Its firepower, fighter complement, and elite troops were often more than enough for smaller threats, and was much more cost efficient than always sending the big ISD. If they needed a hand, the Empire would often pair them up with 2 Raider 1 class corvettes, like seen with the rowdy Outer Rim planet Zorn. This strategy worked for decades, until the Rebel fleet started to grow. While Explicics, the renowned shipwright that designed the Gladiator and so many others, would betray the Empire and help the Rebels modify their new ships. Things like the Assault Frigate Mark II would be modified from the Dreadnaught-class, while other ships like the Nebulon B were just stolen. Traitorous governments allowed CR-90s and other Corellian-made craft to fall into the hands of rebels, and when the fish folk of Mon Cala got involved, it became just too dangerous for smaller capital ships like the Gladiator to be without an Imperial Star Destroyer escort. When the Rebel Alliance attacked Camino and won BBY, there was at least 1 Gladiator involved in this epic space battle alongside ISDs. For the remainder of the Galactic Civil War, the Gladiator wasn't heard of much. but I would assume that they were stationed at various crucial assets across the galaxy, where they could rapidly deploy starfighter and stormtrooper support. It is likely that many Imperial drill pod boarding craft and TIE boarding shuttles would be worked into its complement, and hopefully those stormtroopers would be able to take over Rebel capital ships from within, all while the ISDs were being scrambled. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. I didn't include this part in its history because it would hurt the flow and frankly the cool factor, but this ship originally comes from the 1985 Droids TV show. There we see the Demolisher, a gladiator that was stolen by none other than Kylo Ren back in 15 BBY. It's said that this could fetch 34 million credits on the black market. Whether that is cheaper than the Imperial price because of how hot it is, or a markup because of how rare it is unknown. Also, if you were wondering, speed stats are unknown, but it does come equipped with a Class 1 hyperdrive, making it as fast in the hyper as most quick little starfighters. The ship breakdown details come from the complete Star Wars Encyclopedia, and the Force Unleashed campaign guide, as well as the Essential Guide to Warfare. But most important of all, remember, you really haven't seen the last of Kylo Ren. And the Force will be with you. Always. This ship plays an important role in the transition from the Republic to the Empire, and is awesome in the fact that form follows function as the enemy changes in the Imperial era. Blah blah blah, but I don't like it. Alright, that's a bit too strong, I do like it, but I just feel like it shouldn't be called a Victory class. Hopefully you'll see what I mean. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Victory 2 class Star Destroyer. Of course, the successor to the Victory 1 class. But what many don't know is that it is considered a more direct predecessor to the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer. To be fair, the dramatic changes in the V2 are the result of changes in Imperial goals and their opponents. When there were swarms of CIS starfighters, the Republic relied most on the Venator, which had the largest hangar, along with a decent amount of ion cannons and concussion missiles, at a time when there was an enemy with at least an equal amount of capital ships. With the Empire, the enemy became more and more elusive, so both ship-to-ship and starfighter combat dropped off, and when you're fighting a rebellion, your main goal is to collect intel on its leaders.
Until you found those plans and bring me the passengers, I want them alive!
The Victory 1 was introduced in 20 BBY, the second year of the Clone Wars, and what it was most known for were these missile tubes that flared out on the sides. These were great for blowing apart everything from CIS transports, frigates, and even larger capital ships like the Providence and Munificent class. But perhaps the Empire found these to be too deadly for an anti-rebellion role. Most rebels claimed that they would rather die than give up intel, so being blown apart by a concussion missile barrage would be too easy a death for these traitors. And it went against the Empire's goals, making martyrs without gaining any info. Instead, the Empire would prefer to capture rebel crews alive, and treat them to torture droids until they gave up the location of rebel leaders and assets. So to do this, they dropped all of the concussion missile launchers. All of them. From 80 launchers down to 0. It loses the most defining aspect of the Victory class, so like I said in the opening, just doesn't feel like it should share the Victory name. Here's a full loadout comparison. They both have 10 tractor beams, which makes sense for the goal of capturing rebels alive. The biggest change was the removal of the missile tubes in favor of 20 heavy ion cannons, again in line with capture, and even preventing the transmission of intel or a warning to the rebel allies when the ion cannons disabled communication devices. Next we have 40 double turbolaser batteries, swapped out for an arguably equal amount of firepower in the form of 20 double heavy turbolasers. And it is hard to gauge how much of a difference there would be in a shift from 10 quad turbolasers to 20 turbolaser batteries. But really the main change was to abandon all-out destructive ability in favor of disabling and tractoring in to be captured. Now their crew, troop complement, and starfighter and vehicle complements were almost identical, just with a notable decrease in gunners in the Victory 2. They had the exact same cargo capacity at 8,100 metric tons, or the weight of 9,939 dewbacks. And they are the same size, 900 meters or 2,953 feet, about 2/3 the Venator and 3/5 the ISD. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about 3 times the length of the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier. The Victory 2 cost 7 million credits less, 50 as opposed to 57, and not just due to the loss of the missiles. The hull and shield ratings were both dropped, the hull by almost 200 points, and the shields close to a whopping 400-point decrease. Again though, this just points to a different role for the V2 versus the Victory that sailed during a time of all-out galactic war. These hull and armor ratings may have been more than enough for your standard rebel attack. It did retain a Class 1 hyperdrive, which made it quicker than nearly every other Imperial Star Destroyer, and tied it with the Venator. And the complement was also the same to the V1, at 24 TIE Fighters, 5 Lambda-class shuttles, 10 AT-AT Walkers, 15 AT-STs, and 10 Juggernauts. Of course, this could be rearranged depending on the mission, but if you watched our video on the Imperial Carrier, you know that the Imps went with ships that were more specialized. Instead of the Venator, which would have missiles, be a carrier, and a Star Destroyer, now you could have a broadside-class cruiser delivering the missiles in a way more streamlined way than the Victory 1 could. A more efficient use of starfighters via the dedicated carrier, the Gladiator-class. And a Victory 2 that could act more like a Star Destroyer for this era. Enough turbo-laser strength to overpower Rebel capital ships, but also a focus on ion cannons and tractor beams for capturing those Rebel scum. All qualities that would be incorporated into its larger successor, the Imperial 1 class Star Destroyer. And though I picked on them, the Victory 2 stood the test of time, with some being captured by the Rebellion and incorporated into the New Republic, while others served into the Imperial Remnant, with the Protector serving in the Yuuzhan Vong War. So I hope you see that while I think it's an outrage to its missile barraging namesake, I both recognize and appreciate the fact that with the V2, we can see how form followed function with the changing times from the Clone Wars into the Galactic Civil War era. The only behind the scenes facts is that it is first mentioned in the Star Wars Rule Companion back in 1989, and first appeared in Mission to Liana. But it is most known for its appearance in the video games Star Wars TIE Fighter and Empire at War. Additional facts come from the Essential Guide to Warfare and the Imperial Sourcebook, both highly recommended and linked down below. But most important of all, remember, intel may be what wins wars, but missile barrages are cooler, and the Force will be with you, always. We saw how the Victory 2 had some dramatic changes to its weaponry as a result to a difference in foe. Namely the transition from all-out destructive ability during the Clone Wars to ion cannons and tractor beams, which are better for capturing rebels. But what would a Victory 3 look like? What's up, meta nerds? This is a fan-made design of the successor to the Victory 2. It was made by Adam Kopp, and Shogun Eagle made some stats so that it could be used in the Star Wars D6 role-playing game, and I generally agree with these stats. With the Victory 3, we see how the Empire responded to the increase in rebel strength over the later years of the Galactic Civil War. It was introduced in 5 ABY, a year after the Battle of Endor, and so was produced for the Imperial Remnant. The New Republic would have taken over Kuat drive yards by this point, and this explains the dramatic change in weaponry and overall look. During the Old Republic era, Rendili Hyperworks created some of the galaxy's best capital ships, but over the years they lost that top spot. Almost all the capital ships for the Republic and Empire were made by Kuat drive yards. But with that loss, Rendili stepped up to provide a new Star Destroyer for a new opponent. This third installation shows a cool story of the Victory class. The V1 was made for all-out destruction during the Clone Wars. The V2 was made to neutralize and capture rebels alive during the Galactic Civil War. And the V3 was made for an empire that was dwindling. And so Rendili came up with some interesting ways to combat this new threat. Their Star Destroyer design has these more rounded shapes, but it's their weapon choice that's really interesting. Concussion missile tubes were brought back for the V3, but now with variable munition launchers. On board this ship, you could have your standard missiles for ship-to-ship warfare, with the ever-growing size of the New Republic fleet, or fire what were called shrapnel missiles. This essentially allowed the Victory 3 to be a sort of heavy artillery or a flak gun, but also it had what you would actually think of as flak guns as well. And let me explain why you would want both shrapnel missiles and flak guns. It's pretty cool, and something I wish we saw a lot more of. Most of the shields in Star Wars are energy shields, blocking laser cannons and plasma from turbo lasers. Remember, blasters and most weapons in this universe are called lasers, but actually fire balls of plasma. But only particle shields stop solid physical objects. Most ships are covered in energy shields, allowing ships to fly in and out just fine. And it's how you can fly out of a hangar, but you can't shoot into it. Well, to be more accurate, you can't shoot laser cannons into it. Shrapnel torpedoes can fly right through your hangar shield, being either actively guided or just fired incredibly accurately via targeting computers. They can go so much further than a flak gun and be delivered to a specific point, whereas flak cannons were intended to be used at a much shorter distance, making a cloud of debris that was more intended for defense. This combination on the V3 allows you to fire these shrapnel missiles straight through the enemy shields, and even their hangar, while it will then explode into a cloud of deadly metal. A bonus is that even if those ships in the hangar had their shields on, the solid shrapnel would pass straight through those as well. Then when the New Republic starfighters did get close to the Victory 3, the more conventional flak guns would open up, lining the sides and then more densely packed around the bridge. Here is a great time to bring up the placement of the shield projectors. Kuat may have gotten comfy with their contracts, so Rendili decided that instead of sticking them up on top like a beacon to all adversaries, they are tucked behind the bridge. Also, the enormous communication tower and forward observation station of its predecessors were removed, with the comms being built into this rear fin structure. They increased the overall length by 100 meters, bringing it to 1,000 meters or 3,281 feet, about a tall Zillo beast shorter than the Venator, and 62.5 the size of the Imperial class. This increase in size allowed for a larger complement of ships and vehicles, as well as more power storage and Tabana gas for weapon systems. It doubled the amount of TIE fighters to 4 squadrons or 48 ships total, 6 Lambda shuttles, 12 AT-ST walkers, 4 of the smaller juggernauts, the HAVW-A5, and 20 TX-130 fighter tanks. Remember, this was for the Imperial Remnant, so they're scooping up all the ships and vehicles that are left, often some Clone Wars holdovers. And although there was an increase in the need for pure destructive ability, it also increased the ion cannons and tractor beams. You can imagine how the flak and shrapnel torpedoes actually sync well with the original goal of capturing rebels alive, as these now New Republic VIPs would usually not be in starfighters or the hangar bay, but commanding from the bridge. So if you're hoping to take out the New Republic and reinstall the Empire, you can have your V3 obliterate all the starfighters that were sent out, while hoping to ion and disable the NR ship so that you can capture them and extract intel, as well as provide a morale boost for those that still support the Empire. The increased hull size allows for beefier shield generators and a better hyperdrive, with a near 800 point increase in SPD rating, and an almost unheard of Class 0.5 hyperdrive. That's absurdly fast, and something you don't see on any Star Destroyers, or even most starfighters. And for all this, its overall crew is only increased by 393. Now, as for the purpose of these unique-looking rounded devices on the sides, I like to think that they, along with all the other rolling edges throughout this thing, help to give it a more powerful shield. You can see this tube containing a series of projectors, and this isn't really why, but the more organic-looking, rounded ships of the Mon Cala have some of the strongest shields in the galaxy. So maybe there's something to how that shape helps protect the ship, or it just has to do with preventing detection from the New Republic. Let me know what you think down in the comments. But either way, it adds to the cool fact that the Victory is always a sign of its times. The sides of the Victory started out as being massive, missile-spamming devices, and now with the Imperial Remnant being hunted by the New Republic, they're now either for defense or evasion. So that's it for the breakdown. Again, it's a fan-made ship, but I really like how it fits into existing Legends lore, so I just wanted to highlight it. And I'm gonna do a video on flak/shrapnel weapons soon, so keep an eye out for that. And check out the links to see the roleplay write-up for this ship, and see all the other amazing work by Adam Kopp. But most important of all, remember, the V3 torpedoes will hunt you down in your own hangar bay, and the Force will be with you, always.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about the weapon that saved the rebellion, the V150 Planet Defender Ion Cannon. It is a bit
ironic
that it was actually produced by Kuat Drive Yards. More proof that instead of Chancellor or even Emperor, the real gig you want is CEO of KDY, because it was also Kuat ships that would end up being paralyzed by this thing over Hoth. It was designed by a guy named Kan Lar, who made it for Komar combat systems, but they rejected the design and thought it was impossible to produce. When he brought the blueprints to Kuat, their reaction to Komar was hold my ion Accu accelerator. But even with Kuat's experience, they couldn't get the cost down to a point where it could really take off. New ones would cost anywhere from 500,000 credits to 1.5 million credits, which at that high end would be 1/39th the cost of the Venator and 1/100th that of the Imperial-class Star Destroyer. Also keep in mind that a complete planetary shield would only cost 6 million credits. But if you could afford it, there were systems built into it that would synchronize with planetary shields in order to flicker off at a second at the perfect time to allow one of these massive ion bolts to pass through. In addition to this, what most V150 owners would do is place their most important space stations into geosynchronous orbit. This means that it would remain stationary relative to the planet's rotation, so that this ion cannon can always be pointing at that space station if it ever got attacked. The V150 had an optimal range of 4,000 kilometers or 2,485 miles, which would have been more than enough to hit objects in atmosphere over Earth, and for reference, it could easily hit the International Space Station. Its maximum range was 180,000 kilometers or 111,847 miles, which is about halfway to the moon. There aren't any official stats on how fast that ion bolt is moving, so here's the best I could come up with.
Keep in mind, this is not a very scientific method here, but by comparing how far away the ISS is from Earth to how far away this ISD is from Hoth, I think it's around 2 to 4 times as far away. The ion shot takes 6 seconds to go this distance. So around 500 to 1,000 miles in 6 seconds is anywhere from 83 to 167 miles per second. For reference, the Falcon Heavy has a max speed of 7 miles per second, so even if it could maintain that max, it would take around 100 seconds. That is why many considered the V-150 to be well worth the credits, especially when you consider that it had this double tap fire rate, shooting twice within a second, and then just another second between the next volley. With this double tap firing method, you could ensure a complete electronic shutdown of an enemy ship. But let's take a look at the cross-section to see how it all worked. Starting at the base, you can see that teams of gonk droids were constantly attending to the cannon and other base functions via these series of tunnels. An enormous ring of capacitor banks stores up power and can be drawn on to keep a steady flow of electricity for each shot. Right above that is the targeting computer that led up to the base that would work in concert with the planetary shield generator. At this level is the maintenance platform, where one of its 27 to 150 man crew would keep the V-150 firing flawlessly. The reactor power core is about 2 stories tall and generates so much power that a 3-story grounding spike is necessary. This entire section is 1 kilometer or 0.6 miles underground, which must have been an incredibly intensive excavating project through the thick ice and rock. These nodes are the repulsor pads that keep the ion ball slightly levitating in its cradle. This was ringed by an array of long-range scanners and electro-telescopes that extended out of the snow, and which could spot targets hundreds of thousands of miles away. The ion cannon would draw electricity up through this coupler, which would then be shaped into the size of each bolt as it passed through the ion accu accelerator. The final point was through the ion tip, which would strip off electrons in order to ionize each shot. And the actual casing of this cannon was incredibly durable, being made of permacite, which is one of the galaxy's toughest materials. Beneath that were Durasteel compression bands, and although the opening of the weapon was susceptible to ground units and orbital bombardments, this retractable blast shield could extend up over the barrel. Its targeting sensors would work in concert with the scanners and electro-telescope to send information to the gunners in the fire control and targeting room. So you can see how much space this thing took up and how much power it was able to generate, but how did the rebels actually get one? Well, they actually got quite a few when they launched a raid on a super transport leaving Kuat. Intended for crucial Imperial worlds, in a single raid, the Rebellion was able to make those worlds less defended, drain the Empire of millions of credits, all while giving their bases an unexpected edge. One of course ended up on Hoth, and another on Bulwark, but others were sent to highly classified rebel locations. What's crazier is that its reactors were usually assisted by Praetor-class Star Battlecruiser reactors, which were also stolen from Kuat. But despite how useful and expensive the V-150 was, the Rebellion had to consider it a disposable asset, a one-time use get-out-of-Imperial jail card to play whenever their base was discovered. You couldn't just dig it up and bungee cord it to a GR-75 for evac, so it would just stay behind. This is why its crew of 150 were often natives of Alderaan, as these were some of the most dedicated rebels, willing to lay down their life in order to help other rebels escape. This is exactly what happened in 3 ABY on the Outer Rim world of Hoth. Head controller Torn Farr directed the V-150 to fire on the ISD Tyrant, opening up a lane for the transport the Quantum Storm. 30 transports fled, and although 17 of them were destroyed, this weapon helped to keep the Rebellion alive. As the crew kept laying down ion fire, Vader and the 501st were able to enter the base, but its Alderaanian crew set the cannon to overload. The explosion would deprive the Empire of this cannon, while taking out some imps along with them. Just over a year later, the New Republic would rise to power, and use these cannons to defend worlds throughout the galaxy from pirates and the Imperial Remnant. But when the Yuuzhan Vong arrived in 25 ABY, these electronic disabling weapons did nothing to a species that made all of their ships and weapons from organic material, no metal or electricity. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There is a contradiction in some accounts with the Alderaanian text blowing up the gun, but in Jedi Academy it is still intact. I went with the heroic scuttle since it was just cooler. In Jedi Outcast you can see 2 of these on Artus Prime, and it features in Galactic Battlegrounds and Rebel Strike. The Ion Cannon remains pretty similar to the original concept art by Ralph McQuarrie, and it was expanded upon in the Imperial Sourcebook, Essential Guide to Weapons and Technology, the Rebel Alliance Sourcebook, and the cross-section comes from Star Wars Complete Locations. But most important of all, remember, when in need, raid Kuat Drive Yards, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Empire's cloaked TIE fighter variant, the TIE Phantom. In a way, this is the TIE series coming back to its roots, as the entire line was inspired by the Scimitar. Sinar Design Systems produced the cloak ship used by Darth Maul, and CEO Wraith Sinar decided to try and make a mass-produced series of fighters with twin ion engines. These TIE fighters would be picked up by Palpatine and became the main fighter for the new Empire. Over the years, it would spawn a ton of variants, but it wasn't until after the Battle of Yavin that Imperial engineers decided to try and reintroduce stealth tech into a Sinar design. The body of this ship would be based on the V-38 assault fighter, which is why it doesn't have the eyeball cockpit that is found in nearly every other TIE variant. Grand Admiral Mardio Batch was selected by Palpatine to lead this project, due to the fact that Batch was an obscure military leader with no political connections, perfect for developing a secret fighter. The first candidate was Hybridium, a type of cloaking crystal that was much more abundant than the rare Stygium. On the outer rim moon Imdar Alpha, their research station was working endlessly to try and solve the problem of double blindness caused by the Hybridium version of cloaking. They could get the Phantom prototypes to cloak just fine, but then the pilots inside couldn't see out, or even detect anything outside of the cloak. 3 years of frustration led Batch to ask Palpatine for access to the Tarkin superweapon. This is essentially a bare-bones Death Star, with minimal structures built up around a planet-busting super laser. Aiden 2 was a known site of Stygium crystals, and though it would be very time-consuming to try and mine down to its crystal core, it would be incredibly easy to use droids to just scoop up Stygium crystals floating around in space. This problem was solved with a single shot from the Tarkin, turning this difficult-to-work world into a debris field of millions of crystals. Now there was plenty of Stygium to go around, and Palpatine saw the project was on the verge of being fully realized, so he allowed the Executor-class Star Dreadnought, the Terror, to protect the research station on Imdar Alpha. Both the TIE Phantom production facility and the Super Star Destroyer were provided with their own cloaking devices, making this entire operation completely undetectable. Final production cost of the TIE Phantom was 365,000 credits apiece, more than 6 times the cost of a standard TIE, and even more expensive than the TIE Defender. But for that price, you really do get it all. It had a Class 1 hyperdrive, tied with or beating most ships in the galaxy, and even a deflector shield. Its top atmospheric speed of 1,490 km per hour, or 926 miles per hour, is a bit slower than the TIE Defender, but beats out each of the Rebel starfighters, even the speedy little A-Wing. It also had more than twice the firepower of the TIE Fighter, with 5 laser cannons, 2 on the body, and 1 on each of its 3 wings. Having a cloaking device, hyperdrive, deflector shield, and 5 lasers requires a ridiculous amount of energy, which is why the whole body of this ship is just an enormous reactor, more than twice the size of the cockpit. This is also why there are so many large heat radiators and exhausts located on the front, sides, and rear. That being said, when it was cloaked, you couldn't use any of those other features, and it even reduced the speed. To help this a little, there were automatic systems that would disengage the cloaking when the pilot opened fire, and then pop back up as soon as they stopped. But perhaps most important for keeping this thing a secret was a self-destruct mechanism that would keep it from falling into the hands of rebels. And to run this thing, it required a 2-man crew, 1 pilot, and 1 gunner. Now when it came to debuting this ship, the Empire chose a pretty clever location. The Dryton Nebula was one of the spookiest places in the galaxy. In the 3rd year of the Clone Wars, Separatist and Republic forces fought a month-long battle over a Stygium mine. The Battle of Dryton was ended by a surprise attack from Hutt and Black Sun forces that mopped up all the survivors on the CIS and Republic sides. This was considered the only battle in the entire Clone Wars in which every Separatist and Republic combatant were killed. The criminals did a great job covering their tracks, and spreading rumors that that part of the galaxy had ghost ships. Supernatural lore gave rise to the name the Dryton Triangle, where these apparitions were said to appear. Many thought these were just silly stories, so the Empire conducted test flights in this area and attacked any rebels passing through. If any were to survive the attacks and tell their friends about a disappearing Imperial ship, they might just discount it as some crazy ghost story.
Then trials were coordinated by an Imperial Nebulon V escort frigate, the Mephitis, which led an attack on a series of rebel patrols, but one of these runs was caught on a flight recorder. The rebellion now had proof that there were more to these stories, and then further information was gained on the location of this stealth ship's fuel source. Admiral Akbar thought they had to strike immediately, sending a squadron to destroy the fuel depot, and tasking Rookie 1 to work with Rue Merlin and destroy the main facility. They were able to sneak on board the Super Star Destroyer the Terror, where they found hundreds of TIE Phantoms preparing for a finishing blow against the rebellion. The agents were able to steal one, operate it into the Terror's core, and set off a chain reaction that destroyed the SSD. But as it blew, it disrupted the main facility's cloak, revealing it to our pair of rebels. Realizing the fight was not over, they were able to use all the chaos to sneak into the factory and find its main core, destroying it along with thousands of TIE Phantoms. Even better, they were still in their TIE Phantom, so they brought it back to a rebel base so that they could figure out how it works. This way they could develop countermeasures, and would always have the option to use it against the Empire. That was a great plan, until its self-destruct device blew it to pieces. This program took an incredible amount of Imperial resources, and Marty O'Batch had a good idea about what happened to Imperial leadership when they failed the Emperor. He fled to the Outer Rim, but was later assassinated by his own crew. The few TIE Phantoms that were not destroyed ended up being formed into Shadow Squadron, though the ability to produce more of them was lost at this Imdar Alpha facility. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The TIE Phantom was created for the 1995 video game Rebel Assault 2, The Hidden Empire, and was based on an earlier design for the Lambda-class shuttle. Additional information was released in the sourcebook Stay on Target and Rebellion-era campaign guide, but it also got introduced into the X-Wings miniatures game. So that's it for the TIE Phantom. But most important of all, remember, if you want to go AWOL, don't force your crew to go with you. And the Force will be with you, always.
In space warfare, always take advantage of a frictionless battlefield. Send your missiles from as far away as possible. What's up, meta-nerds? This video is about the Empire's Broadside-class cruiser, a long-range missile boat that can deal an incredible amount of damage, or be pathetically destroyed if used incorrectly. It was manufactured by Kuat Drive Yards, the same people that made all the other Imperial Star Destroyers. The look of the keel was based on the Gladiator-class Star Destroyer, but you can think of this thing as a sort of mini Victory-class. Introduced 1 year before the Battle of Yavin, they left the construction yard being 500 meters, or 1,640 feet long. This makes them about half the size of the Victory, and about 1/3 the Imperial 1 class. If it were here on Earth, it would be about 1.5 times the size of the Nimitz-class carrier, the largest military ship in the world right now, or about 108 Honda Civics long. But what's really impressive is that the entire interior of this ship is dedicated to its high explosive payload. There are 40 individual concussion missile launcher tubes, with a total of 1,200 missiles on board. Its big brother, the Gladiator, only had 300, and the Victory had 80 concussion missile launchers, and things like your standard TIE bomber had 16 missiles. That means a single broadside cruiser had the equivalent of 75 fully loaded TIE bombers. For reference, an ISD would normally only have 12 bombers in its complement. Now consider the fact that it could fire these from incredibly long distances, and it could fire the terrifying MS-15 Diamond Boron missile. This Anti-Starfighter missile was developed during the Clone Wars, but perfected during the Galactic Civil War. They could be fired from the same launchers as your standard concussion missiles, but had two important upgrades. Their Diamond Boron coating made them impervious to almost all laser cannons produced by starfighters. As Wedge Antilles said about Dash Rendar's experience, the thing was one of those Empire's new Diamond Boron armor jobs. Nothing he threw at it could have stopped it. So it could easily get into your starfighter formation, and when it did, the explosion created a 50-meter sphere of death in all directions. Wise commanders could create a sort of grid, sending these at areas all separated by 50 meters, and watch as the explosions all grew and met, creating an enormous kill zone. The ship was also equipped with a pair of turbolasers, and did have some relatively weak shielding, but this thing was designed to stay in the rear. It was slow, had terrible maneuverability, and even some of the armor was removed, making it just a few steps away from literally being a glass cannon. The broadside class did not have any starfighter hangars, and because almost the entire interior was dedicated to carrying its missile payload, it was reliant upon other ships for constant support. These would almost never be seen alone, always escorted by other capital ships, mostly Star Destroyers. As the war raged on, the Empire developed ways to use the missile cruiser with deadly efficiency. When it was equipped with its diamond boron missiles, it could focus on an anti-starfighter role. By using your own starfighters to corral the enemy fighters, and keeping the broadsides far enough away that the enemy didn't even expect missile fire, you could accurately deliver those missiles into the center of the enemy formation. Just make sure to coordinate this maneuver with your starfighters, having them either peel off at the right time, or stay just outside of the blast radius. This position is key, as enemy bombers and just about any capital ship can make quick work of the broadside class if they could get to one. This is why they should hang back, with a cloud of starfighters and interceptors out in front of you to protect your star destroyers that were set up in the middle. If you were ambushed by the rear, this would be the worst case scenario for your broadside cruisers, but hopefully your destroyers could peel back while your cruisers rushed forward. In this 3-level split, your enemy assets are constantly being bombarded by this sniping missile boat that they can't even get to. Way too much laser cannon and turbo laser fire from these first 2 levels. Those diamond boron missiles could also blow apart rebel space stations with ease, but they simply became too expensive. Each missile cost 20,000 credits. That's the cost of a Vulture droid, or 1/3 a TIE fighter, and would put a total payload at 24 million credits. That's around the cost of the broadside class itself, and consider that the Gladiator was 34 million, or think of it this way. Resupplying 6 1/4 broadsides cost as much as a brand new Imperial-class Star Destroyer. For this reason, most were loaded up with your standard concussion missiles, but the tactics remained the same, and the destruction it could cause was still incredible. It is for this exact reason that many Imperial heads rolled when the Zon Consortium was able to get their hands on some. How many broadside cruisers are still in the galaxy is unknown, but this missile boat that dealt damage at a distance struck horror into the hearts of the rebellion. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It was originally designed to be just 50 to 60 meters, which kinda makes more sense when you look at it. It would have been similar to the Guardian-class light cruiser, but StarWars.com and just how it looks next to Star Destroyers in-game confirms that it is 500 meters. It was introduced in the game Empire at War, but many note its similar appearance to the Demolisher in the 1985 TV show Star Wars Droids. This ship would become the Gladiator class, and then inspire the Broadside class. And I think it's kind of funny that this ship should actually never be involved in a broadside. Additional information for the breakdown came from the official guide for Empire at War and the Force Unleashed campaign guide. But most important of all, remember, when you gaze long into the abyss of space, the abyss also may fire a diamond boron missile at you from seemingly out of nowhere, and the Force will be with you, always. Every rebel launching an amphibious assault is gangsta until the Empire deploys what is essentially an AT-AT on skis. What's up, meta nerds? In today's video we're going to be talking about the AQ-5 Waveskimmer, also known as the Wave Walker. This weird vehicle is originally from Legends, but has actually made its way back into canon, funny enough, by accident. The AQ-5 is a large attack hydrofoil used by the Galactic Empire. It was developed later in the Imperial era, and wouldn't see much combat until the Battle of Mon Calamari, almost a decade after the Battle of Yavin. The AQ-5 was produced by the Hydrosphere Corporation, an aquatic vehicle manufacturer who produced the majority of the Empire's underwater arsenal. In particular, the AQ-5 was developed by the Hydrosphere's design team Beta, a notorious group of 4 engineers that were best known for the Sea Trooper armor and designing modified packages of other vehicles. Some of their packages included the Aquadon Combat Aquaspeeder, based on the T-47 Airspeeder, the CAV A400, based on the CAVW PX-10, and the formidable AT-AT Swimmer. As for its overall size, the AQ-5 was about 14 meters or 46 feet long, making it about 3/4 the length of the AT-AT, and it was likely around half the height of the Walker, meaning if it ever showed up on Earth, it'd be about as tall as a 3-story building, or about 1/7 the height above the waterline of the Oasis-class cruise ship. Its top speed was 160 km per hour, or about 100 miles per hour, a total of 100 km per hour faster than the AT-AT. Think about the fact that the AQ-5 had a similar armament, but could go 100 miles per hour faster. It's kinda terrifying, especially to anyone trying to fight these things in smaller watercraft. And although not for sale, if you knew the right people, you could buy one on the invisible market, a sort of super black market, at a cost of around 285,000 credits. For armament, the AQ-5 had 2 medium and 2 light blasters mounted right below the cockpit area. These guns did have some degree of motion, being able to swivel and not forward fix like the AT-AT. It was also armed with 2 concussion torpedo launchers, which, although we can't really see where they're fired from, they're most logically fired from the pontoons. as this would explain why these pontoons have these forward-facing holes. The AQ-5 had a crew of 1 pilot and 2 gunners, and we can presume that one would operate the guns while the other would fire the torpedoes. While the hull of the AQ-5 could actually carry a decent amount of cargo or troops. Up to 28 troops could be transported in the hull, or up to a metric ton of cargo could be carried. To all you Dewback fans out there, in theory you could bring your war mount with you for when you hit the beaches. Its design consists of a large hull with 2 outward wings that extend down onto pontoons. It had 2 cockpits, one positioned above and one directly in front of the nose. This upper cockpit is most likely where the pilot and one of the gunners would sit, while the lower hull cockpit is most likely for operating the torpedo launchers. The AQ-5's history begins around 2 ABY, where it was one of many vehicles produced by Hydrospear's design team, Beta. The first prototypes of the AQ-5s were a lot weaker than their production versions, only hitting a top speed of 90 km per hour, and not having any of the torpedoes or light laser cannons. We wouldn't hear much about its service before the Battle of Endor, but it would be seen at the Battle of Mon Calamari. In 10 ABY, the reborn Emperor would send massive mobile factories, the World Devastators, to Mon Cala. There they would begin attacking the temporary capital of the New Republic, Dak. During the battle, the World Devastators would be ordered to begin collecting resources and attacking the major city, in an attempt to force the New Republic to surrender. The battle would be in the Emperor's favor until Luke, who had joined the Empire as Supreme Commander to bring it down from within, got access to the command codes to the Devastators, and then gave them to R2-D2. The little droid saved the galaxy again, and issued a shutdown on most of the Devastators, disabling their weapons, shields, and engines. Seeing the massive machines now weakened, the forces of the New Republic began attacking the dormant Devastators. Sea Commandos were deployed on amphibions, a type of attack hovercraft, in an attempt to board these superweapons. The Imperial crew knew that the World Devastators were not going to last long if the enemies made it on board, so they formed a new plan. Before their shutdown, the Devastators had collected enough materials to begin producing new weapons. So the crew reactivated the factories on the Devastators in order to buy them time as they tried to get the machines back online. This is where we see the Imperials use the AQ-5. The World Devastators were able to churn out AQ-5s in great number in order to defend these mobile factories. Not expecting such a fight, the approaching amphibians came under heavy fire. The AQ-5s were absolutely devastating, as the Sea Commandos' crafts were only lightly armored, and had just a single anti-personnel laser cannon. The only major threat the Waveskimmers faced would be from starfighters, and even here we see the AQ-5 could absorb a good amount of fire before being destroyed. But despite their effectiveness, they were still unable to win the day for the Empire, as R2 initiated a virus in the World Devastators that ordered them to begin devouring each other. The pilots of the AQ-5s were forced to helplessly watch as these 2 super weapons turned each other into scrap. This would be the only major battle that the AQ-5 would be seen in, but it can be presumed that if ever the Empire came across an ocean planet in need of invasion, the AQ-5 would be there, riding atop the waves, guns ablazing. A customized AQ-5 was used sometime during the Galactic Civil War by an Imperial noble named Reginald Heniper Snopes III. This AQ-5 was used by Snops and a squad of sea troopers to explore a derelict alien wreck in the oceans of Spira. The main differences between this version and the standard AQ-5 was that it was actually used for touring operations and had additional larger glass windows. Spira was a major vacation planet that was under Imperial control, and nothing says Imperial vacation more than going on a joyride in a military hydrofoil. Despite being a touring vessel, it was still operated by the Imperials and was armed with 2 light blaster cannons, as civilians tend to get a little nervous when riding on top of pontoons full of torpedoes. The reason it still had these light blasters was most likely to ward off dangerous ocean life, as having your passengers eaten is a quick way to get bad reviews on tourism holo sites. The AQ-5 Waveskimmer has made an appearance in the novel Moving Target, A Princess Leia Adventure, and was first visually depicted in the story Leia and the Great Island Escape, although now they're just called Waveskimmers. The Waveskimmers in canon look a bit different from the way it was portrayed in Legends. Its central hull looks much shorter, and the gunner's position now has this viewing window. Its armament has also been severely decreased, as it now only has 2 blaster cannons. We see them used on the planet Cessid, where several of them attack Princess Leia and her rebel allies while she's working in Operation Yellow Moon. The Waveskimmers would heavily damage Leia's boat before she was rescued by the pirate submarine Dagadal. And so that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The AQ-5 Waveskimmer first appeared in the Dark Empire comic series, and would later be seen in the Rogue Squadron video game in the final level. The touring version would appear in the Spyro Regatta, part of the Star Wars Adventure Journal. and the AQ-5 Waveskimmer is only in canon completely by accident. The Waveskimmer described in Moving Target, A Princess Leia Adventure, was meant to be based off a vehicle just called the Waveskimmer, which was a single-person vehicle kinda like an underwater speeder bike. The author of Moving Target said, quote, "Can't speak for Cecil, the co-author, but I was thinking of the West End Games jet ski things. The Waveskimmers he was thinking of had their first appearance in the Star Wars role-playing game, created by West End Games. But when it came time to illustrate Leia in the Great Island Escape, the artist must have found the AQ-5 first whenever they searched for the Waveskimmer." And a little side note, the planet that tourist Waveskimmer was used on, Spira, recently became canonized in the new novel Resistance Reborn. And the pirate submarine that saves Leia, the Dagadal, comes from the story of Jonah and the Whale. Dagadal is Hebrew for great fish. So that's it for the AQ-5. But most important of all, remember, don't get the cheaper Groupon for the weaponless Waveskimmer, and the Force will be with you. Always. Sometimes stormtroopers and walkers aren't enough. Sometimes you have to send in a vehicle so powerful, immobilizing it doesn't make it any less deadly. What's up, meta-nerds? In today's video, we'll be talking about the Imperial Patrol Speeder from Legends. A very cool vehicle that only appeared once in a Star Wars newspaper comic. The Imperial Patrol Speeder was a vehicle seen on the planet Arridus in the year 0 ABY. Luke and an imposter, Ben Kenobi, fought against this repulsor tank on their journey to destroy an Imperial fortress located on this planet, and save a local species known as the Chubits. Unfortunately, there are no sources that give the exact measurements of this vehicle, so we'll have to dive into a little bit of speculation regarding its stats. We don't know the manufacturer, but this repulsor tank shares many design characteristics with products of Rathana heavy engineering, like the TX-130, 2M, and TX-225. And in comparison with the 2M and TX-130 in particular, the Patrol Speeder shares these main two viewports on each side of the vehicle. Now for its size, we'll use this photo of Luke looking down at it, and we can get a little bit of scale on this vehicle. And we can also do some deduction with the fact that each of these pods contains a single gun mount with 2 vision ports, which most likely means that 1 or 2 guys crewed each of these guns. To get some rough measurements, we'll compare it to the aforementioned pic with Luke. And by using this 3D model, we can get a much more accurate sense of the height. By using this human model as a reference, the Patrol Speeder is almost exactly 3 persons tall. Luke has a height of 5 foot 9 inches, so that times 3 is about 17 feet 3 inches. So we'll go with a little more than 17 feet. To compare its height with another ground vehicle, the AT-AT, which was 74 feet, so it's about a quarter of that height, or about a Jawa taller than an AAT. For width, the Patrol Speeder is 6 persons wide with about an extra foot, or about 34.5 feet, about a Wookiee less than an AAT. For its length, the Patrol Speeder is about the same, about a foot less than 6 Lukes, or 33.5 feet, almost equal to the AAT. All these attributes together give us a vehicle that might be 4 times smaller than the AT-AT, but may pack even more firepower. This repulsor tank was heavily armed on each side, having 2 forward-facing blaster cannons, 2 side-mounted blaster cannons, and then an additional 4 side-mounted blaster cannons mounted on a turret. These smaller laser cannons were all mounted in spherical barbettes that provided better aiming and a larger firing cone for the guns. The main turret was armed with 1 large gun, and although we don't know the power output, it is shown in the comic as firing a beam-like weapon. So perhaps instead of a normal blaster cannon, the main gun was instead a laser cannon or even a turbo laser. Something similar to what we see in the CIS's AAT. What's interesting to know is that compared to other Imperial vehicles, the Patrol Speeder's main gun is very long, extending outwards from the body a considerable amount, which makes me wonder if this thing was designed for some long-range accuracy. The bottom of this repulsor tank has several circular objects, which although we don't really get a good visual of, this is most likely the repulsor system that gets it off the ground. And there appear to be these 2 hatches on top of the vehicle for entering and exiting. In comparison to other vehicles of the Empire, its use as a patrol vehicle with so much firepower and perhaps an incredible accuracy and range with that main gun, it could be both more deadly than the AT-AT while also being a lot harder to take down. As for its history, the Imperial Patrol Speeder would be used by the Galactic Empire as early as 0 ABY, only a few months after the destruction of the first Death Star. They would mostly play a defensive role and be spread across the galaxy protecting various bases crucial to the Empire. One such example would be on the planet Arridus, where many of this type were used to patrol the perimeter of the Imperial fortress known as the Iron Tower. The Iron Tower was a massive base used by the Imperials on Arridus to control the local population, called the Chubits. This structure would act as a long-range transmission tower, and had to be built large enough to overcome the dense ionized atmosphere. One of the side effects of this incredibly powerful transmitter signal was that its frequencies actually damaged the nervous system of the Chubit people. This outcome had a good side effect for the Imperials, as it prevented the Chubits from attempting any sort of rebellion. The tower would also serve as a base for Darth Vader, where he would create a very interesting plan to lure Luke to the planet. Using an actor that resembled Obi-Wan, Vader sent this actor to inspire the Chubits to attempt a rebellion. On one occasion, the actor would rescue a rebel agent, who returned to Yavin 4 to tell news that Ben Kenobi had returned. Upon hearing this, Luke immediately departed to Arrakis to meet his master, who mysteriously disappeared. Upon arriving, Luke would encounter the imposter, but actually believe that it was the real Obi-Wan, and this actor was even able to make it look like he had force powers, all thanks to some clever tech. The actor was instructed to lure Luke to the Iron Tower, where together with Vader, they would kill the young Jedi. But on their way, they would encounter an Imperial patrol speeder blocking their path. The vehicle would force them to the high ground to avoid the multitude of weapons this machine used. They were almost killed by the main gun, and as it approached, it continued firing on the two, and as it was distracted with the Jedi, a handful of Chubits had set up on a cliffside directly behind the large repulsor tank. Despite its powerful weapon, the patrol speeder unfortunately had an Achilles heel. A direct hit to the main thruster would render the craft immobile, but despite losing its repulsors, the speeder was all but defenseless. Thanks to the large amount of smaller guns placed around the body, the speeder was still able to fire these weapons even while incapacitated. An impressive feat, and something some Star Destroyers could learn from. The Chubits continued to fight the down speeder as the imposter Obi-Wan headed towards the Iron Tower. Luke asked Ben to help him take out the speeder once and for all, and save several of the Chubit resistance fighters. Although he had a strict mission to complete, the actor indulged Luke's request, and the two went to destroy the vehicle. The fakey one, Kenobi used his lightsaber to slash the speeder's power cells, causing a massive explosion which completely destroyed the tank and almost killed both Luke and this actor. The two would eventually make it to the Iron Tower, but seeing Luke's kind actions would convince him to sacrifice himself in order to disable the Iron Tower and attempt to kill Vader. The tower was heavily damaged, but Vader would survive, only being trapped momentarily. And unfortunately, this would be the only time we see the Imperial patrol speeder in action. But we can assume this heavy repulsor tank could be used across the galaxy whenever there was a large fortress in need of patrolling. So that's it for its history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in the Star Wars newspaper comic, The Return of Ben Kenobi, and would end up being its only appearance. And there are actually two vehicles with the name of Imperial patrol speeder. The planet the IPS was used on, Arrakis, was planned to make an appearance in the campaign of the game Empire at War, where a ground invasion by rebels was made to free the local population. It is directly stated that Chubits would be supplied with T2B and T4B tanks, which now that we see what they were up against, makes complete sense. I know I'd like to see a tank fight between these three. Well, what's funny is that the manufacturer of these rebel ground vehicles, Utrain Trakata, was actually based on Arrakis. They were also responsible for the T3B series and the MZ-8 pulse cannon. Other than this, Arrakis appears numerous times throughout Legends, even being a holdout for the Yuuzhan Vong after their invasion. But the planet has even made its way back into canon, where it is mentioned in the Star Wars Force Awakens beginner game. So that's it for this incredibly obscure heavy repulsor tank. But most important of all, remember, sometimes Vader hits the spice when he comes up with these schemes to capture Luke. And the Force will be with you. Always. Some weapons should just be called checkmate devices. What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the E-Web heavy repeating blaster cannon. We'll start with when we see it first, during the Battle of Hoth. We'll get into how it works and all the different variants. But do be warned, we will get into some major spoilers for the Mandalorian Season 1 finale. But let's start by looking at how the Stormtroopers use this thing, because of course they were well trained with it, and use it as the manufacturer intended, which is not true for the Rebels and Mando that we'll look at in a bit. On this icy world, we see the invading Imperial forces lugging an E-Web, just in case they come upon any entrenched fighters or ships and vehicles. This also would have been valuable in overpowering any personal shield generators. Here we see that the two-man crew was able to assemble the weapon in just a few seconds, but they are cut down by the Millennium Falcon. This first debut really doesn't show off its incredible power, but it does start to show us how this thing works. This box was an Exxon-class 4TS power generator, which also contained a state-of-the-art GK3 cryo-cooler unit. Inserting the gun into the tripod base was simple enough, but it was this powerful bolt-generating and system-cooling combo that required the two-man crew. That and of course the fact that you just needed two people to carry the thing around. The cannon itself weighed 38 kilograms or 84 pounds. But once you wanted to fire, you really needed this technician. An Imperial gunner known by the name Radon says, "Without a second man, it's very hard to shoot an E-Web. There's no fire control, you can't nurse your power supply or watch the cooler." What he means is that the technician is actively adjusting the amount of power and Tabana gas supplied to the cannon, and the amount of coolant used in direct reaction to the gunner's rate of fire. Some other quirks are that the power generator would take 15 minutes to be able to operate if it was cold. To get around this, the technicians would often keep theirs pre-charged, though this was known to make their job even harder, and deadly overcharge malfunctions more likely. This may seem like a lot of work, but it was only 8,000 credits. It's only about 10 times a DL-44 blaster pistol, and just 4 times the cheap B-1 battle droid. And that even came with an encrypted, built-in comlink system that worked like a local network between each of the cannons. This helped the Imperials to carry out some stealthy raids, but that does work both ways, as many rebels and criminal organizations were also drawn to this weapon's low cost, and this uncrackable comm system. The E-Web's range was also impressive, 200 meters optimum with 750 meters max range, which was 4x and 10x the range of the DL-44 respectively. Years before the Battle of Hoth, we saw them used by the Mining Guild to keep Purrgil away from their gas refinery. And we also see that despite being incredibly powerful, these bolts can be deflected by a lightsaber, like what we see with Kanan. It should also be noted that these Mining Guild ones fire yellow-colored bolts, something we usually only see with the Mandalorian blasters. And if you were wondering, it has never been fully explained why it has this color. Another thing that made it appealing to rebel groups is that it could be operated easily by a novice, just point and shoot with almost no recoil. And even for targets at a distance, there was this easy-to-use scope. But of course, this thing was a primary target of incoming enemy fire, and thus you could have inexperienced fighters losing their nerve in the middle of battle.
Get the fight! Man those cannons!
But when correctly laying shots down range, it could easily blast holes in enemy vehicles. And in this case on Lothal, it actually forced Imperial dropships to quickly turn tail. Now what's funny is that the manufacturer claims that this weapon is simply too large to be carried by a single person. You just can't do it. Which is why both Zeb and the Mandalorian prove that sometimes it's better to just try it out. Stronger than your average stormtrooper this guide was written for, the Lasat can easily wield this powerful blaster. And we see that when these bolts hit their target, it can easily blow apart a dropship with just a few shots. But we do see that once it's disconnected from its power source and Tabana gas, the blaster burns through the little bit that was still charged in the weapon in just a few seconds. But of course, it can always work as a melee weapon at that point. Jumping forward to the year 9 ABY, we are in the era of the Imperial Remnant, and on the planet Navarro, Moff Gideon gives a whole monologue praising some of the moments that made this weapon infamous throughout the galaxy. He starts with how it was used with ruthless effectiveness against the Republic shock troopers.
She has witnessed many of her ranks vaporized mid-descent, facing the predecessor of this particular model.
Dune actually hinted at this in a previous episode, and though her tattoos seem symbolic of the Republic shock troopers and their iconic red color scheme, Cara was with Special Forces in the Rebellion. But once the Alliance transitioned into the New Republic, these shock troopers did take on a similar role to the old Coruscant Guard, defending dignitaries and acting as riot police.
Then when the imps were gone, the politics started. We were peacekeepers, protecting delegates, suppressing riots, not what I signed up for.
But we also learn how this weapon was key to conquering the homeworld of one of the toughest people in the galaxy, how the Empire used it to take control of Mandalore, an event that has been built up a lot in the Rebel series.
Has heard the songs of the siege of Mandalore, when gunships outfitted with similar ordnance laid waste to fields of Mandalorian recruits in the night of 1,000 tears.
This is how they got all that Beskar in Imperial hands, and what forced this once proud people to go into hiding. Unlike Zeb, the Mandalorian knew enough about this weapon to not disconnect it from its hose, so he would retain that full firepower, just of course that added difficulty since he's carrying it all himself. This is able to rip through ranks of stormtroopers, but what's interesting is just how deadly the explosion was when Moff Gideon fired at the generator. The blast isn't even directly on the Mandalorian, yet it sent him flying through the air, and would have killed him if he did not receive medical attention. There was so much power in this generator that it was that deadly even through his incredible Beskar armor and undersuit. So that's it for its history and breakdown, and as for the cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, there are actually several different versions of this weapon. Moff Gideon even mentions that the one that he's using is a successor to the more infamous versions, and the gunship mounted cousin of the E-Web. The F-Web had this triple blaster system, and even a shield generator, though this system was even more complicated and needed a third crew member. The E-Web 15 was able to cut down the startup time to just 5 minutes, ironically down from 15, and some of these would work in a deflector shield generator as well. During the Clone Wars era, the go-to was the EWHB-12 heavy repeating blaster, and many see that the Imperial E-Web was actually a step backwards, because this Republic era one could target enemy clankers and fire automatically, without the need of anyone manning it. Then there was this E-Web rifle, which was made from the same manufacturer and used a lot of the same design features, really noticeable in the barrel, but of course functioned more like a standard heavy blaster rifle, and this was also used during the Battle of Hoth. The E-Web has also appeared in the LEGO Star Wars game, and a lot of this information comes from the Star Wars Role-Playing Core Book, the New Essential Guide to Weapons Technology, and the Essential Guide to Warfare in the Imperial Sourcebook. So that's it for the E-Web. And most important of all, remember, hit the gym hard, so that you too can defy the owner's manual, just don't unplug it like a Lasat. And the Force will be with you. Always. From guard duty on the Chimera and the Death Star, to single-handedly taking out Corvettes. What's up, Meta Nerds? This video is all about a Stormtrooper variant that everyone has seen, but most don't know how it evolved into an absolute unit. Their history starts back in the Clone Wars, branches off into this heavy assault mech variant, and was used by Thrawn and Tarkin to defend key assets. The Republic's Galactic Marines were the first to experiment with a clone armor with a built-in jetpack and breathing device. Perfect for launching attacks from space, kinda like we see in some of the episodes of the Clone Wars. Commander Bakara was one of these Galactic Marines that used these prototype suits during the Battle of New Brunel, and this early iteration was much closer to the 0G Assault Trooper than what we would see with the standard Imperial Space Trooper, because depictions of this battle have the Marines encountering super battle droids in zero gravity. The droids were likely magnetized into place, and since we don't have any accounts of B-2s walking around on the outside of CIS capital ships, perhaps the location that they were assaulting was some sort of space station. As the Marines engaged the enemy, their built-in weapon systems failed, forcing them to rush the B-2s and fight them in hand-to-hand combat. Luckily, the mech suits that they were wearing provided enough power to rip these droids apart, limb by limb. So they quickly went from watching out for those wrist rockets, to watching whole droid arms harmlessly float away into space. News of what happened spread throughout the Republic Armed Forces, and although the weapons failing was a bad look for the prototype, it sure helped to solidify a ferocious reputation for the Galactic Marine Corps. The Empire would recognize the need for space troopers, but this would just be a simple adaptation to the Stormtrooper armor, attaching a jetpack and rebreather combo device, while also outfitting them with a T-21 heavy blaster, along with their standard E-11 and thermal detonator. The heavy blaster would be able to punch a hole in smaller boarding craft that might be trying to set down on an Imperial ship, and since the space troopers were always at least in pairs, this could be pretty effective. A rude welcome when a barrage of blaster fire comes from some part of the ship that you didn't think had any defenses. If the space trooper was on offense, this thermal detonator could act like a breaching charge, opening up the hole enough to drop in or even smash through the transparasteel of a cockpit or bridge. It was on this defensive role that we would see them on the Death Star, but we also learn how Thrawn used them to defend his flagship, the Chimera. Always thorough, the Chiss Grand Admiral had a protocol before he would tractor beam ships into the bay of his ISD. He would of course start with a battery of scans, but then he would send out teams of space troopers to survey the hull for any traps or potential threats. Having organic eyes and droid systems going over the same areas provided redundancies, making it less likely that both would miss something. And those organic eyes can't be hacked. Then he would send a survey team to enter and clean the inside of the ship before it was deemed safe enough to tractor aboard. With the Death Star, it just seems more like they have constant guard duty, but again, because these troopers' eyes can't be hacked. It's also a nice way to keep everyone busy. But they would go back to their Clone Wars mech power suit roots thanks to Rom Mach. This isn't confirmed, but lore states that he was an officer in the Clone Wars, who had a reputation for destroying droids in hand-to-hand combat. Perhaps he was also there during the debut of that prototype model over New Brunel, because his entire life was devoted to just two things, the military and cybernetics. For this, Palpatine put him at the head of the Dark Trooper project, but he also helped to create the 0G Assault Trooper. Here's a quote about them from the Imperial Handbook. Widely considered the best soldiers in the galaxy, Imperial space troopers specialize in assaulting and capturing enemy starships. Like the Imperial Marines, they serve aboard the vessels of the Imperial Navy. Unlike the Marines, space troopers operate best in the airless interstellar void. Other sources state that their deadly abilities are second only to the Royal Guard. 2 meters tall in this blaster-resistant mech suit, they would stand about as tall as a Wookiee, and this whole thing actually went over your standard Stormtrooper armor. It was built to be fast, powerful, and incredibly agile. It would take a while to be perfected, and are mostly seen with the Imperial Remnant, as the project wasn't even started until after the destruction of the first Death Star. With the Legends Thrawn, these two protected his flagship, the Chimera, and were so effective that Leia Organa Solo remarked that these were more like single-pilot spacecraft. Their weaponry included shoulder-mounted grenade launchers that could fire concussion grenades for pure destruction, or gas and stun grenades for capturing New Republic leaders. Both wrists contain laser cutters for carving their way into a ship's hull, along with a blaster cannon on the right arm for personnel, and a miniature proton torpedo for incoming ships. With all that, you can see why Leia said, quote, "A single space trooper was more than capable of breaching and seizing control of a blockade runner." And I'm sure Thrawn thought a single power-armored trooper taking out a CR-90 was a much better return on your credits than a Death Star. Both the NR and Imperial Remnant forces referred to them as the best troops in the galaxy, as being able to wield all of these abilities correctly took an incredible amount of training, and they could be quickly transported across the galaxy and dropped off in a hit-and-run style via these hyperspace pods or from a Gamma-class assault ship, which could deliver 40 space troopers at a time. Their only real problem was that they could be disabled by EMP bursts. But this is true of all starfighters as well, and perhaps the suit could turn itself on after a while. But of course, when disabled, they were extremely vulnerable. Crix Madine advised Rebels and later NR forces to always have EMP countermeasures ready when transporting high-value assets. And it was Wedge Antilles that noticed that although they were quick and nimble for a person in a mech suit, they still didn't compare to an actual starfighter. These space troopers would try to avoid dogfights and head straight for the target ship. But any reasonably trained pilot should be able to make quick work of them if you could get to them before they breach the target hull. Their most notable use was during the Battle of Sluis Van in 9 ABY. This was a major NR shipyard, and the space troopers planned on capturing several capital ships to strengthen the Imperial Remnant. A quick response led to all of them being shot down, but the final 2 were able to self-destruct, resulting in some major hull damage to a Corvette. So that's it for the history, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. Bakara's Clone Wars era backstory with these early prototypes was from the old StarWars.com page and can now only be accessed via a backup link. And this big mech version came from the game Super Star Wars The Empire Strikes Back, and they also appeared in the Heir to the Empire book and comic adaptation. For those normal ones on the Death Star, Joe Johnston actually played both of these guys. This is actually shot split screen because one of the suits was stolen. I tried looking up if this was ever recovered, but couldn't find anything. So if you know this suit's whereabouts, do the right thing. Reach out to contact@metanerds.com, send it on over, and you can remain anonymous. And yes, despite it being a priceless collectible, I will be wearing it. Often. And in 2015, they came out with a really cool model of these guys, which finally confirmed the heavy blaster that they had. But most important of all, remember, if we all meditate on the Force, we can convince them to make a Rainbow Six Siege-style game with space troopers. And the Force will be with you. Always. When a Star Destroyer is overkill and your Nebulon Bs keep getting stolen, go with the Escort Frigate. What's up, Meta Nerds? Today's video is all about the Imperial Escort Frigate, also known as the Escort Carrier. The Escort Carrier was used exclusively by a specialist branch of the Imperial Navy, known only to a few as the Imperial Storm Commandos.
Whatever they are, they're launching ties. Imperial Escort Carriers! Imperial what? They're not part of the regular Imperial Navy. They're exclusive to the Imperial Storm Commandos.
A lot of the details have been kept an Imperial secret, but there are some really interesting details we know about this ship. Based on its appearance compared to Rebel snub fighters, it looks to be about 150 meters or 492 feet long, about the same as a Rebel blockade runner. Its height is around 41 meters or 134 feet, making it about 1/12 the height of the Imperial Star Destroyer. And at a width of 71 meters or 233 feet, it was a little less than twice as wide as the CR-90. If it showed up here on Earth, it would be about as long as 16.5 school buses, or half the length of the Nimitz class while being nearly twice as wide, and be about as tall as a 13-story building. Compared to some other frigates, you might think this thing is relatively small, but it packed some amazing firepower. Right up top were a pair of single-barreled cannons, which based on their power output must have been some heavy turbolasers, as we see them easily blow apart this GR-75. On the ventral side, protecting the hangars are 2 double-barreled weapons, though their power output is unknown. While at the very tip of the bow we see these additional 2 turrets, which were most likely medium turbolasers, or could fire ion shots to make a 1-2 combo with those bigger turbolasers up top. And all this firepower actually had some Rebel pilots refer to this thing as a gunship.
Looks like some sort of gunship. Rebel scum!
All of these weapons made the Escort Carrier great for taking on smaller Rebel capital ships or escort vessels, like the CR-90 and Hammerhead Corvette. But its lack of point defense lasers left much to be desired when it came to fending off Rebel fighters. Again, because of the secretive nature of the Imperial Escort Carriers and the Storm Commandos that operated them, we don't know this ship's top speed in space or in atmosphere. But we can imagine that these 3 vertically arranged sublight engines must have been somewhat quick, as the Storm Commandos were often tasked with secret missions sabotaging the plans of Rebel scum. And Rebel accounts do tell us that it's slightly slower than your average X-Wing, while also commenting that it had decent speed for its size and was able to pull off some impressive turns and maneuvers. Now it's time for the carrier part. The midsection of this ship is one big hangar bay, which would often be full of TIE fighters and TIE bombers, along with the Storm Commandos' preferred TIE hunters. The total amount of ties that could fit inside of this thing is unknown, with accounts ranging from 8 fighters to 72, which would be an entire starfighter wing. The heavy firepower, decent speed and maneuverability, along with a large complement of fighters, was perfect for the Storm Commandos, as they were most known for kidnapping rebel crews, taking any escorts out with its laser cannons, and then sending a boarding party over on the fighters, picking up VIPs like rebel leaders or even their scientists.
Whoever that was, it looks like he's escaped with our scientists.
And when you wanted more stealth instead of just a smash and grab job, it took advantage of the fact that the TIE Hunters were one of the few TIE variants to come with a hyperdrive, and thus could follow the escort carrier into battle on its own, or use the carrier as a rendezvous point, traversing much of the distance in the carrier, and then making a short hyperspace jump to its final target. So that's it for its stats and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. The Imperial Escort Carrier was most prominently featured in the video game Star Wars Rogue Squadron 3 Rebel Strike. Rogue Squadron encounters the escort carriers on several locations, including the Rings of Geonosis, and at the Imperial shipyards at Fondor. Captain Sarkley, a rebel pilot turned Imperial officer, commanded his own customized escort carrier as he rounded up scientists from across the galaxy to work on Imperial projects. His escort carrier would be destroyed by Wedge Antilles over Geonosis, and this ship has been officially brought back into canon via the novel Tarkin, where an Imperial escort carrier is mentioned in the pursuit of the Grand Moff's very own personal corvette, when Tarkin's Carrion Spike stealth ship was stolen by rebels. So that's it for the Imperial escort carrier. But most important of all, remember, you gotta watch out for asteroids when flying close to Geonosis, and the Force will be with you, always.
I've taken the liberty of upgrading the Rogue Shadow sensor array. Now you'll be able to spy on any suspect ships within the entire system.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is all about the Rogue Shadow, the personal starship of Darth Vader's secret apprentice, codenamed Starkiller. Secretly commissioned by Darth Vader, the Rogue Shadow was designed and built by Signar Fleet Systems sometime between 18 and 3 BBY. Based heavily on the design of the Scimitar, Darth Maul's personal infiltrator, the ship shared the distinctive radiator panels common to many Signar products. With a stated length of 65 meters or just over 213 feet, a width of 58.5 meters or 192 feet, and a height of 25.3 meters or 83 feet, the Rogue Shadow was much larger than many of the personal transports and even light freighters that it was made to blend in with. It was almost twice as long as the Millennium Falcon, and was over 6 times the length of the TIE Advanced X-1, about the length of 7 1/4 standard school buses. It was as wide as 2 Millennium Falcons plus a TIE Advanced, or 22 school buses across. It was almost exactly as tall as the Lambda-class shuttle in its landed configuration, or equal to a 6-story building here on Earth. But don't worry, at the end of the video we're going to talk about why there's some discrepancy in the size. It tends to change different times we see it. Designed to be a mobile base of operations for Starkiller, the Rogue Shadow carried consumables for a year and had a cargo capacity of 15 tons, a weight equal to 18.5 dewbacks. A large portion of the space inside was given over to Starkiller's training room, a large, empty, circular space where he could meditate, spar with the provided proxy-type droids, or receive covert instructions from his master. The Rogue Shadow was a technological marvel in every way. For combat situations, it was equipped with standard laser cannons, but these rarely needed to be employed due to its other abilities. It had a hyperdrive rating of 0.5, tied with the famed Millennium Falcon, and otherwise faster than even the most heavily modified smuggler and bounty hunter craft. It had an incredible max sublight speed of 1,350 km per hour, or 839 miles per hour, which was about 100 km per hour faster than the TIE Interceptor, and 50 km per hour faster than the Rebel A-Wing. Its primary pilot, Juno Eclipse, enhanced its already impressive sensor suite to the point that it could monitor any ship present in the same system that the Rogue Shadow was lurking in. Like Darth Maul's Sith infiltrator before it, the Rogue Shadow came equipped with the experimental Stygium crystal cloaking device that could conceal the ship completely from scanners, to the point that it was comfortable hovering directly above the remains of the Jedi Temple, and even navigating inside of the first Death Star without being detected. Unfortunately, all of the personnel and droids responsible for creating the Rogue Shadow couldn't take pride in their creation for too long, as they were all killed in various industrial accidents and street crimes, ordered by Darth Vader in order to ensure the existence of this ship remained a secret. In the Legends continuity, the Rogue Shadow was instrumental in forming the Rebel Alliance. Starkiller would use it on several missions, and it would actually be piloted by 7 different people, before he and Captain Eclipse would take it on a series of missions to hunt down the Jedi survivor Ram Koda, Kazdan Paratus, and Shaak Ti. Vader would stage Starkiller's death, apparently to fool the Emperor, before tasking his apprentice to gather an army of dissenters and rebels that they could use to topple the Dark Lord. The Rogue Shadow would be Starkiller's base of operations as he gathered General Koda, Bail Organa, and the young Princess Leia Organa as the founders of the Rebel Alliance. But the whole operation would prove to be a trap set by Darth Vader and the Emperor to root out dissidents. After failing to prevent the new Rebel leadership's capture on Corellia, Starkiller would tear his way through the incomplete first Death Star, before facing down the Emperor himself in the throne room. Unable to defeat him entirely, Starkiller instead sacrifices his life to buy the Rebellion enough time to board the Rogue Shadow, where they were able to escape and make their way to Kashyyyk, having the true founding ceremony of the Rebellion. But Vader had a plan, as roughly a year later in 1 BBY, Darth Vader had him cloned on Kamino, though he would escape and try and find his love, the Rogue Shadow's pilot Juno Eclipse. His first stop would be Cato Neimoidia, where he would reunite with General Coda, and they would escape in the radically refitted Rogue Shadow. Coda had haphazardly modified the ship as a troops transport, leaving all sorts of exposed wiring and bulkhead panels scattered throughout the once clean interior. Exteriorly, the ship frame appears to have been almost completely rebuilt, now being completely symmetrical, including the wings, and with new engines and even a different ball cockpit. The clone Starkiller would partake in the Rebels' assault on Vader's Kaminoan cloning facilities, a battle that ended when Vader was defeated and taken prisoner, from a certain point of view. In the Rogue Shadow's last known mission, a restrained Darth Vader was loaded aboard to be taken for trial, with Boba Fett Slave 1 in hot pursuit. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff. The art and making of the Force Unleashed goes into some of the goals the designers had when making the Rogue Shadow, like how Starkiller was supposed to represent a dark, alternative version of Luke, and so the Rogue Shadow was meant to be this dark, alternative Millennium Falcon. While the official length of the Rogue Shadow comes from the Force Unleashed campaign guide, in-game its size is depicted very inconsistently. In some cutscenes it looks slightly larger than a Lambda or Sheathipede, while on Dagobah you can jump up on top of it, and it's about the size of a large starfighter. Definitely not 6 stories tall and multiples of the Falcon. Also, this smaller depiction doesn't really make sense with the enormous training room it's supposed to have, and so maybe we can just say it's some sort of TARDIS, being bigger on the inside. But most important of all, remember, most private contractors working for a Dark Lord never make it to retirement. And the Force will be with you. Always. These things are proof that you can have great action scenes that are guided by the lore, not breaking it. What's up, Meta Nerds? In today's video we're going to be talking about the All-Terrain Armored Cargo Transport, or the AT-ACT. We will do a complete breakdown of its stats, see how it was used on multiple planets, and end with some behind-the-scenes facts. The AT-ACT was produced by Kuat Drive Yards, the company that produced almost all of the walkers for the Republic and Empire. Though technically not for sale, word on the HoloNet is that these run the Empire about 125k apiece, just over twice the cost of a TIE fighter. At a glance, the AT-ACT looks like it's just a simple variant of the AT-AT, but it actually has some really big design differences. For starters, you got the size. The cargo transport had a height of 31.85 meters or 104 feet, making it about as tall as an AT-AT with an AT-ST standing on top. And at 34.9 meters or 115 feet long, it was 14 meters longer than the standard AT-AT, being more than an entire X-Wing longer, space that was all used for this large cargo bay. This area was able to carry up to 550 cubic meters of cargo, which could hold a total weight of 5,000 metric tons, about equal to the weight of 6,135 dewbacks. If it showed up here on Earth, it would stand taller than a 10-story building, be about half the length of a 747, have the cargo space of 16 20-foot shipping containers, and haul more cargo than you could fit on the backs of 46,000 horses. They had these specifically designed cargo pods that were used for transport, which had this distinctive orange coloring, a modular system that allowed these pods to be picked up by other ships and vehicles. And we can even see that they were designed to be taken off with this conveying system. This additional height did provide for a longer stride, but came at the cost of structural stability. U-Wings at the Battle of Scarif were able to exploit this weakness and bring the whole thing crashing down with a single mounted Roba M45 heavy repeating ion cannon. Whereas on Hoth, we saw that the more powerful P-Tower laser cannons proved ineffective on a standard AT-AT. So how is this possible? Well, it is due to a very important difference in the design of this cargo walker. To provide extra power to move this enormous cargo, the AT-ACT has stronger engines, which is simple enough, but to help with the fact that all of this new weight is set on top of longer legs, the load would be supported by an electromagnetic tensor field. A tensor field essentially nullifies the weight of gravity on objects, making them a whole lot easier to transport. Tensor fields aren't often mentioned in Star Wars lore as much as other types of technology, but you have seen them used before. Some examples of other ships with tensor fields are the C-9979 landing craft, which would generate them in their wings, in order to prevent them from sagging under the extreme weight of all the AATs. And a tensor field failing was the culprit of the invisible hand breaking in half during the Battle of Coruscant, as the ship simply couldn't handle the gravitational pull without one. And with the AT-ACT, we see that the tensor field generators are in the knee, right where the gunner is aiming. With all those ion shots on target, the complete weight of the walker is now bearing down on this single leg. The full, non-nullified load proves too much, and so we don't see it exploding in a ball of flames, but buckling and snapping from supporting too much extra weight. A cool little detail that shows how action can be logically guided by well-written lore, not just dismissed in favor of action scenes, which is so often the case when it comes to things like shields, where we simply have to say that the plot willed it. Its large cargo hold was monitored by stevedore droids, which we unfortunately don't have a current visual of them, but they would help to divide the loads on the walker to make trips more manageable, as some of these experimental materials are described as ultra-dense. And some other interesting things to point out is that the red glow is from an infrared force field generated in the cockpit. The air filters for the vehicle are located right behind the head on the main body, and these walkers use the same solid fuel slugs like we saw in the AT-AT. On board the ACT, you would have a crew of 2 and space for up to 10 passengers, which is 20 less than the AT-AT. Because of its cargo role, overall it had much less armor, but the section just over the cargo container is reinforced. And despite not being intended for assault, it could still defend Imperial assets, coming with 2 Taman-back MS-2 heavy laser cannons, which would be able to blow apart enemy infantry and easily punch a hole in any attacking ground vehicles. The first time we see the AT-ACT in use is during the numerous construction attempts of Fortress Vader on Mustafar. The Sith Lord consulted an ancient Sith ghost known as Moment to help in the construction of a building that would focus darkside energy. The design of the fortress would start off being rather different from the final version that we would see, with each of its predecessors having a very unlucky history, each being destroyed in some unforeseen way. This would happen 8 times, with the 9th building being the one we see in Rogue One. Due to the harsh nature of Mustafar, Vader would use AT-ACTs and OICTs to build each of the different versions. These would be very useful in safely transporting building materials across the hazardous hellscape. Not only would the lava be dangerous to typical vehicles, but on several occasions, the troops and vehicles stationed at the construction site would be attacked by the local Mustafarians, who weren't too thrilled with a Dark Lord of the Sith plotting his castle right on their home. On one occasion, 3 Force-sensitive Mustafarians would use their power in an attempt to flood the castle with lava, killing off almost all of the Imperial troops and destroying most of the vehicles. Vader would be able to survive the attack by using the wreckage of an AT-ACT that had been swept up by the lava. And so Vader has this vehicle to thank for him not losing any more limbs to the fires of Mustafar. The next time we would see this walker would be on the tropical paradise world of Scarif. Here the AT-ACTs were used to transport heavy cargo and materials across the shallow waters surrounding the Citadel, a highly secretive research base as well as an archive for the Galactic Empire. In the Year Zero BBY, the Rebel Alliance would mount an attack on the Citadel and a gambit to gain access to the Death Star plans. The rebels would infiltrate the compound using a stolen Zeta-class, and a ground battle would ensue. The rebels would then come under intense fire from at least 4 AT-ACTs. This would turn the tide in the Empire's favor, but the victory was cut short when several rebel starfighters would get past the shield ring. These starfighters easily destroyed all the walkers, paving a clear way for the rebels to the Citadel. This battle showcased that when against something light like infantry, it was able to defend itself from small arms fire, and even take a rocket directly to the head, just shrugging it off. But due to its overall lack of armor, it is at a heavy disadvantage to purpose-made starfighters. The X-Wings having more firepower than most starfighters, and packed a way bigger punch than the T-47 airspeeders on Hoth. These could also be seen on the shipyards of Kuat Drive Yards, transporting materials for building the weapons and ships used by the Empire. Like its use on Scarif, these wouldn't see any action until the facility came under attack. 5 years after the Battle of Yavin, the New Republic launched a bombing campaign against the shipyard ring, in an effort to cut off the Imperial remnants supplied to arms and armor. KDY would be forced to use any available assets they had to fend off the New Republic starships. AT-ATs, AT-STs, AT-ACTs, and even the remaining AT-TEs would be used in the defense of these shipyards. But they would not be able to keep the New Republic at bay, and Imperial forces eventually surrendered. And some of these also saw service on the Wookiee home planet of Kashyyyk, where they were used to transport building materials for new Imperial bases, and even transport some Wookiee slaves. After the fall of the Empire and 5 ABY at the Battle of Jakku, Imperial forces on the various worlds across the Empire would surrender and leave. One AT-ACT would be left behind on the Wookiee homeworld, where it would slowly deteriorate and be covered by the natural environment. By 7 ABY, this AT-ACT would be almost completely covered in vegetation, and Han Solo would come across this walker during one of his trips to Kashyyyk. So that's it for its history and breakdown, but you definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. It first appeared in Rogue One, a Star Wars story, and the tale of it being used on Mustafar comes from the Darth Vader comic series, issues 23 and 24. The stories of them on Kuat came from Star Wars Insider, and Han Solo finds one on Kashyyyk in the novel Last Shot. And it should be noted that the AT-ACT has some potential inconsistencies across various sources. For starters, it's said that it has longer legs to give it a faster stride over the normal AT-AT, but its top speed is 50 km per hour, or 31 miles per hour, whereas the AT-AT tops out at 60 km per hour, or 37 miles per hour. Perhaps its speed is much quicker than it would have been if it had all that cargo on those smaller legs, but it's still incredibly slow. As many fans have pointed out, something like the Juggernaut seems like it would have fit all of the Empire's goals while still being a lot quicker. And since its wheels are actually spinning metal discs, not rubber, it would have done fine on Mustafar too. Probably better in the marshes of Kashyyyk and the sands of Scarif. Another possible inconsistency is that with the pilots of the AT-ACT. The visual dictionary for Rogue One states that any qualified driver of the Empire could pilot the AT-ACT, and that they had no specified pilot corps. But they get this completely different look and helmet, and so if not a separate corps, they definitely went by the title of AT-ACT pilot. And just before we end, a little shout out to the OICT mentioned earlier. Currently, there is almost no information regarding it, aside from its appearance in the Darth Vader comic and a small on-screen appearance in Solo. There's just no stats or history on it. Funny enough, not even what the acronym stands for. The C in CT probably stands for crane or just cargo. But most important of all, remember, these walkers used to strike fear into the rebels, until they took an ion cannon to the knee. And the Force will be with you, always. We all know how Krennic got his credit stolen with the Death Star project, but also the amazing Delta-class shuttle would have never been produced if it wasn't for the keen eye of the director.
We stand here amidst my achievement, not yours!
What's up, meta nerds? This video will be a complete breakdown in history of the Delta-class T-3C shuttle. It was most famously used by director Orson Krennic, and it has a ton of features that make it one of the most unique shuttles in the galaxy. The Delta-class was manufactured by Cygnus Spaceworks and Sinar Fleet Systems, the creators of all the Empire's other iconic folding wing-style shuttles. These are officially called the Abecedarian line of shuttles, and the ship's engineer Lamia Tion got the inspiration for these wings from her love of paper folding art, the Star Wars origami, and saw that it had a practical purpose of reducing the footprint in the hangar. With the wings in the upright position, the Delta had a height of 25.1 meters, or 82 feet and 4 inches, which is roughly an Ewok plus a Wookiee taller than an AT-AT, while its length of 14.39 meters, or 47 feet 2 inches, was more than twice that of the TIE Fighter. There are no official numbers for its width, but it appears to be around 50 meters or 164 feet when in flight, which would be about 8 TIE Fighters across. Now these long wing-like structures may seem impractical, but they were the result of some really interesting engineering. Almost all of the Imperial shuttles produced by Sinar Fleet Systems and Cygnus Spaceworks have these origami-inspired wings. The first reason was, as I mentioned, just to take up less room in the hangar. When its 4 landing pads came out, there was a nice sturdy base, with all of its profile going up instead of out to the sides. We take this for granted with the Empire, but just imagine how impractical something like the Naboo ships would be sitting inside of a military hangar. These wings also gave it better stability in the wide range of atmospheres that the Delta-class would be slicing through. But I would say the most impressive engineering aspect is that each of these wings are lined with deflector shield projectors. Ships have deflector shield generators usually located in the main body of the ship, often right near the bridge or cockpit, but it is your projectors that send out the shield to create a protective bubble around the ship. That's why you can have phrases like,
"Switch all power to front deflector screen."
Try and hold them off. Angle of deflector shield will only make the calculations for the jump to light speed.
So it isn't like there's separate shield generators in each of those locations, but shorthand for saying that you want to put more power into projecting that shield to a particular area. But in the case of the Delta-class, they actually did put 2 separate deflector shield generators, and then designed these wings so that they split up space around it into 3 separate parts, and each of these wings were lined with multiple shield projectors. 2 generators and numerous projectors gave you a highly refined response to any incoming attacks. And we can imagine that mastering this complex shield projector system required some of the top talent in the Empire. And the Delta-class had a 6-man crew, a pilot, co-pilot, navigator, gunner, comms operator, and engineer. And with their talents, they were able to triangulate the projection of the shields, or even triangulate to multiple locations at once since you had those 2 separate generators. All of this meant that it wasn't just a vague forward or rear, but pinpointed to anywhere in this sphere of coverage. The wings also housed the secure HoloNet and subspace transmitter arrays, allowing the Delta-class to stay in constant contact with the Empire, even while in the most remote parts of the galaxy or even in hyperspace. And then the tips of each of these wings also had their own laser cannon, in addition to the 2 dual laser cannons mounted on the hull. All of these systems required an enormous amount of power and fuel, which made up a majority of the volume of the interior of the main body, which is also where they housed the enormous pair of ion engines. We get a good look at the thrust that these can generate when it took off from the secret weapons facility on Iadu. When the engines engaged, they sent Jyn Erso flying off the platform. These SFS-215 ion engines could get it up to a top atmospheric speed of 1,000 km per hour, or 621 miles per hour, making it just a bit slower than the X-Wing, tied with the Sentinel-class shuttle, and an impressive 150 km per hour faster than the Lambda. This engine array would also house the hyperdrive, which included the top-of-the-line SFS IG-45 Class 1 hyperdrive, along with a backup Class 10. This gave the shuttle the ability to transport its VIPs across the galaxy in as quick a time as possible, being faster than an Imperial Star Destroyer, and only highly modified ships like the Millennium Falcon were faster. On top of all this, the entire ship was wrapped in this radar scrambling skin, this black paint job containing material that was similar to the Death Troopers' armor, which was covered in a spray polymer called Reflect, something that would alter the electromagnetic waves utilized by most sensors. As for its history, originally Sinar Fleet Systems created the Delta-class as a sort of concept ship, something that could test the theory of a stealth shuttle with these great shield-projecting wings. But like most awesome concept designs, they never intended to actually produce these in great numbers. No Delta-class shuttles were slated to be incorporated into the Empire until director Krennic set his eyes on the design. He was attracted to the look, but he fell in love with the ship's capabilities, being the ultimate shuttle for one who wished to traverse the galaxy quickly while remaining undetected, and all the while be impervious to any chance of attack by pirate gangs or rebels with that impressive shield array. The official cost once it was sold to the Empire was 160,000 credits, which is only 20k more than the Lambda, and a little more than 2 TIE fighters, and the one that Krennic picked up was designated ST-149. But to put this ship in context, it's important to remember that most of the Imperials wanted their position for the privileges it provided. In the time of the Empire, political power was the ultimate status symbol and best means to luxury. No longer strength, hard work, intellect, or your credits. And as you would expect, the Imperial shuttles had lavish quarters for the important imps on board, but not Krennic's shuttle. The cabin was specialized for the 6 Death Troopers that escorted him everywhere, and even his personal quarters were very Spartan. The Delta could carry 30 passengers, which in Krennic's case might just be filled with more troopers or other research VIPs. And your standard amount of supplies on board were said to last for 3 months. Though not a mainstay like the Lambda or Sentinel, Krennic would use this ship for over a decade. We saw it in 0 BBY being used to go kidnap Galen Erso, later at the research station on Iadu, and then to Mustafar to visit Darth Vader's castle, before meeting its ultimate end on Scarif. The shuttle would have likely been destroyed by the debris raining down from the main tower on Scarif after Krennic got sniped by the Death Star. If not by this debris, then it was likely vaporized as the explosion spread. That's it for its breakdown, but there's some really cool additional facts and behind the scenes stuff I wanted to mention. There was one other person that was known to use the Delta-class shuttle. It was Imperial Inspector Magna Tolvan, who used it during her hunt for the hacker and archaeologist Dr. Afra between the years 0 to 3 ABY. There's also kind of a funny lore play on the intense rivalry between Krennic and Tarkin, with Tarkin always finding ways to appear more important than Krennic, being something that is mirrored in their ships. Tarkin has an actual stealth ship, the Carrion Spike, that can go invisible not just to equipment but even the naked eye, while Krennic of course only has the next best thing, just under it, number 2 on the list of best stealth ships in the galaxy as it were. Also, the Carrion Spike was considered to be the fastest ship in the Imperial Navy, despite both having a Class 1 hyperdrive. This may be the result of a variety of factors that make it slightly faster when traveling through the Blue Void, but it's also hilarious to think that they might be the same speed, and Tarkin's ship just gets the title of fastest in the Empire. There's also a funny story with Krennic's personal aide, Captain Dunstig Taro, whose role it was to keep Krennic up to date with important Imperial messages, while also acting as the ship's pilot for a majority of the time. Taro came to love the Delta-class so much that he nicknamed the ST-149 the Pterodon, the ancient flying reptile having a similar profile with its enormous wings and its head protrusion, while also being a playoff of his own name. The comic that was mentioned earlier was Dr. Afra 16, but when it appears here and in the Rogue One comic adaptation, it has a red engine glow despite being blue everywhere else. The Delta-class also has its own LEGO set, and a ton of books that have expanded on its details, including the Rogue One Visual Guide, Cyclopedia of Starfighters, and most in-depth was the Dawn of the Rebellion RPG guide. But most important of all, remember, Erso had the genius, Krennic had the vision, but Tarkin understood politics. And the Force will be with you. Always.
Cut, LeQueen. And I'm just a simple farmer. You're a deserter.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to explain the role of what might be the most classified unit in the Grand Army of the Republic. I will get into some references to Bad Batch and speculation towards the end, but I'll give another warning before I get into that part. Of all the specializations in the Republic military, from the Coruscant Guard to the Bad Batch, the Arcs and the Marines, only one unit was at the personal directive of the Supreme Chancellor. Known only as the Covert Ops Clone Troopers, they were not classified as a part of the Special Operations Brigade, which was headed by Jedi General Arla Gonzay, and which commanded the likes of Delta and Omega Squad, the Shadow Troopers, and even the Assassins whose sole purpose was to be a failsafe against the Jedi, actually trained by Jedi to learn how to get around their force powers, just in case one of their own became a traitor, something that was an obvious worry to everyone in the Republic, with the CIS being led by a fallen Jedi. So while it might seem odd at first that there was a hit squad under the command of the Chancellor, it was seen as just one part of a series of specialized units that fell under the command of different positions, all acting in a way as a sort of checks on balances of power, complementing the contingency orders that were known to exist. Order 66 was not a secret. The inhibitor chips were a secret and acted as an insurance policy, but the clones already would have been expected to kill the Jedi simply because this was a direct order from a superior. The punishment for not carrying out any of these contingency orders was to be declared a traitor and executed. There were multiple orders to remove the Supreme Chancellor from office, like Order 65 allowing the use of lethal force to remove him if the majority of the Senate or Security Council deemed him unfit. And keep in mind that the Senator was always with Senate guards or the Coruscant guards, just as the Jedi Generals were always with their clones. Usually thought of protecting the people they were with, but they played this dual role of being a means of instantly calling in a check on power. If that order was ever given, the Chancellor or the Jedi could be blasted by the people with them. And the Supreme Chancellor was the head of the GAR, had the most intel of any individual in the military, and was granted this elite covert ops unit to act quickly and efficiently on that intel. These clones had no restrictions and reported only to the Supreme Chancellor. The Director of Special Forces would only infer the actions of this unit, passing on intel and laying out operations that would be referred to as dirty work, and then Palpatine would make a decision on how to respond at his own discretion, understanding both the political ramifications and having the most military intel. Now, if you think something like this is surprisingly dark for the virtuous Republic, just keep in mind that Order 37 was known to senators. It was also not a secret. Reading, quote, capture of a single wanted individual through the mass arrest and threatened execution of a civilian population. Follow-up directives include scenarios for body disposal of civilian casualties and suppression of communications. And we don't know the order number, but RC-3222 mentioned one of these 150 orders concerned protocol for, quote, reducing key allied worlds to slag if they switch sides. So checks on everything from chancellors to Jedi and even whole planets. And then the covert ops most often acted as checks on their own brothers. While their purview could entail anything, they would often hunt down other clones. Troopers could not be allowed to defect in this galaxy at war. Ostensibly, the reason would be to prevent any intel from falling into Separatist hands. Whether they were willing traitors wanting to hurt the Republic like Slick working with Ventress, or even if it was against their own will, with technologies existing to force the clone to become a tool for the CIS, like we saw with Echo being attached to a supercomputer to counter Republic tactics. Any clone not accounted for was a potential massive threat to the entire GAR. These covert ops troops were in some ways the precursors to the Death Troopers, with specialized but still mostly classified enhancements that made them both more physically apt, but also psychologically more capable of carrying out ops that were expected to be too difficult for standard troopers. These hit squads were doing things that were considered, quote, questionable and unethical, though they were not bred for this specialized role like clone commanders were. Rather, as Wallen Val, one of Jango's Quaivaldar Mandalorians that trained the clones, noted about one squad, quote, they were just ordinary troopers who'd shown a bit of promise for dirty work, selected from the ranks to backfill some of the roles that would have otherwise fallen to Republic commando squads. So showing exceptional ruthlessness and a lack of conscience could get you promoted to Palpatine's hit squad. As for their equipment, not much has been declassified, but they were known to use modified DC-15A and DC-15S blasters, while the most striking visual difference is this purplish coloring. This armor contained a polymer called Reflect, something that in all of the Republic and Imperial military is only seen in the armor of Death Troopers. But interestingly, there was also a bounty hunter called Mist, who had a photoreactive personal armor that contained microscopic crystals that could adapt to reflect incoming light and make the wearer nearly invisible. She also had it coated in Reflect, since this material was specifically designed to make one invisible to nearly all forms of sensors. so she would be practically invisible to both the naked eye and to any technology. So while we cannot confirm that the covert ops troopers had the more detailed microscopic crystal tech, they certainly were undetectable to all forms of sensors. And I do think it's highly likely that they would have access to this photoreactive coating as well, being the most secretive elite unit in existence, and definitely with no budget issues. And there are also things like the Sinrich optical dephaser used by Rook, and the holographic disguise matrix, aka the shadow hologram. So this tech was definitely available and almost required for the Republic to carry out these unethical missions, killing their own clones and even civilians if need be. Why would you not use this visual cloaking alongside the reflect? You get to decide who eyewitness accounts blame, and also because of the reflect, no droid would be able to detect them. Because of all of these high-tech stealth solutions, none of their missions were ever revealed to the public. The only way we know about one of their hits was because it failed due to a pure accident due to 2 elite units unknowingly operating in the same area. The covert ops only had a max of 3 troopers ever deployed at once, and on this particular mission they had the more standard 2-man team. Alpha 30, known as Sol, was an Alpha-class advanced recon commando who went AWOL after suspecting the true purpose of the clone army in Palpatine's schemes. Members of Omega Squad were on the planet Gaftakar to assist in the training of local resistance trying to overthrow the Separatist leadership. They came across this AWOL clone, and Omega Squad were able to capture him and were able to extract info from him. But they actually agreed with his argument for freedom and let this AWOL clone go, who promptly fled off-world. Republic Commando RC-1136, aka Darman, personally trained by Jango's second-in-command Cal Scarata, would then return to Alpha 30's hideout. The pair of these covert ops troopers entered the building thinking Darman was their target, but this commando, who was the sole survivor of a previous squadron, one of the best trained in the military, was able to best these 2 troopers. Even this elite trooper Darman and the rest of Omega Squad had no clue about the existence of these oddly armed and armored clones. They were outraged and confused how there could be this overlap in area of operation, and deeply disturbed that there was a secret hit squad that was sent out to kill other clones, making them believe even more in Sol's claims against Palpatine. Now I want to turn to the events of this first Bad Batch episode. Spoilers and speculation are incoming. We see how Tarkin is transitioning towards conscription troops. Something that we talked about in other videos is that taking your troops from the population all across the galaxy works to tie communities to the Empire, instilling patriotism tied to a paycheck, and puts potentially rebellious and rowdy lower classes to work spreading your empire. And as Tarkin highlighted in this episode, it was also cheaper than clones. The stormtroopers were certainly less skilled, and this is why we see Tarkin making sure that he develops an elite special forces branch as well, inspecting Bad Batch, only to be disappointed that they were mostly traitors, with the exception of Crosshair. After Crosshair's inhibitor chip was enhanced, we see him donning armor that looks to be a precursor of the Death Troopers. The Death Troopers would become elite bodyguards, but also reflect-coded hit squads used to tie up loose ends in the Empire, much like the previous covert ops troops. I think this story could evolve to see Crosshair heading up the elite forces birthed to track down and eliminate Bad Batch, as well as other clone deserters like Cut, and of course the Jedi survivors. So let me know what you think of this and the potential adaptation of this Legends idea into the new canon. I think this was a perfect time to cover these troopers, as I really do expect that if we're going to be exploring this Imperial transition era, we'll see Crosshair or someone else developing out a hit squad type unit. As for the behind the scenes facts, the covert ops were first introduced in the novel Republic Commando True Colors, and mentioned in Order 66, a Republic Commando novel. The idea is based on real-world death squads used by tons of current governments, and with the US specifically, there is the disposition matrix, aka the kill list, with targets being eliminated by special forces or more often by drone strikes. And this idea of a ruler having a small elite force to carry out hits quickly and efficiently is one of the oldest and most consistent in history. It is odd how little of this was explored in Star Wars lore during the Clone Wars. Even in the Imperial era, we mostly see things in the form of the Inquisitors, but not as much highlighting a force within the Imperial military. So let me know what you think about the Bad Batch and where it might go in the future, and what you think of a potential rivalry between Crosshair squads and the Bad Batch. Likes and comments really help to promote the video on YouTube, and be sure to subscribe so you don't miss more videos like this. But most important of all, remember, be careful what you say about the Emperor. You never know if there's an invisible, undetectable hit squad in your room with a DC-15. And the Force will be with you, always.
It's ingenious. You could create a database to identify anyone in the galaxy.
Some of Miko's thugs have decent prices on their heads, too. I'll transmit the info to your ID scanner.
If you get scanned and your genetic signature shows up on any New Republic register, you're gonna be detected.
Every citizen can exchange their invalid currency for Imperial credits.
My chain code has been encoded in this armor for 25 years.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to explain the chain code and all the technologies that work with it. We'll get into how the tracking fobs work and why these technologies were so useful to the Empire and the bounty hunting profession. And we'll end on some real-world behind-the-scenes facts. To put it simply, or as simply as possible, the chain code is the Empire's attempt to combine genetic or material info, social security numbers, and a sort of Wikipedia page, and then put it on a blockchain. That sounds really confusing, but after reading up a bunch and grabbing all these clips, I gotta say I like this idea, and it is surprisingly sci-fi for the usually sci-fantasy Star Wars universe. Let's get the blockchain part out of the way first. You got the reference right in the name. The chain code of an individual would be recorded on tons of different servers throughout the galaxy, making it nearly impossible to hack or change that data. I did laugh when I thought that I'm going to try and explain how cryptocurrencies work within an already complex lore topic, but to vastly oversimplify it, let's say I track the sale of every droid, ship, or armor sold every minute. We call a minute worth of transactions a block, and then other Imperial computers track this block as well. Every minute these are cross-referenced to the previous block to show a connected chain of ownership. When Palpatine heard this, he thought, let's apply that to people. This is where I get to the Wikipedia part of this equation. Let's say we tracked everywhere you went, what schools you went to, criminal history, bank account info, and even a list of friends and relatives, and that summary of you was recorded on the blockchain as well. To access this file, we'll give each citizen a number, and even a physical card containing this information for convenience. But the real magic is that you can combine all of this with biometric scanners. While still just theoretical tech here on Earth, as sci-fi goes, this isn't too much of a stretch to think that this could be a real technology, that you could point it at a being and read its genome without needing to take a physical blood sample. The only problem with the system that I just outlined is that without this genetic component, one could still fake their identity. The blockchain limits you to taking on someone else's identity. You can't craft a new one out of thin air or change your own, because everyone's record is recorded on that chain and confirmed on multiple independent computers. Hacking some Imperial terminal on Tatooine won't change what the historic blockchain was, which had already been long recorded. So if there wasn't that genetic component, you could be some notorious killer posing as some other person with similar features. But with the ability to scan one's DNA and get the results instantaneously, you can match it with the genome associated with the chain code number. Each of these elements working together are what makes this such an incredible way to have a near flawless tracking of materials, credits, and most importantly, individuals all across your galaxy-spanning empire. Now, this technology had actually been in place for some time before the organization of the Galactic Empire, but it seems to have only been applied to criminals. Much like how there is no database with fingerprints and DNA of every citizen, but there is one for some criminals. So the Republic had a system like this that bounty hunters were able to access to track their targets, with a biometric scanner used most famously by Jango Fett, where he could scan anyone around him to see if there were any active bounties on them. Decades later, we see that this system was still being used by the bounty hunting guilds, with the fob being a handy version of that biometric scanning tech, that instead of actively scanning individuals, it's instead pinging out to see if it detects a specific genome nearby, while the puck works to visually show the information about the target. The fob and bounty puck work off of this database, the blockchain that survived the Empire itself, still being used at a time when Imperial credits were no good. The proof of how good this system was can be seen in the exceptions that prove the rule. It was almost unheard of to go after a target without a chain code, but this is what Din Djarin was met with when he was tasked by the Imperial Remnant to hunt down Grogu.
Let's see the puck.
No puck. Face to face. Direct commission. All I know is no chain code.
Interestingly, we find that the child does have a chain code, but that the Imperial doesn't want to give it up.
We can only offer you a tracking fob.
What's the chain code?
We can only provide the last 4 digits.
Their age? That's all you can give me?
He doesn't tell him, perhaps because he worries that this sort of wiki page on Grogu would reveal all sorts of info that the Empire didn't want anyone to know. I think there's a great mystery here on why this would be recorded at all in the first place, details on Grogu's past that we will hopefully learn about in the future. It should be noted that as evil and invasive as this system sounds to us, once implemented, there were surely countless examples of how this system worked to capture criminals, securing trade, and likely making day-to-day business a lot easier. To the point that the New Republic apparently kept this system in place, as Cara Dune was worried about getting picked up on an NR scan, knowing that her crimes would be forever recorded in this blockchain.
If anybody runs my chain code, I'll rot in a cell for the rest of my life. If I so much as book passage on a ship registered to the Republic,
I have a ship.
And even back when Han Solo was still a young nerf herder, we can hear Imperial advisories concerning this blockchain record and how it also tracks goods.
You don't have a boarding pass. No access without ID chip. All droids must be registered.
This is still only 6 years after the formation of the Empire, so perhaps we are seeing a population that's still transitioning. Note that it mentions droid registration, and we see ship registration with Bad Batch, and all of this was a part of the same system to track everything. Perfect for a period of coming civil war. Palpatine knowing that the next threat would come from his own citizens, so imagine when a rebel camp gets discovered. Every droid, blaster, ship, vehicle, and person can be tracked down this chain of interactions, cross-referenced with others to see if there were locations and individuals in common, tracking who paid for it, etc. One of the critiques of Bitcoin was that criminals love it, and that the anonymity was used for crime, but over time more experts are showing that this really isn't true. It's far too trackable. The whole point is that there's a public recorded ledger. And so because all of your credits were also on this system, in this scenario you'd end up seeing a lot of credits coming from Alderaan, purchasing things that coincidentally down the line end up in the hands of rebels. And with Han, we may be seeing him being issued his chain code along with this physical card. It could just be his boarding pass, or both, as it is likely that there were enormous amounts of unregistered people and materials on planets, only being forced to record once people wanted to move to the bigger cities or travel off-world. Logistically, it must have taken a very long time to get to 100% registration for every citizen on every world. This likely wasn't achieved over the less than 3 decades of Imperial rule. Another instance of goods being on the chain is with Boba Fett's armor. Now it could be a separate blockchain record, Mando chain for example, as opposed to Imp coin.
My chain code has been encoded in this armor for 25 years.
He says that it is his chain code entered into the armor. This could just be a shorthand for all forms of technology, as most people in our world call all crypto Bitcoin. And I question that it is the Imperial chain code because the events mentioned are decades before it was introduced, but he does say that he encoded it, so it could mean simply that he wanted to have his armor recorded to him in this ledger, to without a doubt tie it to Boba Fett. But again, I have the question why the system would allow you to craft a background story for an item that was registered. This text is translated to say, Foundling, took into the year, the text is cut off, then Concord Dawn, where Jango was born. Then it mentions Mentor Jast with the R cut off from Jango's mentor Jaster Muriel, who's the one who adopted him as a foundling into the Mandalorians. And then it says Father Fett followed by Boba Fett as the current owner. But for a blockchain system like this to be taken serious, you can't make up the past ownership. It merely logs who owns it now, and then a chain of ownership is updated over time. So perhaps we are seeing that this blockchain-like tech was around for a lot longer and used to track important things like a family's armor, with different cultures having their own ledgers using this blockchain technology and making things like Mando chain. Now there are a bunch of other interesting tidbits and questions I wanted to bring up at the end here. If this is so impenetrable, then how could tech so easily craft fake IDs? Well, because he was at the very beginning of the block. From now on though, their genome, name, biographical data, etc. are all tracked within this blockchain system. But when did this bioscan take place? I wonder if they can get DNA out of the skin samples, or if perhaps that card had microscopic devices that scratch or capture blood to be read by the handheld scanner. But like mentioned earlier, there seems to be technology to read genome at a distance.
If you get scanned and your genetic signature shows up on any New Republic register,
like with Jango's scanner, and even with tech we can see how he can quickly identify any plant or animal life anywhere in the galaxy. Perhaps this is done visually, just referencing a database of images, but since this genome technology does exist, I don't see why it wouldn't be used in something like Tech Scanner. And of course, there have been things like lifeform scanners since the very beginning of Star Wars.
Hold your fire. There's no life forms.
And I'm not sure how this might fit in, but it's something to definitely be aware of, is that lifeform scanners are one of the only things that can still detect someone even when they're using a cloaking device or stealth field. These two stealth technologies usually block both visual detection, but also all forms of sensors, except apparently lifeform scanners. But then why do the midichlorian tests require a blood sample? Maybe tech has improved. It has been 13 years, though I kinda doubt this as Star Wars tech doesn't change much over time. Instead, it's likely that the midichlorian test is just more complicated. You would want to be extra careful with something like this. Your genome is in every cell, as opposed to picking up on these different organisms distributed in varying ways across an individual's body. And you definitely want to use the best processing you can if it means you'll be taking a child away from their parents. But even with the bioscanner, it seems like this wasn't always available to every trooper, as we do see that unlike Jango just scanning everyone that walks by, troopers ask for identification, so maybe they don't all have portable scanners, or this is the result of some semblance of civil rights that they do ask for it. So I really hope this puts Chaincode into the bigger context of the lore, and explains how and why this is the perfect tool for Palpatine. But you also definitely want to hear these cool facts and behind the scenes stuff. There's a bunch of references to chain codes being like social security numbers, like when the client says that I can only give you the last 4. That's usually all people will ask for of your social. And the fact that it references when Grogu was born is a reference to the group number part of your social. While in Star Wars the bad guys are overtly evil, the first social security numbers were issued in 1936, and were for determining entitlement programs for just a small amount of the population. This grew over the decades, applying to everyone, and being linked to your income and banking, though they were not automatically given to everyone at birth until 1986, half a century after being introduced. The name chain code is a reference to the blockchain, and that you need a code or key to access your cryptocurrency. For some personal lore, I find this whole subject fascinating and genuinely listen to and see valid points from both sides of the crypto convo. I could see it both being an extremely good thing and being manipulated by some evil force like this. It is a new concept. I'm not aware of any sci-fi novels that show how this could be implemented in some future society. If you do know of any, please leave a comment down below. But I found this lore to be exceptionally good sci-fi for Star Wars. It's pretty scary how plausible and inevitable it would all be if you just had that missing piece of scanning your DNA at a distance. But let me know what you think of this concept in Star Wars and how it works. But that's it for the chain code. The best way to help me out is to hit that like button and leave a comment below. And be sure to subscribe so you don't miss future videos like this. But most important of all, remember, yesterday's conspiracy theory device is today's basic necessity. And the Force will be with you, always.
The latest vessel from Lothal's Imperial shipyards, the Sinar Systems Advanced Anti-Starfighter.
What's up, meta nerds? This video is going to be a complete breakdown of the Grand Inquisitor's TIE Advanced V1 prototype. All TIEs are built by Sinar Fleet Systems, and this version was directly based off the Scimitar, used most famously by Darth Maul. And similarly, this V1 was used by the third in line to the Sith Master, as Darth Plagueis was the one that recommended Palpatine give it to his assassin, Maul, like how the Grand Inquisitor was beneath Vader, with the latter using the TIE Advanced X1, also a prototype. The TIE Fighter would completely replace the ARC-170 and ETA II by around 5 years after the war, the year 14 BBY, and by 5 BBY the V1 was officially introduced to the public during the Empire Day celebration on Lothal, celebrating the day that the Clone Wars ended and the Empire began.
Pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, I almost feel bad about blowing it up.
While this particular one was destroyed by the rebel group, the Spectres, the Grand Inquisitor had been using one for some time by now. One of the most obvious differences is the wing shape and this folding feature. These solar energy collectors folding down serve the practical purpose of lowering the cockpit to allow the pilot to more comfortably enter, removing the need for the usual infrastructure you see with TIE hangars, which best case in capital ships took the form of catwalks from which the TIEs would hang, so the pilot could just drop in that top hatch. And they would build things like this in some bases on planets, or like we see with the First Order, they had these stackable racks and all of them were accessed by stairs on the side, while at the very most minimal you would have to have these movable stairs. So bringing that cockpit down is actually pretty practical for an Inquisitor, who's often going to a lot of remote areas on their own. And it made it only about 4 meters tall when folded, like the X1, which is less than half the size of a standard TIE. And even unfolded, it was 3 meters shorter, at 5.7 meters or 18 feet 8 inches. The cost was 150,000 credits, making it 2.5 times the cost of a standard TIE, and 10k less than the TIE Advanced X1, while being equal to an X-Wing. It's crazy to think of, but the Scimitar was 55 million credits, but that's really comparing Banthas and Ewoks. That cost is due to its acceleration, hyperdrive, weaponry, and of course the cloaking. But with a top-down view, you can see how this section on both the V1 and X1 took their inspiration from the Scimitar. And the reason why these two TIE Advanced versions are close to the X-Wing in cost is mainly because of the hyperdrive capability. While the X-Wing was much faster, with the Class 1 being the fastest class in the galaxy, these TIEs had a Class 4.5 and 4, making it equal to some large cargo haulers. This may seem insanely slow, but keep in mind they didn't have to do hit-and-run style attacks like the Rebels, and if they were scrambling to a time-sensitive target, they weren't doing it alone. The Empire would always throw a large force at any target, and even the Inquisitors are hardly ever fighting without backup. So these TIEs could be attached to anything from the Gazanti-class to the decks of capital ships. And when it did arrive in atmosphere, the TIE Fighter was one of the fastest craft out there. While the X1 used by Vader was equal to a standard TIE, the Inquisitor's V1 maxed out at 1600 km per hour or 960 miles per hour, making it 52% faster than the X-Wing. And one of the only craft out there faster than an A-Wing, though not when it comes to real space distances. This stat is referred to as megalight per hour, and it is a bit silly if you look at it too long, putting ships at multiple times the speed of light, but ignoring that and using it simply as a scale to measure ships relative to each other, we see that the A-Wing and Eta II are the only ships out there faster than the experimental TIEs, with a big jump in speed seen by the First Order era, likely just due to being 30 years later. Now this is all powered by twin ion engines, and would have likely looked a lot like your standard TIE underneath those Durasteel panels, with Tabana gas getting ionized for the engines, and these massive power generators energizing the two LS 9.1 laser cannons. But what is most impressive are the variable munition launchers, which was used by the Grand Inquisitor to track vessels by running with an XX-23S thread tracker, which was powerful enough to transmit out of hyperspace. And this is the same model that would be used to track the Millennium Falcon to Yavin 4.
You're sure the homing beacon is secure aboard their ship?
The V1 could be outfitted with missiles, which themselves could be a variety of missile types or mixed in with trackers for a total of 20 projectiles. The X1 also had a launcher, and this combo really helped close the gap between the greater power of the old ARC-170s and the now enemy X-Wings. And in this same vein was the inclusion of a shield generator. The standard TIE was known for being disposable, the military philosophy of putting citizens to good use as cannon fodder, having overwhelming forces, and tying the economy to military production. To the point that the pilots knew that even if they ejected and survived, it wouldn't be for long as they were left for dead out in space. This TIE also had an ejection seat, but it adds onboard life support systems, so the pilot wasn't required to wear this whole oxygen system. The Inquisitor does wear his helmet, but this appears to be for augmented reality displays, because he takes it off when the target escapes, and when this gets commandeered we see that it's not necessary. And in this same fight with the Ghost, as we saw with its great speed, it isn't that the TIEs couldn't overtake it, but that they only had forward-facing weapons, and hoped to overwhelm their shields.
Open fire! The shields will not hold indefinitely.
This problem was addressed by the First Order TIE, placing a rear gunner with these extra cannons, and this is why something like the Ghost was so hard to take down, with turrets and even the detachable Phantom, and was why the ARC-170 was necessary for the swarms of droid fighters. When they do get some hits in rapid succession, not that this is unique to the TIE's weaponry, but we do get a good look at how droids connected to a ship, for purposes like in this case manning the cannons, the jolt of electricity that is absorbed by the ship when incoming energy bolts start breaking through the shield and dispersing over the armor and then into the ship, do a serious number on that connected droid. And moments later we see just how bad it was.
Chop us down!
This mission was to capture Imperial trader Sibo, who years earlier had volunteered to be augmented with the AJ-6 cyborg construct, and now could expose schematics for this new prototype starfighter, as well as the other variants being worked on, in addition to Walker schematics, Stormtrooper tactics, and the 5-year plan for Lothal. This intel was so important that the Grand Inquisitor led the operation to bring Sibo in, forcing the rebel group the Spectres to make some dramatic decisions. With the tracker connected and broadcasting their position, even through the blue void of hyperspace, Harrison Dula says that they could try and detach it, but interestingly, Kanan points out that because of their close call with this force-wielding pursuer, the Grand Inquisitor could now track them through the Force.
Why not just drop the Phantom into our trail and let the Imperials chase after their tracker?
The Inquisitor is on our trail, and as long as Ezra and I are on board the Ghost, we're jeopardizing Sibo's escape.
This is something we don't see depicted a lot, but it is one of the most dangerous aspects of being a Jedi survivor. And a dark, twisted part of Palpatine's plan is that even if they're not captured, merely knowing that they were hunted pushed so many survivors to choose to detach themselves from the Force. Combine this with knowing that heroics would attract attention, and you can see how the Inquisitorius removed the effect of the Jedi even if they hadn't killed them all. So to pull them off the trail, the Jedi hop in the detachable Phantom and perform a risky mid-hyper route ejection. As soon as it separates, it instantly starts to get pulled through the fabric of space-time and tumbles into real space. The abandoned old base is actually Fort Anaxis, the site of one of the largest final battles of the Clone Wars, and once inside of the hangar, we see just how hard it was to remove the tracker, eventually separating it and chucking it into the old LAAT gunship wreckage. The Empire always erred on the side of overkill, and the Grand Inquisitor arrived via Lambda transport with a squadron of troopers. The battle was intense, and the Jedi would have surely lost if it wasn't for Ezra's bond with the Furnox.
You're not going near it! I believe I am.
This brought them the chance to flee, and later that year, after they defeated the Grand Inquisitor, the duo would steal the prototype.
The Inquisitor's tied!
Well, we know he's not gonna use it.
You know what, kid? You worry me sometimes.
They would use its superior speed to catch up to Hera in her stolen tie, blasting away several Imperial fighters before docking with their Gazanti to make the jump to safety. The ship's ultimate fate was to be disassembled and analyzed by the Rebel Alliance, looking for weaknesses in this ship and ties in general, with General Antok Merrick stating that Captain Heranar and his crew had a, quote, merry time taking the ship apart. Despite this loss, Imperial Command was evidently impressed by the ship's performance, going from prototype to the official tie of the Inquisitorius, used later by the 5th brother, 7th sister, and 8th brother, the latter having his hijacked by Chopper on Malachor, and then Maul would take it to leave Malachor. 3 years after this, in the same year as the Battle of Yavin, Year 0, we get our last appearance of the V-1 during the Battle of Fostar Haven. Lyndon Javes led Helix Squadron during an operation overseen by Ray Sloan, and under the orders of Wilf Tarkin, to hunt down the survivors of the destruction of Alderaan. A convoy of refugees was to be destroyed on sight, but this evil pushed Javes to defect, using the variable munitions launcher to hit his wingmates with ion torpedoes, allowing the convoy to escape, while he would join forces with Echo Squadron when they arrived to escort these Alderaanians. Of course, the sister ship, the TIE Advanced X-1, would continue to be used by Darth Vader during the Galactic Civil War. So that's it for the breakdown, and as for behind the scenes facts, this ship was brought into canon via Rebels, but was based on the TIE Advanced prototype of Legends, mentioned in the Imperial Handbook. There were no visual depictions, but it described the predecessor of the Advanced X-1 as being sleeker, a smaller silhouette, and having a compact wing panel configuration. It was also said to have been designed by Vader working along with Wraith Sinar, Sinar being the one who designed all the other TIEs and the Scimitar, and these were to be given out to the Inquisitors and Dark Side Adepts. Canon stats mentioned come from the TIE Fighter Owner's Workshop Manual, with additional info coming from Ultimate Star Wars, the Rebel Files, and Dawn of Rebellion, while that game shown is Star Wars Squadrons. But most important of all, remember, never hit that eject button, and the Force will be with you. Always.
I will not be alone. I have my security here.
What's up, Meta Nerds? This video will pick up from the Senate Guard breakdown, and finish off with the Royal Guard. Everything from weaponry to variants and descendants far beyond the life of Palpatine. Once he became Chancellor, he was able to use the increased threats of violence that marked the final decade of the Republic to create a new branch called the Red Guard. Palpatine personally picked his most trusted Senate Guards to don these new red robes. And even though this looks like a red flag in retrospect, the Senate Guard had been corrupted by credits, politics, and nepotism for hundreds of years at this point, likely with each year having some scandal. So combine that with countless threats on the Supreme Chancellor at any time, all these secessionist movements, and it just seemed like the Red Guard could ensure safety and stability. The color coding may have something to do with the crimson-colored walls of the Chancellor's office, just helping them blend in a bit so it was less awkward for guests. Though others that knew their history may have been unnerved by the connection to the Imperial Guard of the Old Republic era Sith, or the odd change that they never carried the iconic ceremonial blasters like their blue brothers, but all carried the Force Pike, a weapon that worked better against lightsabers. Again, a weapon that was inspired by their use by the Umbaran Shadow Assassins of the Brotherhood of Darkness, the last of the great Sith forces. But aside from their pike, they were further trained in the Achani martial arts, one of the most respected in the galaxy, which focused on not using armor, weapons, or force powers, meant to ensure that the Red Guard were themselves weapons, perfectly capable of killing with their bare hands, and just made even more deadly with blasters and blades. which would come to include heavy blaster pistols of a class like Han Solo's DL-44 or the CR-2, and the double vibroblade. It is unclear when the concealed blaster was included, but if it was during the Republic era, it is funny to think that they knew they had this ace in their sleeve just in case the Blue Boys tried to arrest their patron. And by the time of the Clone Wars, the Jedi were actively looking into the idea that the secret Sith Lord they were hunting was hidden in the red robes of the Guard, perhaps manipulating everyone that came into the Chancellor's office through the Force, and could even be guiding the thoughts of Palpatine himself. Of course, the truth was the opposite, that Darth Sidious was using the dark side in the Red Guard's minds to be ever increasing in their absolute devotion to him alone. As early as 28 BBY, Padme was complaining that these guards were more intimidating and just full of general bad vibes. But after Captain Argus betrayed them during the Clone Wars, nobody questioned Palpatine's expansion of the Red Guard and Coruscant Guard. At every event, there were numerous plainclothes guards in the crowd, and since they were responsible for planning the movements of the leader during a war, the Red Guard would covertly scout everything ahead of time in plain clothes and with droids. And just like the Senate Guard, it would grow into an enormous military operation, always being selective with what they shared with other law enforcement agencies across the galaxy, while also being able to demand access to any intel they requested. Being ordered around and kept out of the loop was frustrating to high-ranking detectives and officers from Coruscant out to the Mid-Rim, but it did cut down on potential leaks that could lead to assassination. An assassination that would lead to a rapid Republic surrender to the CIS. And while there might be some buzz that a Red Guard interest must mean the Chancellor was coming to town, the timeline would be far in advance, so you never knew exactly when he might come, as each of Palpatine's visits was said to take up thousands of hours of work to plan, across numerous guards, and it might not be a visit at all, as the Red Guard was responsible for hunting down all threats against the Chancellor, whether it came from rock-solid intel by Republic spies, or simply in the form of graffiti. Everything had to be looked into. But there was always a threat of a wild card, so despite their uselessness against Grandmaster Yoda, they were still seen as crucial by Palpatine both as a practical and ceremonial role in his newly formed empire. And with this came some standardization to expand what was now being called the Royal Guard. Like most galactic dating sites, you had to be at least 6 foot to get in, but unlike those apps, intelligence and character were two of the most important criteria for new Royal Guards. Their combat and strength training could make your body into a weapon, but loyalty, high IQ, and force sensitivity were still things that even the Empire and Sidious couldn't just pump out of a laboratory. Credits couldn't create it. Instead, they had to comb the citizens for suitable members, and the public would never learn just how big a role force sensitivity played. While all Force cults were publicly outlawed, this was just because the Emperor wanted a monopoly on it, and Force sensitives would get pulled aside to train in a special class known as the Sovereign Protectors. Those with even greater ability would be trained as Dark Jedi and Inquisitors. And the Sun Guards that helped serve Darth Plagueis and then Sidious in their rise to deliver the Revenge of the Sith, the Force-sensitive, ancient rivals to the Mandalorians, were decimated towards the end of the Clone Wars. An order from Sidious that trickled down to be executed by Ventress. While the Jedi were all but extinct, Sidious would then act like he was helping them keep alive a proud warrior tradition, but the Sun Guard identity would eventually dissolve into the Royal Guard, specifically the Emperor's Shadow Guard, which donned these even more intimidating black coloring, with a ceremonial robe over similar armor, wielding the feared lightsaber pike, and were strong enough in the Force to use abilities like Force Choke and Lightning. They would be the Emperor's assassins. Using the intelligent networks, they acted like a rank below Inquisitors, hunting down Force sensitives and Order 66 survivors, but also high-priority military targets. Being trained directly by Darth Vader, and often seen with a squad of stormtroopers and Navy commandos. Imperial Sovereign Protectors, or Royal Guard Champions, would use their lower-level Force powers to take out just about anything below some Jedi Survivor or true Force wielder, and worked as a guard within the Guard. As the Royal Guard grew, Palpatine was faced with the same problem from the Clone Wars, that there was always the threat of traitors with this growing rebel alliance, so these Sovereign Protectors were hand-chosen from the Royal Guard, going through further years of training in everything from endurance to knowledge of alien languages and cultures, as well as becoming ace pilots with the Royal Guard Interceptor, which was unique amongst TIE variants, having a built-in hyperdrive, shield generator, larger arsenal, and greater ion engine, so that even with all this, it still had the same top atmospheric speed as the regular Interceptor at 1,250 km per hour. The Imperial Royal Guard Academy was located on Yunkor. Here they would attend classes of 40 students per course, with only a handful at most, but usually just a single candidate remaining. Forged in the fires of the training arena called the Squall, they would spar against each other daily for at least a year, usually paired up for long periods to breed a deep camaraderie, a policy that may have been influenced by the Rule of Two. Kirkanos reported that out of 42 brothers in guard training, only 2 survived to graduate, many dying during the hand-to-hand combat missions. And even if they made it all the way to graduation, the actual graduation itself required the paired candidates to fight to the death against each other, in front of Darth Vader and the Emperor. Kirkanos was filled with sadness and regret as he looked down at his friend's lifeless body, looking up to have Vader's crimson saber slashed so close to his face that it burned his skin and left a scar. The cyborg's voice booming in a cold command to never question or regret any order given by the Emperor. In the first year of the Empire, they were already joining Vader in executing traitors, 2 of them going to a remote moon to destroy the Hindsnake cult, after a nearly successful assassination attempt via the Aorth-6 virus, which killed everyone in the room and would have killed Sidious if he hadn't called deeply on the Force to purge this bioweapon. And 2 would be beheaded by Vader after they failed to detect a bomb placed by the 9th assassin under the Emperor's chair. Years later, several of them would be slain by Galen Marek, those guarding Leia Organa on Kashyyyk, and later those guarding the Emperor on the still being constructed Death Star 1. Despite all the brainwashing, there were still those like Grand Moff Tracta and members of the anti-Sith conspiracy that tried to take out Palpatine via a planted bomb in the year 1 BBY. They killed about half of the royal guards protecting him, but the other half were able to cut down the waves of stormtroopers sent by another traitor, Moff Cadir. Somewhere around this time, Royal Guard Vin Northel would defect after he witnessed a massacre and he joined the Rebel Alliance. Royal Guards would be used to protect the Inquisitorious headquarters on Coruscant and Fortress Vader on Mustafar. Vader and his master would bring some guards with them in 14 BBY when they personally visited Ryloth in hopes of drawing out the Free Ryloth movement, and some would be on Thrawn's flagship, the Chimera. Lacking the ceremonial robes may have been the idea of the ever-efficient and practical Thrawn, but it is interesting to note that anyone with massive power in the Empire wasn't far from these deadly zealots of the Imperial cult. Though they would have some major losses, like failing to execute Ezra Bridger, and losing the Imperialis, the Emperor's personal luxury yacht containing several ancient Sith artifacts, being successfully stolen by Lando Calrissian's gang. One guard did manage to stab Lobot with a vibroblade, but they would all be killed by Lando's hired warriors. This seems related, like a demotion and punishment, but I promise it's just coincidence that the Stormtrooper frontline style armor was made for some special Royal Guard divisions. Not the sleek look, but still the distinctive red. While the most shocking event in the history of the Royal Guard would be orchestrated by Lady Kira of Crimson Dawn. A droid was used to deliver a delay-acting poison that could deliver this into the Guard's food undetected. It all took effect during a Guard's meeting in the throne room with the Emperor, dropping dead at his feet as a powerful display that someone was getting close to him, all part of her goal to sow chaos in the Empire. Just before the Battle of Endor, a pair of guards would escort the Emperor aboard his Lambda-class to the planet Bothawai, where Sidious would personally call out the traitorous Bothan spies and slaughter them alongside his guards.
Welcome to Bothawi, Your Majesty. To what do we owe this great honor?
Your disloyalty to the Empire.
Being an instance where the guards fought alongside the Emperor wielding his dark side powers. So for the debate as to how much they truly knew of the Emperor's identity, at least some were aware that he was a powerful Sith. And though they would be with the Emperor during his inspection of the second Death Star, he dismissed them all from the throne room when Lord Vader brought in Luke Skywalker. Hoping to make the boy his new apprentice, he was unprepared for betrayal to strike from his second-in-command. All of these guards were killed with the destruction of the Death Star, and this organization, like the rest of the Empire, was thrust into chaos. Once the rumors of the Emperor's death were confirmed, many of the guards committed mass suicide at their posts. But showing the full range of the human mind and limits of Sith brainwashing, many others would retire into obscurity hoping to forget their dark past, while others still simply continued on donning their red robes every day, just for a new master. Be it regional warlord that paid well, moffs with varying legitimacy, and perhaps the most legitimate heir, Grand Vizier Sate Pestage, who would be accompanied by royal guards during his negotiations with the New Republic. And there were many that served General Shale, Grand Admiral Ray Sloan, and Fleet Admiral Gallius Rax, all members of the Imperial Remnant who were being guided by Palpatine's contingency plan, leading some royal guards to protect his cloning sites, and others to help keep high-ranking Imperials alive to make it into the unknown regions, and give rise to what would become the First Order. Sloan was not in on the plan when 2 guards escorted her to the New Republic capital of Chandrilla in the year 5 BBY. She thought she was there for peace talks, but once the time was right, her guards snapped into action and killed the New Republic Senate guards escorting them. With the slaying of their distant guard cousins, Chandrilla was surprise attacked, and outraged, the New Republic would pursue the remnant to Jakku for what would become the final battle of the Galactic Civil War. One of Rax's royal guards was killed here, and his helmet would later find its way into the hands of Ransom Casterfo, a centrist politician that was a rival of Senator Leia Organa. Remember, the Senate Guard look was based on the Mandalorian Neo-Crusaders. Despite those warriors having the opposite values to the Republic, their valor was abstracted out and idolized, even by those who hoped to wield power and discipline to bring about peace and order. Casterfo's collection of artifacts from proud Imperials was off-putting to some like Leia, who couldn't understand how a New Republic senator wasn't disgusted by these relics of the evil Empire. But like the designers of the Senate Guard armor millennia earlier, when he looked into the elegant and powerful design, he wasn't worshipping some Sith, but instead inspired by the values that the Royal Guard was meant to evoke. By 10 BBY, the reborn Palpatine would summon his guards to his secret facility on Biss, and though they would fight valiantly at his side the next year, they discovered that the traitorous protector Carnor Jax had been working to destroy these clone copies of their lord. When one tried to warn the others, he was killed by these guards that were in on the plot. And brilliantly, Jax had a message sent out to the Imperial facilities on Yinkor, reporting that the guard had turned on Palpatine. So when the loyal guards regrouped on Yinkor, they were slaughtered by the stormtroopers stationed there. Kir Kanos was the only one to escape, and was able to kill his guard brother during a duel in the Squall. A paired battle to the death, like the one they had to go through during graduation, all those years ago. Their legacy was carried on in the form of the Imperial Knights of the Fel Dynasty, and by Snoke's Praetorian Guard. There were always 8 Praetorians, being drawn from and replaced if killed from the ranks of the Sith Troopers, taking the most elite to arise from the facilities on Exegol. So that's it for their breakdown. As for cool stuff and behind the scenes facts, they were also trained in Arc Casters, a powerful stun version of the E-11 that could shut down organics and droids. The Guard had their own combat language that within the entire Empire only they could understand, and it was said to have never been decoded, likely dying out completely around 11 BBY. Nobody knows how many guards there ever were. Wedge Antilles estimated it was several dozen, but some numbers put it in the hundreds. They protected everything from the Emperor himself to numerous important locations from his yacht to hidden Sith vaults, as well as powerful Imperial leaders, so I would put this number close to at least 100. What's really interesting is that when writing Crimson Empire, Randy Stradley said that they were working with the idea that all Royal Guards were clones, and this is why Jax and Kanos look alike. Though the original Royal Guard to Royals was later established as being from Senate Guards, it is still possible that the later ones were from a cloning process. There was a ton of cloning that continued into the Imperial era. Royal Guards protected all of Palpatine's hidden cloning sites. And then there were the G-Nodes, secret Imperial cloning sites that pumped out troopers for the Empire, with the twist that these clones were implanted with entire fake memories. Even though they looked the same, their brains were altered to never pick up on this, and each could recall whole lives that led up to their stormtrooper recruitment, when in reality they were just bred together in a lab. 40% of stormtroopers came from G-Node facilities, so if this was used for the Royal Guard program, I still think it would have been a mix, as some could be clones brought to Yinkor to be molded, but since cloning Force wielders doesn't work out so well, I think that these Force sensitives were discovered and pulled into the program due to their exceptional service. Concept art ranged from them looking like Centurions to monks, but always red. A lot of this info comes from the Crimson Empire comic series, the Atlas, and Essential Guide to Warfare. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. But most important of all, remember, if you look cool enough, nobody will question what you actually do. And the Force will be with you, always.
Holding position.
What's up, Meta-Nerds? Today we'll be breaking down all the variants of the AT-AT Walker. Truly embodying its name, we'll see how the Empire made this lumbering war machine truly an all-terrain vehicle. Using all Legends and canon sources, we'll construct a full picture of this iconic Walker's variant spanning dozens of years in canon and more than a century in Legends. If you haven't seen it already, I highly recommend you watch the dedicated AT-AT breakdown. You can click on this in the top right corner of the video, and it's also linked down in the description. But assuming you already know the effective base design, let's start with Legends, covering the 8 existing variants in this timeline before switching over the canon, and exploring the 4 additional variants that come out in the Disney era of Star Wars. And starting off with Legends, our first few are a bit simpler, straightforward designs. With Big Palpy ruling a truly galactic empire, Imperial forces could expect to fight on a myriad of different battlegrounds against rebel insurrectionists and later New Republic forces. Specialized for deployment on desert worlds, Kuat Drive Yards developed the Dune Walker. The Dune Walker was a minor variant with identical passengers, crew, and dimensions of the base AT-AT, with the major changes being the replacement of potential tertiary weapon systems with additional Sinar Z-23 heat dissipation units. These are essentially air conditioning units, and though the base unit had these installed, they increased the number of them in the Dune Walker and were specialized to better function in the scorching deserts of planets such as Tatooine. It's not hard to imagine the 40 embarked troopers and their crew in their heavy combat gear sweating enough to pass out in this giant cooking metal box of a walker. So while that might be a minor inclusion, it obviously was crucial. Now what you might have picked up on is that the AT-AT has no listed tertiary, no third weapon system, so it's unclear exactly what those heat dissipation units were replacing. On the other side of the spectrum, some of the walkers used by Blizzard Force were equipped with measures to better function in deep winter conditions. Nicknamed Snowwalkers, these winterized AT-ATs came with improved heat circulation systems to keep the crew and passengers warm, de-icing controls to ensure thick ice buildup did not interfere with the hydraulics, locomotion, visual, and weapon systems of the walker, as a lot of the really crucial tech, including the ground scanners, were located in the feet and could be under several meters of snow and ice. And so technically speaking, you've already seen these. It's just funny that the scenes that introduced this walker, we of course think of this as the standard AT-AT, and of course outwardly it all looks the same, but technically they're specialized systems making sure everything is kept nice and warm and functional. And let's use that to transition to some variants that don't have specific names, as many Imperial forces found ways to modify their walkers to fit the environment they were placed in. On planets without a breathable Type 1 atmosphere, AT-ATs could be outfitted with special gas filters, while additional heat recirculators could be added for worlds even colder than Hoth, or when operating in the vacuum of space. For planets with toxic rain or other extreme environments, anti-corrosive sheens would be applied to keep the walker's hydraulics, visuals, and electronics functional. So if you want to get even more technically specific here, almost every Imperial garrison modified their walkers in some way to make them best fit their local environment. Places with more hostile natives or animal and plant life were known to pack on dense durasteel hulls and extra plating, and some tried to mitigate the effects of radiation or chemical weapons. Looking to the first official combat variant, we have the Heavy AT-AT, featuring, well, heavier armor than its predecessor, but also stronger firepower, likely turbo laser grade as this was seen in some later Imperial walkers. And you might be thinking that the problem with this walker wasn't that it was weak, rebels weren't shooting through it, and its weaponry was more than adequate. And while that might make sense, it's definitely a very Imperial thing to do. Great for the war economy, promotional material, Empire Day celebrations, and to be a little fair, there were ever-increasing reports of rebels getting their hands on proton torpedoes and other explosives, and some had actually punctured the standard walker. So there is some practical aspect to this, even though it's probably mostly driven by the Tarkin doctrine. The next variant is the all-terrain Ion Cannon, which switched things up with a major redesign of the hull and weapon system. The majority of the troop's bay was removed to make room for an open mount ion cannon attached to the rear of this walker. Sacrificing the troop capacity of the AT-AT turned this vehicle from an armored transport to a self-propelled gun, with that ion cannon being its main armament. While not being a factory floor design, the Empire actually sent back some stock AT-ATs to have Kuat undergo this remodeling. This walker did retain all of its primary head-mounted weaponry, meaning the reactor would have to share power between the regular base weapons and the ion cannon, so probably not able to power both at full efficiency. ATICs were not used as offensive assault vehicles, but rather as mobile defensive platform weapons for key Imperial installations. The ATIC was noted to be very uncommon, not surprisingly as base defense could already be provided by orbiting Imperial warships, dedicated, dug-in turbolasers and ion cannons, and even starfighter patrols and artillery. The cannon possessed a limited firing arc of around 115 degrees and was clearly intended to engage aerial or space targets, being most effective against capital ships at range from Imperial stations. Like a supersized ion-firing J-1. Because remember, like we see with the transition from Venator to Imperial Star Destroyers, the Empire had an increased focus on ion weaponry, not wanting to completely destroy the enemy, but disable and capture ships, letting the ISB torture out any info they could get, and hopefully understand the chain of custody to find out how these vehicles fell into rebel hands. And you see the Tarkin doctrine really drove this next variant, taking the rule of fear literally with this one, the Shadow AT-AT. The Shadows were specifically designed separately from the main line, being 15.5 meters in height, about 7 meters shorter than the standard AT-AT, while still keeping the same proportions. And of course that seems small when comparing it to the ultimate behemoth, but it still towered above other combat vehicles, though it likely decreased the power of its weaponry as well. So why design the Shadow differently? The simple answer is intimidation. They were coated in gleaming black armor, purposely meant to strike fear into the enemy, though funny enough it had no specialization for stealth operations. There's no cloaking tech like we see in some ships or vehicles, but they were intended to be used during nighttime attacks or on gloomy, sunless worlds like Umbara. You might be thinking, really? It's just a glossy black paint job? But apparently many rebel soldiers said that this was one of the most frightening things they ever witnessed, as the shadows themselves started opening fire on them, and struck even deeper in the rebel psyche than the already intimidating AT-ATs. What's interesting is that despite the smaller size, it could still carry 40 troops, so just packed in a bit tighter but also losing the speeder bikes. One of the most dramatic modifications to the AT-TE chassis originated from another local Imperial garrison's modification, and was so successful that it was officially adopted for factory production. The aquatic terrain armored transport, more commonly known as the AT-AT Swimmer, was a major modification that adapted the walker for underwater operations. Obviously it's not a walker anymore, as its 4 armored legs were replaced at the hip joint with repulsor engines, effectively turning this thing into a submarine. The 5th engine at the rear drove the craft forward, while the bottom 4 possessed limited rotation to adjust the craft's position and provide additional speed when needed. The rear troop compartment was separated into 2 bays, connected by an additional flexible armored tube, much like we see connecting to the head or the midsection of the AT-TE. This one also retained its full trooper load of 40 personnel, and were assigned to the Imperial Maritime Division, which was a part of the Imperial Navy, but actually for water. 600 kilograms of cargo could be carried on board, while having a crew of 5, likely 2 pilots, a commander, and 2 crew chiefs to manage the infantry once they disembarked. The AT-AT Swimmer's pilots were specially trained for this task, drawn from the ranks of the Imperial Army. The head-mounted armament remained the same caliber, with the weapons themselves modified for operation in underwater conditions. Along with the rest of the vehicle, everything from sensor tech to air intake had to be changed. The armor and its construction was designed to protect not only against enemy fire, but the deleterious effects of saltwater corrosion, as well as the crushing pressure of deep ocean operations. The head provided a wider field of fire than its already impressive land-based counterpart's arc of 180 degrees, and protected the aft of the vehicle with a twin blaster turret that would end up being mounted on some later models. In battle, the swimmer would deploy alongside sea troopers and TIE fighter boats for protection, engaging enemy targets and pressing through defenses to deploy their payload of infantry on crucial areas. This variant saw surprising success from its original modification by the Imperial garrison of the World Cup era to its official production as a joint venture between Kuat Drive Yards and the Hydrospear Corporation, and would be used by Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire as late as 137 ABY. By this time, the AT-AT Swimmer had undergone upgrades of its own, being outfitted with a dual blaster turret on the aft quarter to keep enemy infantry at bay, as well as a launch bay for Shark underwater fighters. The Swimmer acting as a mothership in its own right, as well as a command vessel favored by Imperial commanders and Sith Lords alike. The AT-AT lost none of its fearsome reputation as an aquatic vehicle. The Swimmer may actually have the most fearsome reputation of any vehicle in Imperial history, participating in the genocide of the Mon Cala while being virtually impervious to enemy fire. The Final Legends variant also served Darth Krayt's Galactic Empire, as well as the Empire in exile that opposed it, this being the All-Terrain Heavy Armored Transport, or AT-AHT. This was a major overhaul, with virtually every element of the walker changed in some fashion. The AHT presented a towering elephantine profile with a humpback troop compartment covered in overlapping armor plates and weapon stations. A modified insectoid command cabin featured 2 bug-eye vision ports on the diagonally sloped front part of the head, along with 2 twin cheek-mounted laser cannons partially protected by armored shutters. Below the chin, a single and very heavy laser cannon was mounted, roughly the size of the AT-TE's main gun. The humpback rear compartment rose to half the walker's height above the cabin, on which a dual heavy laser cannon sat one above each other on a vertical mount in a ball turret with limited rotation. Additionally, on each armored side of the AT-AHT, a single heavy laser cannon, again in a ball turret, covered the entire port and starboard sections of the walker from attack from enemy vehicles. Thus, this heavily armored walker possessed a minimum of 9 laser cannons, 5 of them being heavier than the standard AT-AT's main armament. There were no light blasters or laser cannons to deter infantry, which points to the Empire continuing their adherence to combined arms operations, in which the AT-AHTs would break the heaviest enemy resistance in vehicles. Infantry and speeders contemporary to this period would screen the walkers' flanks, making sure no saboteurs could make their way in or hijack this thing, allowing the AHT to focus on its main objective. Since it doesn't have repulsor tech, it can walk right through shields and deliver the firepower of several tanks all at once, and still carrying those 60 troops, and still manage to pack in 8 speeder bikes, and perhaps most impressively, 3 entire AT-RCT, the riot control transports, a sort of upgraded and more deadly AT-RT or AT-PT. In this way, even without an escort, this walker could deploy enough troops and vehicles to form its entire own defensive screen if needed. It isn't clear if those RCTs were disassembled, like how some of the original AT-ATs could carry 2 disassembled AT-STs, but given its much greater size, I wouldn't be shocked if they were fully operational RCTs, sitting inside ready to be deployed via a boom system straight into battle. It could also carry up to 2 metric tons of cargo, and enough consumables for all the vehicles to last up to 1 week. The additional internal space likely accommodated a larger reactor to power the lumbering machine with its much heavier weight, and the only element not noticeably changed were the legs. The relatively smaller size of the locomotion system in comparison to the rest of the vehicle would make you think it had an even more sluggish gait, but it's actually noted to have an increased top speed, now hitting 80 km per hour, or 50 miles per hour. By the time of the Second Galactic Civil War, the AHT had been relegated mostly to operations on worlds where conditions prohibited the use of repulsor vehicles, as other assault craft filled Crate's Empire's needs for ground attacks. It is worth noting that regular AT-ATs continued to serve Crate's Empire in an updated form. In fact, since the Battle of Endor, some AT-ATs were upgraded with dual turbo lasers in place of the dual heavy laser cannons as primary armament. So it's safe to say that these late AT-AT models carried at least dual turbo lasers. So despite all the flaws pointed out in Rebel propaganda, and that greatest of enemy, gravity, it was clearly an effective design that was able to prove its worth as late as 137 years after the Battle of Yavin. But now let's look at the cannon variants. The first variant we see is fairly minor, a straightforward upgrade to the Walker, being the Elite AT-AT, combining the dark armor of the Shadow with the heavier firepower and thicker armor of the Heavy AT-AT. Its laser cannons were upgraded, which must mean that they became turbolaser grade, and Imperial commanders took the threat of tow cable attacks like those seen on Hoth very seriously. So seriously that the Elite AT-AT came with inbuilt saws right inside the legs that would sever cables to avoid tripping from such attacks. As you might guess, only the best of the best AT-AT pilots would become those entrusted to pilot the Elite. And remember, all AT-AT pilots were already known to be drawn from a pool of the cream of the crop of Imperial assault drivers, seen as the most arrogant pilots in the entire military. So just imagine how insufferable these elite pilots would be. But curiously, this walker has a very notable weakness, being uniquely susceptible to heavy ion explosives. So perhaps that's a flaw of the certain alloy used in the upgraded armor, being better at diffusing kinetic attacks, diffusing the heat of most lasers, but amplifying the effects of ion weaponry. We can guess that it had a troop capacity of around 40 and would have cost a lot more than the standard 150,000 credits. Next up is a specialized engineering variant, the All-Terrain Armored Cargo Transport, not to be confused with the All-Terrain Construction Transport. Neither of these AT-ACTs was intended to partake in direct combat, but was specialized for construction and engineering, standing considerably taller than the AT-AT at a height of almost 32 meters and a top speed of 50 kilometers per hour, or 31 miles per hour, and was classified as an armored cargo walker. The most notable change was the swapping of the two-tiered troop bay for an open modular cargo hold. This cargo hold was capable of accepting either a dedicated Imperial cargo container or vast numbers of crates, odd containers, and raw materials within its 550 cubic meters of internal space. Even when completely filled, 10 passengers could be carried on board as well. Stevedore or dock droids could be employed, along with Imperial quartermasters who would load these transports with supplies, particularly the ultra-dense materials which the ACT could carry with ease that might overwhelm most repulsor trucks. An electromagnetic tensor field reinforced the legs, especially the knee joints, to enable the AT-ACT to carry greater loads with greater stability. The Walker was staffed by a reduced crew of just a single pilot, typically drawn from any Imperial armored branch's service. They were typically deployed on garrison, manufacturing, or mining worlds, where these capabilities could be used to great effect, whether it be shuttling components for Imperial Star Destroyers, or minerals to be turned into armor plating and war material. They were used by the Imperial Corps of Engineers whenever military construction was required, from Darth Vader's castle on Mustafar to the Scarif complex. While not intended for frontline combat, the vehicle was more than capable of defending itself against light threats and providing fire support to Imperial forces, whether it be against hostile wildlife or rebel incursions. Its legs, especially the knees, were always a weakness and vulnerable to even E-Web grade fire, although the vehicle as a whole retained the tough, durable reputation of the AT-AT line, shrugging off a direct hit from a rocket launcher on Scarif. The Walker's chin-mounted MS-2 heavy laser cannons were shifted to the command cabin's cheeks and the medium laser cannons removed entirely, lightening the overall armament. As an engineering vehicle, the Walker was not intended for combat, but could be that first response or last-ditch reserve to augment existing Imperial armored forces if they were facing a powerful threat. And these you could actually get a bit cheaper at 125,000 credits. Just as Darth Krayt's Empire deployed variants far into Legends, the First Order utilized up-armored and sleeker AT-ATs. The FO AT-AT, manufactured by Kuat's successor company, Kuat and Tralla, saw service in the Battle of Krayt and beyond, providing First Order forces with a familiar ground assault vehicle. This vehicle was up-armored, created with the next-generation lightweight materials, layered across the hull, offering better protection at no increased weight. But notably, its armament was reduced to just the cheek-mounted laser cannons, dropping the iconic heavy chin laser cannons, which might actually be the worst thing we saw at Krayt. While less powerful overall, these weapons were improved, being more accurate due to better targeting systems, on top of benefiting from a faster fire rate. Despite its size and power, the role of the mainline assault vehicle was replaced by the AT-M6, which I'll talk about next, but one other minor alteration I wanted to mention, placing of the frontal toe flap with this solid block meant to crush through obstacles as well as an improved shin armor to further protect against catastrophic leg hits. A cockpit ramp below the command module in place of the heavy laser cannons offers easier accessibility, but also a potential weak point in the formidable armor plating, though it would be going into battle screened by updated AT-STs, just like their predecessors decades before. And now we arrive at the all-terrain Mega Caliber 6. The M6 differs considerably in weaponry, complement, internal arrangement, and doctrinal role than all other AT-ATs, significantly departing from the traditional troop transport role into a dedicated siege platform. Towering over the competition with a height of more than 36 meters, about 1.5 times the standard, it brings incredible firepower to any battlefront. At 40 meters long, it's about twice the length of the standard, while being an impressive 18 meters wide. The main armament of the vehicle is also its namesake, the Mega Caliber 6 turbo laser cannon. Mounted in an elephantine hump along where the troop bays would usually be positioned, the barrel of the M6 protruded from an armor housing with its internal structure running deep into the Walker. The cannon, being a Starship-grade turbolaser, is capable of engaging shielded positions rated to deflect the attention of capital ships. Despite being mounted in a mobile ground vehicle, the cannon retains a moderate fire rate, outputting considerable destructive power. With accurate fire, the Mega Caliber 6 is more than able to destroy virtually any ground vehicle with a single on-target round. It can devastate even the densest defensive lines and most protected fortresses and fortified cities. A weapons room positioned on the gun deck serves this weapon, more reminiscent of a firing center on a capital ship, which is powered by a dedicated power plant directly above the weapons room. Heavy-duty heat exhaust and shock absorbers help the M6 deal with the destructive blowback of such a powerful weapon. The AT-M6 is further armed with a pair of medium anti-ship laser cannons on the cheeks of the heavily armored command cabin, these typically being the lightest armament capital ships would bring to bear on each other in ship-to-ship duels, and more than capable of devastating any medium or heavy ground vehicle with a single salvo. This already obscene firepower is greatly strengthened by a pair of chin-mounted heavy laser cannons positioned between the angular jowls of the command module, which themselves are studded with horizontally racked targeting sensors. By its armament alone, the M6 does away with any pretense for any dedicated anti-infantry firepower, instead is solely dedicated to the destruction of highly fortified installations in enemy armored divisions. This extreme firepower, combined with the power demands for such a gargantuan and mighty vehicle, and all this required an upgraded power system. Rather than relying on a bay of fuel cells, it utilizes a large fusion reactor embedded deep within the behemoth's lower rear section, kept in continuous operation to generate sufficient power for the weapons and locomotion. The dual hemisphere reactor, measuring at least 8 meters in diameter, is kept in operation by a supply of reactant fuel, with an outer shell masking an internal reactor coil and the extremely harmful energies emitted by its operation. A chain of 4 turbolaser gas canisters run down the ATM-6's sloped back, providing the ammunition for the main weapon, but also a potential target for enemy forces able to get around the vehicle's rear quarter. The Mega Caliber 6 cannon and the reactor take up the majority of the internal space, with enough room left for an auxiliary compartment capable of being swapped out with a number of mission modules depending on the walker's deployment. For the Battle of Crate, this compartment was utilized as an auxiliary troop bay, carrying 12 passengers into battle. It's possible this compartment could also be used as a dedicated command and control center for ground forces, or as an engineering space, maybe even a communications node during operations. Now, of course, bringing 12 troops into battle was hardly significant next to those carried on the smaller First Order AT-AT, or what could be deployed through assault landers and armed shuttles. And it is incapable of deploying its troops through an assault drop through the belly, which is the ultimate sign of a departure from the troop transport role. Maybe all those guys on board are just meant to make sure it isn't captured. Its rear legs are mostly the same, but the front pair are considerably modified. It bears massive armored forelegs terminating in mech carpal foot structures similar to a simian. These redesigned frontal legs bear more of the ATM-6's considerable weight, but also are meant to brace the walker during the firing of the Mega Caliber 6 main cannon, ensuring it is a stable firing platform. A complicated system of heavy hydraulic pistons and overlapping gears that all drive the forelegs require their own ventilation gates, which were cleverly designed to work as cable cutters, severing any slim chance of these behemoths being taken down in the fashion of its predecessors. The entire vehicle is clad in hyper-advanced armor, developed in secret foundries in the unknown regions, even denser and tougher than those of the AT-ATs. But like the standard, the command cabin is equipped with a system of sensor screens, providing the pair of pilots with up-to-date targeting, tactical, and terrain data, all from the onboard sensors from the JAL rangefinders to the footpad terrain sensors. A vehicle commander stands behind and above the pilots, typically with his own command dais, in the typically domineering first-order fashion. In summary, the ATM-6 amps up the psychological terror and overwhelming firepower classic to the AT-AT line, providing first-order officers a nearly unstoppable siege engine to finally snuff out any sparks of the New Republic. My question to you is, of all those variants, which is your favorite, and if you had to choose between the ATM-6 and AT-AHT, which of these supersized armored titans would you prefer to use on the battlefield? And could one of them defeat the other in a 1v1 match? Let me know in the comments down below. Now for a couple cool facts and behind the scenes stuff, the ATM-6 would be roughly equal in height to the massive redwood trees in California, the tallest trees on the planet, or a whopping 1/5 the height of the Space Needle in Toronto. Lengthwise, it's as long as 2 bowling lanes laid end to end, or longer than 12 74Z speeder bikes. Now, like some of the wonkiest vehicles in Star Wars, the Shadow and AT-IC were developed originally just as toys. The AT-IC in particular being discontinued by Kenner after being kit bashed together, but still happily making it into the Legends continuity as a very rare variant. I haven't seen if there's any mods for Empire at War or similar strategy games that have the giant AT-AHT or M6, but if you know of one, definitely comment down below. Please hit that like button, it really is the best way to help me out. Comment your thoughts and suggestions, but most important of all, remember, I hope General Veers is getting royalty checks from all these variants, and the Force will be with you, always. When you're looking to deploy all-terrain armored transports en masse to crush rebel resistance, look no further than the massive Y-85 Titan dropship. What's up, nerds? Today we'll be breaking down the Incom Y-85 Titan, exploring its stats, capabilities, and role in Imperial forces throughout the Galactic Civil War era and beyond. Using both canon and legend sources, we'll construct a full picture of this craft and learn about its essential role in the Imperial war machine. The Imp's deployment of massive war machines such as the all-terrain armored transport and its myriad variants required an equally massive transport dropship to shuttle these armored behemoths from orbit to planet side. The Incom Y-85 Titan filled this role, measuring an estimated 75 meters long and 35 meters wide. It was so large it could not fit aboard the hangars of Imperial-class Star Destroyers. It was rather transported in the cavernous berths of Dreadnaught-class vessels, such as the Executor-class Super Star Destroyers. This chunky dropship made full use of its incredible internal space, however, able to simultaneously transport 4 AT-ATs, in addition to 4 AT-ST Scout Walkers, or sections of the prefabricated garrisons that Imperial forces favored so much as outposts or forward operating bases. The AT-ATs were stored 2 forward and 2 to the rear, above the enormous repulsor units required to keep the Titan afloat. Each of the 2 AT-AT bays were serviced by cranes and gantries, allowing personnel to board the walkers en route, and for mechanics and technicians to perform maintenance and basic repairs. A rotating rack carrying the Titan's quartets of AT-STs divided the two bays, allowing servicing by multiple angles. The armored, sloping frontal edge of the Titan served as an ablative shield to burn off heat when entering planetary atmospheres at high speeds, and terminated at the rooftop, double-decker command module. This cockpit space was roomy enough for dozens of personnel, with additional quarters below and behind the main command unit. The rear deck of the Titan, like the Separatist's multi-troop transport, was covered with exhaust vents to redirect the enormous heat signatures generated by such large repulsor units. In battle, Titans would be escorted by TIE fighters and dropped into zones with minimal resistance in order to safeguard their valuable cargo. But as a last resort, the Titan was armed with 2 twin heavy laser cannons, which is an enormous armament, an order of magnitude larger than the AT-AT's main guns. Again, much like the MTT, these guns were semi-fixed and locked in the forward position, indicating that their use is more for destruction of buildings, fortifications, and terrain features than nimble enemy fighters or vehicles. With its all-around ablative shielding, the Titan resembled more a flying bunker than a dropship, with even the command module's screen protected by thick, armored shutters. While shooting a Titan out of the sky along with their payload would be a prime objective for Rebel commanders, this was easier said than done. That thick armor provided considerable protection, and when deployed for a combat drop, Titans would move from the hangars of their SSD parent ship through the escorting armada to a drop point above the planet, most likely shepherded by swarms of escorting TIEs. From here, their drop zone would be calculated, probe droids and orbital scanning confirming the terrain stability of the landing zone, while bombers and orbital strikes softened up defenses. When ready, the Titans would plunge into the atmosphere, their ablative armor glowing white-hot as they plummeted. Their rapid descent would minimize their time under enemy guns, the repulsors only engaging in time to slow the behemoths to a survivable speed before they made contact with the planet. A formation Titan landing, like the MTT on steroids, would kick up a massive wave of sand, snow, dirt, or other debris, the repulsor lifts roaring to keep the craft stable. From here, the AT-ATs would deploy, the first 2 from the front bay dropping, followed by the second pair in the back. It's an interesting design choice for the Imps to go with a true dropship, with only its ablative armor to shield its descent rather than a more traditional lander, operating like a standard ship. But it does fit in perfectly with the shock and awe tactics preferred by Imperial AT-AT commanders, who we all know and love. In other cases, such as the Battle of Hoth, Imperial commanders chose to deploy their barges much further from the Rebel defenses, and chose to trek their AT-ATs overland to reach their targets, limiting their risk, and if they're honest, it was out of a respectful fear for the Rebel defenses, knowing not even the Emperor's great army was invincible. Titans were also used on aquatic worlds to deploy the AT-AT's water-based variant, the AT-AT Swimmer, with Titans landing directly on the ocean surface while disgorging the swimmers directly below into the sea. The fact that Incom produced this craft, along with its smaller cousin, the Theta-class AT-AT barge, may raise a few eyebrows given that they were responsible for the creation of the X-Wing. Remember, after the X-Wing designs made it out of Incom, the Empire nationalized the company and replaced many of its staff with loyalists to the regime. Sadly, Incom products became known for their mediocrity, nothing exceptional, just enough to perform to standard, while the Y-85 may be the largest product to ever come from Incom's yards. The size I gave is based on the AT-ATs. There's no official number, but like I said, it must be about 75 meters long, 35 wide, and about 40 meters tall, making its footprint not much smaller than a full American football field, or more than 3 basketball courts in size, and equal to the height of about a 13-story building. With those dimensions, it's no surprise the Titan could only fit aboard Dreadnought-sized Imperial warships, being much too large for Imperial Star Destroyer hangars. Only the most serious planetary engagements during the Imperial War would call for quads of AT-ATs, along with their Super Star Destroyer support, at which point a Rebel could only hope for a noble and quick death. An Executor-class Super Star Destroyer's complement of 30 AT-ATs could be deployed in one wave by just 8 of these barges. So that's it for the breakdown, and as for behind-the-scenes facts, the Imperial-class Star Destroyer was originally supposed to be able to carry 12 of these barges before author Curtis Saxton realized the ridiculous size implications of this, and the Theta-class was created to hold 1 to 2 AT-ATs aboard, while the Titans were relegated to use aboard Super-class ships. The method of deployment for AT-ATs on Hoth has gone back and forth between canon and legends, with the most recent canon information suggesting that Gazanti-class cruisers were used to deploy Blizzard Force, with older legends information suggesting the deployment of Titans. As cool as this actual dropship is, logistics-wise it would be simpler to just use Gazantis. But what do you guys think about this thing? Please comment down below, and if you hope to see something like this in some upcoming live action. Check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them, but most important of all, remember, Incom was responsible for both the Rebel victory at Yavin and the Empire's strike back, that crushing defeat on Hoth, because the corporations are the only ones stronger than the Jedi and Sith, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? We'll be pulling from every source available to break down the Lancer-class frigate, the ship that could have saved the Empire, but just ended up proving how inept they were. The Lancer-class frigate, manufactured by the renowned Kuat Drive Yards, is an exemplary model of starship design, tailored specifically for anti-Starfighter warfare. With a cost of 4,760,000 credits, it's a significant investment, equal to much larger ships, but you'll see how its capabilities and features justify the expense. Measuring 250 meters in length, 57 meters in width, and 60 meters in height, it's a sizable vessel designed to operate as a part of larger fleets or as an independent platform for starfighter defense. Its size allows it to accommodate a considerable amount of tech, weaponry, and crew, giving it a formidable presence in any engagement. Its propulsion system allows for a maximum acceleration of 4 megalight per second, reaching a top speed of around 20 megalight. While this speed may not compare to the swifter T-65 X-Wing or TIE fighters, which can reach 100 megalight per hour, the Lancer is not primarily designed for speed. Its role is more focused on providing anti-starfighter support and is meant to stay with the larger and slower capital ships. And if you're wondering how top speed in space makes any sense, don't think about it too much. Just chalk it up to resistance from colliding into midichlorians, floating their way through space on their way to the next hero to provide plot armor. It's equipped with a hyperdrive, and some models have a Class 1, while others are fitted with a Class 2, along with a backup Class 15. This variation allows for flexibility in deployment, having fleets that are all in the same class of hyperdrive, that way they can more quickly respond to emerging threats, pairing Class 1s with other larger Class 1 capital ships. Its shielding is rated at 576 SBD, or shield barrier density, providing robust protection against enemy fire. Its hull is equally sturdy, rated at 304 RUs, or resistance units, ensuring the vessel can withstand significant damage even after that shield goes down. It comes with a standard navigation computer, essential for precise calculations required for hyperspace jumps and in-system maneuvers. But its most notable feature is its armament. 20 point defense AG-2G quad laser cannons. That's 80 individual point defense cannons in total, and they're all strategically distributed across the hull. 5 quads each at the 4 port, starboard, and aft sections. Some of these cannons are capable of retracting into the main hull, and reducing the frigate's profile in combat or when traveling. Point defense cannons are crucial for defending against starfighter assaults and incoming missiles, making the Lancer class an essential asset in protecting larger capital ships and convoys. The Lancer also houses a complement of 2 shuttles, enhancing its operational flexibility, whether for deploying troops, conducting reconnaissance missions, or shuttling cargo and VIPs. The crew requirements were substantial, with a standard crew of 810, including 40 gunners. However, the ship can operate with a minimum crew of 375, demonstrating the efficiencies of its systems and that it relies on some automation, something you'd think you'd see a lot more of in the galaxy far, far away. Additionally, it carries 40 troops as passengers, which does allow it to carry out its own very limited scope of operations. Though I can't stress this enough, and you'll see that the imps seem to forget this too, it was designed to be embedded in larger fleets. The cargo capacity of 300 metric tons, a weight equal to 368 dewbacks, we get the funny stat that it provides consumables lasting from 1 week to 6 months. I guess that just depends on their discipline, as that's a 24x difference. But if we assume 6 months of Jawa jerky supplies, you can see that it's well equipped for extended deployments, capable of sustaining its crew and operations for considerable periods without resupply. And if the larger fleet that it was escorting was out for longer than this, then it could use those shuttles to ferry supplies from the larger ships like ISDs. With that focus on point defense, removing the threat of starfighters, it played one of the most vital roles in fleet compositions. The combo of firepower, respectable shields, and operational flexibility made it a valuable asset in any galactic conflict, proving again why Kuat has been king since the time of the Old Republic, producing high-quality, specialized starships for diverse needs. The surest pick for your stock portfolio, and the only ones that ever win these galactic wars. But taking a look at this schematic, we can look at the bow to see the dual decks, with the top one being the computer and sensor control bridge, while the main bridge with pilots, gunners, and the ship's commanders is located below. Right behind the bridge, we see the main deflector shield projector, a smart location for maximal strength around your nerve center, and even your docking port, which is located right above. This is a really unique spot to put a port. It might look normal-ish for many ships, but could be a very odd sight with others, having a ship sticking right out of its head, as it were. While the internal hangar bay is down below. And here you can see the retracted cannon, and moving over the dorsal side we hit the sensors, with these larger dishes mirrored on the top and bottom being the targeting computer array. This device is not described, perhaps it's some top secret Kuat creation, but it's not in all models, and thus could be a part of those with the much faster Class 1 hyperdrive system, either in the unit itself or a radiator to shed heat. Or it could just be another form of sensor array, making sure they get the max use out of their anti-Starfighter weaponry, with tracking multiple nimble fighters requiring a lot more data and calculation than just heavy turbolaser cannons on capital ships slugging it out. Now these large bulbous ovals are not shield projectors, but power storage capacitor bays, showing the enormous energy generated for all those weapons, respectable hyperdrive, and this massive quad assembly of ion thrusters. With this unit here being the overload chamber to help control and vent any dangerous fluctuations, especially when the system was under attack. With these energy storing systems being hit by ion weaponry, and the downstream effects of this damage, while still trying to generate energy and return fire, navigate through the space battle and dense asteroid fields or debris clouds. The earliest iteration of the Lancer class was first deployed a few months after the conclusion of the Clone Wars. During this period, Imperial starship strategy predominantly focused on ship-to-ship combat, hunting down CIS warlord holdovers that might have an odd Recusant or Munificent, but since Vader shut things down on Mustafar, the threat of droid fighters was essentially removed, and they weren't worried about the threat posed by smaller, more agile starfighters, just making sure they took out these old capital ships. This oversight became particularly evident as the Rebel Alliance pilots began exploiting the weakness of larger Star Destroyers, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as trench run disease.
It's risky, but flying fast and close to the Star Destroyer's hull should get us to the other side safely. Hold. Now, fire all boost thrusters.
This is one of the most useful tactics in the Rebels' strategy, flipping the Tarkin doctrine on its head, not being afraid of the much larger ships, but using their bulk against them. Pilots executing the TRD would fly close to the surface of a large ship, using its hull trenches to shield themselves from enemy fire. These trenches, designed for structural purposes rather than combat, provided unintended cover for the nimble fighters. By hugging the ship's surface, very few guns could actually fire at them, and those that could were all heavy turbolaser cannons, which were primarily designed for ship-to-ship combat. Big, massive bolts, but would never be accurate enough or fire fast enough to hit these fast-moving targets like snub fighters. The effectiveness of this approach was enhanced when starfighters were armed with heavy ordnance like proton torpedoes and concussion missiles. They could perform surgical strikes, hitting a key area, and maybe if it didn't take out the entire ship, it at least immobilized it and took it out of the fight for months, if not longer, while the rebels carried on with their main objective. Of course, the most successful application of the TRD was during the Battle of Yavin, and the Imperial Navy's response involved two key strategies: the acceleration of production and deployment of the TIE Interceptor, which was faster and more agile than its predecessors, and the development of the Lancer-class Frigate. It was specifically designed as an escort ship to counter screens of starfighters, with hopes of shutting down this TRD tactic. Though the fast-moving rebel opportunists did find ways to still use it, most notably in the assault on the Fondor shipyards.
Stay toward the middle of those structures and keep low. Most of their guns can't hit you there.
And of course again during the Battle of Endor. By targeting sites that were under construction, or the enormous Executor-class ships, they still applied the TRD to deadly effect. Commander Wedge Antilles, reflecting on the First Battle of Borleas, noted that while the actual success rate of snub fighters destroying an ISD was relatively low, the psychological impact of the Death Star's destruction had instilled a deep-seated fear of this tactic among the Imperial commanders. Rogue Squadron got so good at this tactic that they were able to maneuver around the defenses of the Lasankia, a super Star Destroyer, using their advanced targeting systems to guide heavy salvos of torpedoes and missiles into the enemy ship. This tactic usually involved a triangular three-ship formation, with the two rear fighters protecting the lead fighter, which was the one equipped with the most potent weaponry. This formation allowed the lead fighter to focus on targeting, while the others provided cover by absorbing incoming fire, and hopefully firing back and taking out the enemy. It was Admiral Andres that proposed the use of Lancer-class frigates to counter enemy fighters, showing that it was the missing piece that would allow the more dominant Star Destroyers to focus on larger ship-to-ship engagements. And while the Imperial Navy Command approved this strategy, it was often considered to be the most effective creation of the Imperial military. Still, they were literally overshadowed by the grand projects like Super Star Destroyers and exotic planet killers. If you thought the imps couldn't get any dumber, of course, the Lancer-class design sacrificed capital-grade weaponry and shielding. It was supposed to be embedded in a fleet, but this meant that it was vulnerable to other capital ships. Again, their slow speed was because they were escorting the ISDs, capital ships that could be packed full of TIE interceptors, and so without them, there was no way to pursue the faster starfighters. When the Empire sent the Lancer-class out on its own, the Rebel pilots could just avoid it. With high construction cost and substantial crew requirements, the Imperial Starfleet deemed the Lancer-class too expensive for widespread fleet integration. and so many of the ones that were produced were relegated to roles in planetary defense, rear guard operations, and anti-piracy patrols, particularly in the Outer Rim territories. You could imagine how this would have driven Grand Admiral Thrawn insane, as petty moffs and regional bureaucrats were sending Lancer-class frigates on wild goose chases hunting down local pirates, putting them on offense, and while those used on defense to guard operations like spaceports or some planet-side bases could be easily taken out by the growing number of capital ships in the Rebel Alliance. As Alderaan made sure that ships kept being stolen by rebels, with amazing Corellian designs falling into their hands, not to mention all the Mon Cala capital ships. All the rebels had to do was locate a Lancer, either through local intel or even having starfighters just observe them at a distance, being smart enough not to engage, just report back to one of their capital ships, who could pop out of hyperspace right on top of the thing, harmlessly absorb all the point defense laser cannon fire, as there was absolutely no risk of point defense cannons overwhelming something like Mon Cala capital ship shield generators, and so in a few salvos the Lancer was blown into space debris. The strategic value of Lancer-class frigates was not fully realized until the rise of Grand Admiral Thrawn in 9ABY. Even then, he used them in a unique way, knowing how to push them into a more offensive role, leading quick, raiding missions against key New Republic worlds, but only because he knew that the New Republic was using starfighter-based defenses. So it was like the reverse of what the rebels were successfully doing to the Empire. If you knew that a cloud of X-Wings was all that was protecting some outpost, now the Lancer could be the one to pop out of hyperspace right on top of them, blow the X-Wings to bits, or scare them off while the shuttles go down and carry out the objective, while being smart enough to quickly retreat through hyperspace before the New Republic capital ships could respond. As the Empire waned and the New Republic gained ascendancy, defeating the remaining Imperial warlords, several of the Lancers fell into the hands of the New Republic Defense Fleet and were integrated into planetary defense fleets, though most were set to be decommissioned. Even then, it did influence the development of the New Republic's Ranger-class gunship, making sure they had a ship specialized for an anti-Starfighter role. One of the most notable uses during this era was in Morith Duel's defense of Kessel, utilizing 2 Lancer-class frigates, and during the Yuzon Vong War, the NR recommissioned many of their Lancers, finding these anti-Starfighter capabilities invaluable against the Yuzon Vong's Coral skippers. As you can see throughout its long service history, it really evolves from an underutilized asset to a key component at various times when used correctly under leaders from the Imperial era, Imperial Remnant, and New Republic forces. And approximately 3 decades after the Battle of Endor, it found new life and purpose within the First Order. In this period of Cold War, as Leia was monitoring the rise of something in the unknown regions, Commander Poe Dameron made a significant discovery of 2 Lancer-class frigates being under the control of this mysterious new military force. Rising from the ashes of the Galactic Empire, they leveraged existing military assets, and hoping not to repeat the failures over Yavin and Endor, they wanted to make sure they had anti-Starfighter capabilities. And when Poe discovered these, it was not just a frightening revelation for the Resistance as a whole, but very personal for him as a fighter pilot. Though of course those midichlorians did find their heroes and adorn them in the proper plot armor, making sure to negate the effect of these Lancers. As for behind the scenes facts, there are a lot of design similarities with the Carrack and Dreadnought, but all 3 of these ships come from different manufacturers, so this might point at some degree of corporate espionage or just flat out imitation. The Lancer, produced by Kuat Drive Yards, for the anti-Starfighter role, were the Carrack-class light cruiser, designed by Demorian Manufacturing Corporation, and the Dreadnaught-class heavy cruiser from Rendili Star Drive play a more standard capital ship role. It would be a very silly looking fleet, but really these 3 would be paired excellently, each having unique roles and characteristics. We get the story of Poe finding them in the 2015 novel Before the Awakening, written by Greg Rucka, and this is how it comes back into the new canon. All the more detailed original canon or Legends history was first mentioned in the Star Wars Rules Companion and made its first appearance in the novel Dark Force Rising. The schematics and technical details fleshed out in the Essential Guide to Vehicles and Vessels, as well as the Age of Rebellion core rulebook. You can also check out Starships of the Galaxy and the Imperial sourcebook to learn more. Make sure you head over to Fractal Sponge. It's where you get a lot of these magnificent renders. I'm sure a lot of you guys have already been there, but I had to make sure to mention it. There's truly a ton of amazing things on there. If you made it this far, please hit that like button and check out these videos. I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, no ship's stat is stronger than the plot, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? This breakdown will use every source available to completely understand the Dreadnaught-class heavy cruiser, a brainchild of Rendili Star Drive that stands as a testament to the art of warship design in the galaxy. Introduced around 119 BBY, its longevity and widespread use across various factions including the Galactic Republic, Galactic Empire, New Republic, and even local governments speaks volumes about its versatility and enduring relevance in space warfare. The Dreadnaught's role as a battleship, patrol vessel, and convoy escort underscores its multifaceted capabilities in both offense and defensive engagements. In terms of design, the Dreadnought class deviates significantly from contemporary ships like the Mon Calamari cruisers and Imperial Star Destroyers. While these vessels were either specialized for specific roles or epitomized the brute force approach, the Dreadnought class was a master of adaptability. The 600-meter-long Leviathan was not just a symbol of military might, it was a tool for planetary occupation, showing its utility beyond just space battles. Its manufacturing cost was substantial at 7,200,000 credits, which reflects the advanced technology and resources invested into its creation. However, the black market value soaring to 35,555,000 for used models shows that high demand among factions that were not officially sanctioned to possess such military hardware, including notorious groups like the Huts. In comparison to its counterparts, the Dreadnought class was more than just a ship. It was a symbol of power and a floating fortress capable of holding its own against newer models. And despite its introduction over a century before the Battle of Yavin, its presence in fleets across the galaxy signifies its unwavering dominance in the field of space combat and control. And that's why it's become one of the most iconic and effective ships ever known. The physical structure and internal systems reveal a design that balances offensive capabilities, cargo capacity, and power management, albeit with some noted inefficiencies. The Dreadnought's keel stretches nearly 600 meters with a distinct clam-like bow, with a width of 116.5 meters and a height of 129.7 meters, including that lower sensor array, all add to its striking profile. But it isn't just for intimidation, it all plays a crucial role in the ship's operational capabilities. The hull of the Dreadnought is studded with a cluster of weapons blisters, a testament to its designation as a heavy cruiser and its role in frontline engagements. While it may be considered a downscaled warship compared to the more aggressive designs of the core worlds, its armament is nothing to scoff at. This spread of weapons allows the Dreadnought to hold its own, of 10 medium turbo laser batteries, 5 at the fore and 5 at the aft, 20 light quad turbo laser cannons, 10 port and 10 starboard, 20 heavy laser cannons, 10 port and 10 starboard, and there is also a common modification to have an ion cannon or warhead launcher firing concussion missiles, with this ion ability allowing them to capture ships without destroying them, and these warheads often containing flak for an anti-Starfighter defense. It's said that in terms of firepower, a group of 3 to 5 Dreadnought-class cruisers could collectively outgun an Imperial 1-class Star Destroyer. The key feature of the Dreadnought class is its massive cargo hold, located in the forward ventral portion of the ship. This hold, complemented by additional cargo spaces towards the center, allow for a substantial cargo capacity of 9,000 metric tons. This makes it not just a warship, but a capable vessel for transport and supply missions, with enough consumables to sustain operations for 1 to 2 years. The strategic placement of these cargo areas in front of the main reactor and secondary power generators showcases a design that considers the balance between combat readiness and logistical support. The ship's practical design also included docking ports on either side, allowing for efficient resupply and crew transfer operations. Additionally, several escape pods were integrated into its structure, ensuring crew safety in emergencies. Its propulsion system was marked by its 6 ion engines, providing a modest megalight speed of 13. This speed, while not groundbreaking, is sufficient for the role it's expected to play. We saw that it was armed to the teeth, but its defensive systems were equally robust. Deflector shield projectors, located inside some of the hull's blisters, provided substantial protection against enemy fire, with shielding rated at 1,920 SBD and a hull rated at 1,056 RU, meaning the Dreadnought was well equipped to withstand significant damage in combat. The placement of the primary and secondary sensor transceivers towards the stern of the vessel, on both the dorsal and ventral sides, was a design choice similar to that of the CR-90 corvettes, ensuring comprehensive situational awareness. Despite its formidable armament and defense, it did have its share of technological limitations. Its sublight and hyperspace speeds were considered subpar for its time, with an initial Class 4 hyperdrive rating. This rating was a notable drawback, as it limited the ship's rapid response and strategic redeployment abilities. It also suffered from computer failures, a flaw that could jeopardize operations during critical moments. And not knowing when this could happen must have been incredibly stressful for everyone on board, not to mention anybody depending on them showing up to save the day. Furthermore, when compared to contemporary designs, it did fall short in terms of firepower and shielding efficiency. But remember, those first versions came out 100 years ago, and so the later versions received upgrades to a Class 2 hyperdrive, bringing them on par with most capital ships in terms of speed, though they did keep a backup Class 6, making sure they have redundancies and reliability. Though again, another mark against is that its power plant is noted for being inefficient, with a peak power output of approximately 1.9 to 10 to the 24th watts, which indicates a high energy yield, yet the inefficiency of its generators could lead to higher maintenance needs and operational costs. But one of its most striking aspects was its demanding crew requirements. To operate at optimal performance, each vessel required a crew of 16,000 members. This high crew-to-kilometer ratio, perhaps the highest among all modern starships, presented considerable challenges. Recruiting and supplying such a large crew turned each dreadnought into a logistical nightmare, stretching the resources of any organization that deployed them. In response to this issue, computerized, slaved-rigged dreadnoughts were developed, drastically reducing the crew requirements to about 2,200 members. This dreadnought made them more manageable and cost-effective, albeit at the expense of some operational flexibility. And so the later versions of the Dreadnought around the Clone Wars and Galactic Civil War became quite respectable, with extensive and varied weaponry, robust defense systems, and practical design features, giving it a truly formidable presence. However, those computer failures, especially in the models that had heavy automation, could prove devastating and show that even the most iconic ships in the galaxy were not without their flaws. Initially, the Dreadnought was not designed for carrier duty, however, as the ships aged and underwent upgrades and retrofits, their roles evolved. Central cargo holds were converted into hangar spaces, significantly enhancing the ship's combat versatility. During the Clone Wars era, dreadnoughts commonly housed the predecessors to the TIE fighters, known annoyingly as the TIE Starfighters, and later Imperial dreadnoughts often carried the standard TIE fighters. Non-Imperial variants, such as the Longshot, were equipped with other snub fighters like the Cloak Shape. Notable examples like the New Hope accommodated a diverse array of craft including X-Wings, assault shuttles, lifeboats, and at least one HWK-290 light freighter. The Leviathan, known for its anti-pirate operations, featured an expanded hangar capable of holding up to 60 starfighters, typically I-7 HAL runners, along with shuttles and ATPT walkers, especially in the Katana fleet variants. A unique feature of the Dreadnought was the absence of a visibly distinct bridge section. Instead, command decks and crucial crew stations were sheltered within the main armored superstructure, primarily located on the dorsal side of the bow. This design choice prioritized the protection of critical command functions over having organic eye visibility on the battlefield. It's kind of crazy that we don't see this design used more often, given how many times the exposed command bridge was exploited. In terms of sensor and navigation capabilities, the Dreadnought class was equipped with medium-range primary and secondary sensor transceivers. The standard-equipped navigation systems ensured that the vessel could operate effectively across various galactic regions. While these systems might not have been the most advanced, they were reliable and suited the multi-role nature of the Dreadnought. And turning to its history, we'll see that it was steeped in galactic conflict and technological innovation, making it a pivotal vessel in the annals of space warfare. Developed by Rendili Star Drive for the Republic Judicial Forces and as flagships for planetary security forces, the Dreadnought class drew its design inspiration from the larger Mandalorian Candosi-type Dreadnought, a legacy of the Mandalorian Wars of the Old Republic era. This heritage and its introduction at least 80 years prior to the Clone Wars positioned the Dreadnought as a long-standing stalwart in the Republic's arsenal. During its early service, the Dreadnoughts were instrumental in quelling major conflicts. However, their operational shortcomings, particularly the enormous crew requirements, quickly became a problem. The Galactic Republic military responded to this challenge by developing a slave circuitry system, dropping it down from 16,000 to 2,200, which made logistics officers and recruiters a lot happier. The most notable implementation of this tech was in the Katana fleet, consisting of 200 heavy cruisers. Tragically, this project met a disastrous end when the crew were afflicted by a hive virus, leading to a catastrophic event where the entire fleet, linked together through that circuitry, performed a random hyperspace jump, resulting in the loss of their entire crew. The Dreadnought also featured prominently in the Rendili Home Defense Fleet and the ambitious Outbound Flight project, which aimed for extragalactic exploration using a design that incorporated 6 dreadnoughts. Beyond the Galactic Republic, these ships were a staple for local forces, especially in areas where larger, more advanced warships were inaccessible due to financial or industrial limitations. In the Outer Rim, where the Trade Federation's restrictions limited access to advanced military hardware, locally produced or modified Dreadnought-class cruisers served as a vital part of planetary defense fleets. For instance, the Utapawan Security Force used them as anti-piracy vessels, though their largest Rendili cruisers were still substantially smaller than a Trade Federation battleship. During the Clone Wars, they saw extensive use during pivotal battles such as the Battle of Duro, Rendili, and Coruscant, with advanced assault ships and star destroyers often reserved for clone crews and elite Republic officers. so the dreadnoughts were usually crewed by normal humans and aliens, either from planetary security forces or voluntary militias. The Republic Navy often paired them with the smaller, more agile Carrack-class light cruisers for escort duties. This combination of heavy firepower and durability of the Dreadnought-class, with the speed and maneuverability of the Carrack, created a balanced and formidable fleet composition. A notable example of this deployment strategy was the case of the Dreadnought-class ship Mass Ramdar. This vessel, along with 3 Carrack-class cruisers, formed the backbone of Home Fleet Strike Group 5. This strike group was an integral part of the Coruscant Home Fleet, whose primary mission was to safeguard the Republic's capital. Some were refitted to carry the newer TIE starfighters during the Clone Wars, adapting to the evolving nature of space combat. And then of course the Imperial Navy kept this on with the TIE fighters, and this new chapter of extensive service history, going from fighting an overwhelming droid army to hunting down criminals and rebels. Because the Galactic Empire inherited so many of them, but was also obsessed with their new toys, the abundance of old dreadnoughts led to their widespread deployment, particularly in less critical sectors. Battle squadrons in these less important systems often had a Dreadnought-class cruiser as their centerpiece, in lieu of the more modern ISDs. This ensured that the Empire's might seemed to stretch everywhere, even areas deemed less strategically vital. Recognizing the potential of these vessels, the Imperial Starfleet initiated significant upgrades to enhance their operational efficiency and versatility. This is where you get the upgrade to the Class 2 hyperdrive, and the cargo mods holding squadrons of starfighters became the norm, allowing a relatively small fleet to lock down any obscure planet. And this cruiser's resilience and utility were dramatically highlighted 50 years after the loss of the Katana fleet, when Grand Admiral Thrawn recovered 178 ships from that old lost fleet. These vessels, with their abundance of cloned Navy crewmen, played a crucial role in Thrawn's strategic offensive against the New Republic. The recovery and subsequent utilization of these ships underscored their continued relevance and impact on the ongoing galactic power struggles. Garm Bel Iblis, a key figure during this period, also demonstrated the tactical value of dreadnoughts. Maintaining a personal fleet of 6 Katana fleet dreadnoughts, he was able to capture an additional 15, including the flagship, the Katana itself. He's one of those that equipped it with ion cannons, allowing him to snowball his fleet's power as he captured functional vessels. Though the final ship of the Katana fleet met its end in the battle for control of this fleet. The defense forces of Utapau, known as the Utapawan Security Forces, were also utilizing their dreadnoughts, though they were actually downscaled versions, being significantly smaller than the massive Lukrehulk-class battleships, which did show the adaptability of the dreadnought design, and the manufacturer being able to meet the needs of different planetary defense forces. By the end of the Clone Wars and the transformation of the Republic into the Galactic Empire in 19 BBY marked a turn for many Republic vessels. A notable incident involving a Republic-marked dreadnought emerging from hyperspace near an abandoned Republic supply depot really highlights this transitional period. Broadcasting a distress call, unaware of the formation of the Galactic Empire, the vessel carried young clone troopers, the whole crew shocked and confused at their new place in the galaxy. In 2 BBY, its relevance in galactic conflicts was further exemplified during an insurgent action led by the smuggler Neville Signy on Bataan, who utilized dreadnought support vessels in their battle against the Empire, specifically targeting Admiral Thrawn's naval forces during the siege of the Creek Path mining and refining complex. Although these vessels were part of the insurgents' attack squadrons, they ultimately faced defeat against the Imperial forces, including Thrawn's flagship, the ISD Chimera. Throughout the Galactic Civil War, they would see heavy use by both the Empire and Rebel Alliance, though it did become increasingly rare due to combat stress, accidents, and just general wear and tear after all these decades. With the Empire locking down Rendili, the scarcity and replacements of parts further contributed to its decline in prevalence. But luckily for the Rebels, many damaged or decommissioned dreadnoughts were left abandoned, and even only being able to repair a few was an enormous boom to the budding Alliance. With the dreadnought's ability to carry a full squadron of starfighters in its hangar, especially useful for the Rebels' hit-and-run tactics. This period also saw the emergence of the Assault Frigate Mark II, a class of capital ships evolved from extensive modifications to the Dreadnought. These alterations resulted in a ship that bore little resemblance to the original Dreadnought class, including structural alterations and removals, and ultimately a reduction in crew requirements, along with increased maneuverability and speed, maintaining its armament, but it did lose some on defense in terms of the thickness of armor plating and even level of the shielding. So from the scaled down versions on Utapau to being transformed into the Assault Frigate Mark II, you can see this is a highly adaptable ship. One of the Rebel vessels, the Enigma, was rumored to be a haunted ship, plagued by unexplained power fluctuations, the mysterious breaking or disappearance of new parts, and even the vanishing of some crew members while aboard. While these occurrences could have been the work of some Imperial saboteur, some crew members believe the ship was truly cursed, with reports of ghosts seen wandering its corridors. This blend of technological issues, which had always plagued the line, with this new layer of superstition only added to the mystique of this classic ship. During the blockade of Lothal by Grand Admiral Thrawn's 7th Fleet, the Imperial support vessel, a class including the Dreadnoughts, would play a significant role. However, that blockade was breached by the Rebel light freighter Ghost, which managed to sneak through by attaching itself to a cargo freighter in the Year 1 BBY, which would lead to the final attack on Imperial forces, where the entire blockade, including Imperial support vessels, was destroyed by Purrgil, the massive hyperspace-capable creatures, all a part of Bridger's plan to liberate his homeworld. In 4 ABY, the Dreadnought-class continued its service into the Rebel Alliance, as demonstrated by a raid on Imperial refining platform M36 in the Outer Rim territories. Rebel soldiers, led by a Pau'an Major and assisted by Jedi Commander Luke Skywalker, used the stolen Imperial vessel 49AX-3 for this operation. This mission, although initially jeopardized by an Imperial II-class Star Destroyer, was successful, thanks to Skywalker's intervention and clever diversion tactics using a private shuttle to distract enemy TIE fighters. And Galactic Emperor Palpatine attempted to use a Force vision to demoralize Skywalker, showing him the Rebels' dreadnoughts being destroyed. However, Skywalker managed to escape the Emperor's manipulation, allowing the successful escape of the Rebels aboard 49AX-3. In its early days, the New Republic relied heavily on the dreadnoughts, utilizing a mix of donated, captured, or recovered vessels. This reliance was a practical solution, given the limited resources and urgent need of a capable fleet. However, the formal decommissioning of the dreadnoughts came with a new class project, a strategic shift towards more advanced and efficient ship designs. No more energy-wasting engines, or wiring so bad that it sparked ghost stories. Despite this, dreadnoughts remained active during the Yuuzhan Vong War, utilized by both the New Republic and its successor, the Galactic Federation of Free Alliances. What's really interesting is that some dreadnoughts found a unique end as building material for the Hidden Temple during the Sith Imperial War in 127 ABY. And so you see its rich legacy, which is all sparked by Rendili Star Drive's practice of licensing local starships to produce their own variants. This approach led to a diverse range of dreadnought models being built and fielded across the galaxy. Notable were the smaller versions used by the Utapauans and the extreme models used by the Quarren engineers of the Mon Calamari shipyards. These engineers, who later defected to the Confederacy of Independent Systems during the Clone Wars, were instrumental in developing the Providence-class carrier destroyer and the upscaled Separatist dreadnought. These ships were refined versions of the Rendili dreadnought, and of course significantly contributed to the Separatist cause throughout the war. In conclusion, the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser, through their adaptations, conversions, and diverse variants produced under licensing, left perhaps the most profound legacy of any ship in galactic history, spanning multiple governments and eras over 200 years, underscores the remarkable flexibility and enduring significance of the Dreadnought. So that's it for its breakdown. And as for cool facts and behind-the-scenes stuff, the first new canon mention of the Dreadnought-class heavy cruiser was in the 52nd issue of Star Wars Build the Millennium Falcon, a magazine by De Agostini, published around December 30, 2015. It was visually depicted in the Star Wars Destiny 2-player game expansion, using artwork that was originally from the 2014 Star Wars Age of the Rebellion core rulebook, illustrated by Adam Lane. The Star Wars Destiny card Hangar Bay Imperial Fleet features this ship and was unveiled by Fantasy Flight Games website on August 30, 2017, before the product's launch. The Imperial support vessel's design in the episode was inspired by the Imperial Dreadnought from the Thrawn trilogy, Legend series by Timothy Zahn. The Dreadnought was first introduced in the trilogy's second book, Dark Force Rising, in 1992, but originally appeared in the 1989 Imperial Sourcebook by Greg Gordon for Star Wars: The Role-Playing Game. And so it's retained its look all these years across all these different media, not really changing in the original or new canon. If you made it this far, please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. And check out these other videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, the Rendili employee who crafted the ghost stories to cover up their shoddy workmanship definitely deserves a raise, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, Meta Nerds? In this video, we're going to look at a bunch of different crawlers, treaded vehicles, which are pretty rare in Star Wars, understanding why they're actually a great option, and what inspired some really unique creations. To understand how we get these great fan models, let's go back and look at the very first model of the iconic Sandcrawler. This model was made before the concept art and built by Colin Cantwell, the model maker for 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was released in 1968, 9 years before A New Hope. Kit bashing is when you make your own creations from model kits, modifying parts and/or bashing together parts from multiple kits. Cantwell also worked on almost everything seen in A New Hope, from the ISD, X-Wing, TIE Fighter, and more, and speaking specifically about the Y-Wing in kit bashing, he says, quote, Kit bashing is a method of model building that myself and a few others pioneered in the early 70s. Essentially, you take pieces from cannibalized model kits, cars, planes, trains, etc., as well as shapes from around the office and house. Look closely and you'll see pill bottle engines and Easter egg fuel tanks. The Falcon would be changed dramatically, a last-minute scrapping after Space 1999 was released, and it looked too close like the ship the Eagle. And the Sandcrawler model was then shaped by Ralph McQuarrie, who created most of the concept art, and then further turned into what we know and love by Joe Johnston. But it is in that process that we get these sketches of a similar Imperial sand-crawling vehicle, an armored troop carrier with a mounted gun up top, which would go on to inspire the PX-4 mobile command base, an Old Republic-era Imperial crawler tank used by the Sith Empire. This massive version would need a crew of 10 and could transport 50 troops, with this long ramp out of the back allowing them to deploy. Tracks that could shrug off smaller anti-vehicle mines and small arms fire. Same goes for the thick armor plating on the rest of this thing, requiring a proper tank or missile-firing fighter craft to take it out. Though there is that weak accordion section connecting the two main parts of the vehicle like we saw in the ATT. But they're banking on this turbo laser cannon being able to blow apart any threat it came across. It was also known as a siege tank since it was perfect against enemy strongholds. Being tracked, it can roll right through your shields, not being propelled by electromagnetic and gravitic fields generated by repulsor tech, and could deliver powerful Durasteel melting or stone smashing bolts by having all its power directed into this single turbo laser cannon, and then put its well-armored nose through that opening and pour out its 50 troopers to secure the position. Over 3,600 years later, Sidious's Empire would deploy a similarly sized track troop transport. With an official length of 21.8 meters, the PX-4 mobile command base boasted robust armor and formidable weaponry. Encased in a half-meter thick metallic shell, it featured a centralized command pod further fortified for enhanced protection. Its outer hull was equipped with reflective shielding, while advanced sensors and computers meticulously monitored battle conditions, providing real-time data and AI-generated tactical suggestions to the commander stationed within. Information was relayed through computer displays, holographic tactical interfaces, and communications arrays, which intercepted both Imperial and enemy transmissions. A single Mark I ES heavy laser cannon was affixed atop the PX-4, mounted on a slowly rotating turret. Though possessing offensive capabilities, the vehicle primarily served in a non-combat role. Maneuvering across the battlefield on these large track treads, it achieved speeds of up to 100 km per hour, or 62 miles per hour, though some units were reportedly capable of reaching 200 km per hour. The PX-4 boasted a cargo capacity of 1 metric ton and enough consumable supplies to sustain operations for a week, and manned by a crew of 3, including a dedicated gunner, while accommodating up to 7 passengers. The Empire utilized the PX-4 to ensure secure transport of commanders amidst dangerous combat environments. Functioning as a mobile headquarters, it enabled unit leaders to accompany troops while minimizing exposure to potential threats. Typically positioned away from direct battle zones, the PX-4 facilitated strategic decision-making in a secure environment. Deployment involved the utilization of landing craft, predominantly LAATC dropships, being only about 8 inches shorter than the ATT, or it could also be suspended beneath Sentinel-class landing craft, or in the vehicle complement of IF-120 landing craft. In hostile worlds openly opposed to Imperial rule, planetary prefects and governors relied on the PX-4 for safe mobility, with some opting to reside permanently in its armored confines. In The Complete Life of Tarkin, we saw how he was almost killed moving in the lightly armored ITT. Moved a lot quicker, but it wouldn't have been such a close call if he was in a PX-4. This command base did remove the weak joint in the middle, even though it was working in the opposite role, not smashing through heavily entrenched enemy positions. It was the opposite, a sort of anchor for the ground forces. But this led to 2 different fan-inspired vehicles that I think make a lot of sense and would fill an actual role in military operations. This one is your standard troop transport, one large area which could probably fit a few squads of troopers and speeder bikes, or equipment like portable shield generators and E-web cannons. Really anything down to just food rations like ramen and canned dewback. In an area where rebels were increasingly getting access to advanced tech like shield generators seen on Atollon, which prompted the AT-AT Walker Advance. And I've been sitting on this factoid just not sure when to throw it in, but I'm glad I remembered this. In these scenes, you can see there are hovercraft that do get through the shielding, but this seems to be from a really smart tactic of having them stick close to the walkers, as the AT-ATs break the seal as it were on the shielding, like hiding under an umbrella or avoiding large waves by staying in the wake of a larger ship. The shielding effect is not present in that area, and so it doesn't interfere with the repulsor tech bouncing off each other like 2 sides of the same magnet. But back to the model, the design provides a more armored version of the OT, while still giving you the doors to open up and return fire if you want. Put some troops in there with rocket launchers and machine guns or mines, and you get some wild battlefield type action where the troopers can turn this armor into something way more dynamic, able to deliver carnage and then just keep the ports closed when enemy fire gets too heavy. And same goes for using this thing in urban environments. It's funny to think that with some portable shields, you could effectively lock a hovercraft like the Empire's favorite troop transport, the ITT. Place them at an intersection and it simply can't move forward, while protecting the attackers at the same time. But the tracked transport can easily climb over any rubble, physical barriers, or shields that the rebel population put up. And it could pop open these ports for crowd control. Just keep an eye out for stray detonators and Molotovs. And if this was when the Senate was still around, just tell the review board you thought the blasters were set to stun. While the early concept art is right in between these two fan creations by having that big gun up top, though on this more nimble version, we see a pair of forward-fixed dual blaster cannons. It could be light turbolaser cannons, but more likely the level of cannons on a starfighter, far greater than the small arms and even the E-Web, maybe not blasting through heavily armored positions, but through most civilian structures and vehicles. I never really liked these forward opening ramps, but of course real-world vehicles do this, and many other StarCraft do as well, and we see them being used alongside AT-ATs, so the walkers would be taking out the major enemy weaponry and delivering suppressing fire. Since you do have 4 deadly bolts firing forward from this thing itself, we can see how the forward opening ramp might be better overall, with tactics developed to open and deploy rapidly, like a smaller scale version of its old Sith Empire ancestors, bombarding the immediate front, injecting troops into the building opening or tree line, with troopers spreading out to engage fire on the flanks and get to cover. It looks spacious enough for speeders or smaller frog walkers as well, so that adds another practical element to these more rapid response crawlers. What is really unique is the shape of the track itself. If these are on hydraulics and able to move in response to obstacles, this might be one of the closest things to a truly all-terrain vehicle in the Imperial military, a lot closer than its big AT-AT brother, which could have trouble if the terrain was too steep or rounded. Though for an even quicker rapid response tracked tank, there is the Century tank, essentially a tie on treads that can hit 90 km per hour, and packed a light turbolaser cannon and 2 medium blaster cannons. And what's funny is that it might still be propelled by a twin-ion engine, and this was just a successor to the TIE AP-1. So there are light attack treaded vehicles in the larger command station, but I think these fan-made ones fill a nice gap in Imperial capabilities. But what do you think of all these? Do you wish we saw more non-hovering vehicles in Star Wars? Of course the wheeled versions like the Juggernaut work too, but there's something I just really like about these crawlers. If you have any other suggestions for odd or fan-made craft to look into, comment them down below. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out. Subscribe if you want to see more, and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. But most important of all, remember, never take your hovercraft down a narrow street, and the Force will be with you, always. What's up, meta nerds? In this complete breakdown of the Vigil-class Corvette, we're going to see a lot of different things from why it was so impressive, how it was able to punch above its weight, how it served both to protect the fringes of the galaxy and would also make for a great base of operations for rebel groups, even Mandos and pirates, and how certain design features may challenge the orthodoxy of the Kuat Drive Yard's designs, with some rather compelling conspiracies around that. I want to mention some of the other channels we have, like the Book Club vibes over at Meta Nerds, the Gaming channel, and Timeless where we're reading stories. All that's linked down in the description if you want to check it out, as well as a 10% off code on things like these cool MOC builds over at Geeky Grotto. But with that, let's get into it. The Vigil-class was created by Kuat Drive Yards, the people that win every war and provide most of the ships and vehicles for the Republic and Empire, pumping out this at a cost of 3.5 million credits, making it 1/17 the cost of the Venator, and at a length of 225 meters or 837 feet, it was 22% the length of the Venator. This would make it the smallest vessel in the iconic Star Destroyer line of ships that bore the KDY seal. The classic dagger-shaped hull design makes it easy to tell it wasn't crafted by the fish hands over on Mon Cala or the Free Deck boys, but the look, along with the heavy armament, all stayed within the military philosophy of the Star Destroyers. Where it differs significantly is the design of the command deck, which now sits flush with the hull, still to the aft and over the main drive engines. This gave it a much smaller silhouette and better protection from the logically targeted attack on the command section of the entire destroyer. Just cut the head off the snake by attacking here, like we saw with everything from Ventress doing great damage with a simple Genevex, to the greatest upset in history when an A-Wing gave us this iconic takedown of a super Star Destroyer during the Battle of Endor by simply crashing into it. May the Force guide your mind to peace, not to question too much, and wonder why all weaponry, and droid ships like the Vultures, just don't always constantly bombard this area. Because there's also the issue of if Kuat could, and was willing to, and did this for the Vigil, then why didn't we see this used more often? And why were there so many excuses made for the massive sticking out tower? To cut them some slack, even the fish folk did it on some of their ships like the Providence, but most of the MC series of course would go with the seamless design like the Vigil. The reason given was that it was nice for the commanders in the deck to be able to get eyes on the battle, and if your deck was buried in the hull, then any electrical issues would leave you blind both to sensors, and you'd have no ability to get organic eyes on the situation. With ion weapons specifically designed to disable electronics, seen perfectly with Y-Wings delivering ion torpedoes during the Battle of Scarif, just a handful turning off an entire ISD, you could see why commanders might be nervous about relying on just cameras. I'm the first guy to point out that KDY and Palpatine are willing to sacrifice their own to push their own agendas. The ships that get destroyed will always be a vast minority. There's a complex fleet in place, so it isn't like the design aspect will lead to complete failure. Maybe only 5 to 10% more losses, which is a great sales boost to a company of this scale. And you actually do want some dramatic upset losses to fuel your Republic or Imperial propaganda efforts. The footage of a memorial service for top commanders, maybe even Jedi killed, and the powerful image of flaming Venators goes a long way to keep up passionate support for the war effort and the hatred of the Seppies, or later rebels. When anyone says that they're not that big a threat, you could point to actual footage of them taking out these massive Star Destroyers. But all that considered, I don't think there's some conspiracy here with the Vigil. This is a corvette, so it should be on the outer fringes of the fleet, one of the first to receive contact, and its armament and complement reflect that, with a decent array of options. And so because it was expected to take the most amount of damage, maybe that's why we don't see a prominent command deck sticking out. Its primary armament is a trio of twin heavy turbolaser turrets, so 6 bolts of the same quality as a full-size Star Destroyer, all located along the dorsal hull, and which give it one of the greatest size-to-power ratios, punching far above most in its class. Also up top, we get the 3 twin light turbolaser turrets, which are good for just about everything from compounding damage on the largest ships out there to bringing down big transports. And then on the ventral side, we get 3 multi-laser cannon turrets, which are better for starfighters and bombers. They're close to, but not exactly, point defense laser cannons, which are considered the best for shooting down small nimble craft. Perhaps they felt that the complement made up for that. We don't get precise numbers on the amount of ships that it could hold, but given that its overall length is only 32 times a TIE fighter, it's not going to be spewing out endless swarms of fighters, maybe a squadron or two, which seem to be released via this retractable hangar. I love the ventral hangar deployment system. As cool as the dorsal opening hangar on the Venator is, it just seems more vulnerable to incoming attack. That might seem silly in space combat where up and down don't matter, but tell them that. Incoming fire is always straight on and above, especially with the command towers up top, so that's why the ventral hangar on the Venator always seemed the safer route to me. Funny enough, this corvette with no ventral side tower drawing topside fire is the only one that makes sure to deploy via the bottom, if you will. You might think of the Acclimator, but it's not used in nearly the same role, and it has this smaller, often overlooked hangar hatch up top, but even that's not really used for military vessels, more for moving around VIPs and taking in cargo. So again, with Star Wars battles playing out like they're on a flat ocean surface, and this corvette meant to be the first to be engaged, sending out squadrons of fighters and interceptors, releasing them from below makes a lot of sense. And it could carry bombers as well, depending on the mission. And I'd imagine commanders would want a few bomber-packing corvettes just for that unexpected finishing power, swooping in to deliver targeted strikes when the full-size turbolasers of the Vigil took down the shields. It was also the medium tractor beam emitters. Now, while this giant dish could be it, we do see that there's 3 similar dishes on the Cantwell-class Arrestor-cruiser. These are the state-of-the-art RT-17 repulsor tractor beam emitters. But the Vigil is listed as having multiple beam emitters. And while that could mean that they're all concentrated through this dish, there's also a ton of other ships with tractor beams that do not have big, obvious projectors like the Cantwell. Star Destroyers often have more and powerful ones than the Vigil, and they're not obvious. So I think this is just for long-range communication, and the projectors might actually be in these circles if we look at other cross-sections and guides to tractor beam emitters on other ships. I think tractor beams are one of the most underappreciated tools out there, and would be especially good for picket ships to pin down enemies while they called for more backup, using that big dish to call for backup. Because some of its stated roles were all corvette, picket ship, scout craft, and escort. It had a crew of 200, which is shockingly only 3% of the Venator. Crew sizes do sort of scale to size, so to be 25% the size of a Venator and only requiring 3% of the crew to operate, this does make it incredibly efficient. And it could also transport 200 passengers, which could be used to evac civilians, but also move troops. And they had enough consumables for a year. No number on the tonnage of cargo, but it had to be equivalent to at least thousands of pounds of jerk dewback. And all these traits, from the firepower to efficiency, allowed the late Republic, and more so the Empire, to use these as patrols in the more obscure regions of the galaxy, which of course would always be the very same places pirates and rebels were hanging out. The Vigil would live up to its name, staying vigilant and keeping watch in areas that anti-imperialists thought that they could invade the all-seeing eye of Sidious. It would get a sort of promotion in the sense that where it was originally designed to be on the fringes of fleets, with the Venators being the anchors, it came to become a battle group leader of the backwater fleets. And sometimes it would even operate alone, with the only sense of a fleet being that it coordinated the movement of its complements of ships that it released. But once these all became TIE fighters, there wasn't a lot of long-range ops that could be coordinated since the TIEs don't have a hyperdrive. The Vigil did have a Class 2 hyperdrive, which is slower than the Venator but equal to the ISD. So if that big dish is the long-range comms, then it explains why we get details about this ship operating alone in a scouting role. With all its firepower, if it did poke its nose into a rebel or pirate nest, it would likely survive long enough to make it out or at least send the transmissions. But if they could capture one of these, it would make for a great rebel ship. With those long-range comms, it punches far above its size while having a low crew requirement and isn't dependent on missiles or other difficult-to-get items. There would be room for some X-Wings, A-Wings, or Y-Wings, which all have hyperdrives, and I could easily see this being used by a Rebel or Mando Spec-Ops team. Now we see it here in the Naval Station Valaducia in the expansion region, and this was all used to refuel Imperial ships. Also in this image are Secutor-class Star Dreadnoughts, 1 Bellator-class Dreadnought, 3 Allegiance-class Battlecruisers, along with a Secutor and many Imperial classes, as well as Altor-class replenishment ships, Lambdas, Alpha XG-1s, and TIE Defenders. That's it for the breakdown of the Vigil-class corvette. Please hit that like button, it's the best way to help me out, and YouTube's making that more important than ever. Leave a comment and check out these videos, I'm sure you'll like them. Check the description and comments for some of our other projects and ways to help support the channel. But most important of all, remember, sometimes military equipment isn't flawed, it's actually perfectly fulfilling its secret goals. And the Force will be with you, always.